through with it again. They know that I got spirit with a pen. Don't know why they try to compete when they know that in victory it's never gonna end. Them man are weak, that's why they could never speak. They ain't like me, I take it to the peak. Different type of steeds that I breed. Wheel up on the mic, they won't get one of these. Please, I don't wanna hear no talk from them. I don't wanna see nothing at all from them. They can't do it like me. So all I wanna see really is a round of applause from them. Vibes in the air, we caused it again. Life isn't fair, but we rode it again. All of my teams being ready for the war, there's no warning for them. Tell them again, I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We look, you never got one of them. Top of the pile yet again. They can't stop this child not again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again. Tell them again. Tell them again. Tell them again. Tell them again. I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We look, you never got one of them. Top of the pile yet again. They can't stop this child not again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again. Tell them 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 again. I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We look, you never got one of them. Top of the pile yet again. They can't stop this child not again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again.
It's been so long and we miss you. Today, 4 teams try to find their footing and forge a path to Tokyo. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Week 5 of VCT Americas. Of course, we're coming at you live from the Riot Games Arena in Los Angeles, California. I'm Golden Boy, of course, here with my wingman. It's Mimi, and we got Sean Garrett joining us today for the Big Brain Mega Wrinkly Calls. Sean, how you doing, my friend?
I'm doing pretty good, pretty good. I'm excited for the opening game, if I'm being honest. This America's game,
It's gonna be. You're very relatable. Thank you for that one. Now I just feel like I'm physically wingman. I'm just gonna like.
That's and
for the rest
actually
of the segment.
That is how you walk. So
yeah,
it all works out.
Happens all the time.
All right, well, guys, look, we last, of course, saw y'all during Super Week, but it was a game changer. Every team played twice, which, of course, shook up the standings a little bit here, and that leaves us with Loud still in first place at 5-0. But look who's right behind them. It's Cloud9, Sean. Did you have this on your bingo card?
No, not at all. I think most of us from Americas had Cloud9 at the bottom of the standings if you would have asked us in week 1. But Jake and Rooney, time and time again, just have performed in these weeks, and they haven't dropped a single map to their North American foes. Last one remaining, Sentinels, this week. Kind of insane.
Insane what they've managed to pull off. And you say it would change up a whole lot, but the middle of the pack is still insane. It's still everyone at 3-2 fighting for a chance. We still don't have a clear vision of who's expected to make playoffs, which makes these next few weeks still so exciting. But the games today, you mentioned that NA matchup. We also have a really good Brazil showdown later today with a lot of history between the players there as well. Yeah,
it's going to be exciting to watch, right? Obviously, with regional clashes, you're always going to get that familiarity with one another. But on top of that, neither of these teams can sacrifice these losses right now. So it is going to be fascinating. But there is some big news heading into this week. Actually, 3 numbers to be exact. 6.08. That is right. I was supposed to say to be exact there, but I didn't, and I messed that up. Anyway, moving on, though. We're playing, of course, on a new patch, which means that we have some changes. Mimi, what is going on in the video game today?
There's big changes in terms of the map pool, but the other change is pretty small. Some minor shifts to Killjoy. You can hear the molly from a little further away. You can see it when she's suppressed. But the big ticket item is Icebox is gone and Bind is here.
No, that can't be the case.
It's happening.
It's happening!
And Bind has changed as well. There were some shifts to this map. You can see Triple is now massive. There's a new little box in the corner towards Danger. Some angles were changed up in Showers as well. I think it'll shift some of the ways the map plays.
Yeah, that wide boy entrance to Shower, CT spawn on B, will make the floods into the site a lot easier. But this teleport going into Showers is the biggest change in my opinion. It's going to cause a lot of posturing by this B site, and the rotate now from attackers with that teleporter might be quicker than the rotate for defense. So it could switch to a little bit more of an attacker-sided map, in my opinion.
Yeah, you also see that little window on B will make retaking a little bit easier, being able to throw utility out of that one. So some good changes for Bind, and I'm just super excited to see the teams try something new. It's been a while since we've seen Bind, and I think there's a lot of new ideas that could work with the meta. We've seen Harbor Viper be so prevalent elsewhere. I think this could be another great map for that. I'm so hyped to see what teams have cooked up.
Yeah, I feel like these double controller teams stay winning, which is big because Sentinels in this last week decided that they're going to keep Marved in the roster. So bringing Bind back in, keeping Marved in, that bodes well for Sentinels.
It does. It does. Now, let's actually, we can actually talk a little bit more about Icebox. But for more on that, though, and the Bind swap, let's actually go ahead and hear what the pros have to say.
Eu gosto muito da Icebox, é um mapa muito da hora, eu sempre gostei desde o começo do jogo, quando eu comecei a jogar. É bem triste que ele vai sair, mas vai vir a Bind aí, e eu gostei das mudanças, achei que vai ser da hora jogar nesse mapa.
A Bind foi um mapa que a gente gostava muito ano passado, eu acho que a volta dele faz com que a gente se sinta bem. E a sair a Icebox, para mim faz sentido, a gente não vai, eu acho que não vamos ver afetado de nenhum jeito, mais ainda depois de perder contra a Fnatic, mas eu acho que estamos bem.
Mejor para nosotros, es nuestro permaban. Lo permabaneamos porque, o sea, desde el inicio ni lo tocamos, desde el nuevo roster no lo tocamos porque desde el equipo anterior no lo veníamos jugando, entonces no teníamos como la costumbre de jugarlo, ya que el Bind antes sí nos iba muy bien.
Bind coming in, obviously we're super excited just because that was kind of our map last year. We were dominant on that map.
Pelo que eu vi nas mudanças, eu vi que o bomb site A tá um pouco mais aberto, tem mais ângulos assim para você pegar de CT e mais ângulos para você ter que limpar de ataque, né? Então acho que os times que têm um bom operator vai tirar um pouco de vantagem nesse mapa, porque agora os ângulos é bom para um operator pegar a primeira kill.
The biggest change on Bind, in my opinion, was the teleporter change outside of Showers. Before, the teleporter was closer to the attackers, but now that the teleporter is closer to the entrance, more towards the defender side, they don't really have that space on us if they teleport.
We'll open up the chances of being able to flex between the sites. So yeah, really excited. I think that's a really good change for competitive VALORANT.
and then they added like a little window for backhaul. There was no way to like support the people backhaul, but I think now you can actually play on site and like support through that window if you have backhaul on both sides.
I don't know if we'll ever find much use for that. I mean, we'll cook something up.
Va a ser divertido jugar de nuevo Bind y se viene una semana interesante. La próxima semana va a ser interesante.
So you heard from the pros there, and that begs a question, and you kind of got a little bit of insight from them. Who are the winners and losers of this situation? Because it does feel like Icebox leaving does affect some teams. Bind coming in helps out some others, especially midpoint in the season.
For the teams that are playing today, NRG and 100 Thieves, both of them loved Bind last year. You heard Crashy saying it was like our best map at the time. 100 Thieves loved it as well, but both of these teams also enjoyed Icebox, so it kind of feels like a one-for-one change of positive maps for them.
Yeah, I would say the 100 Thieves side of things, Stellar loves calling on Bind, right? He's historically thought of it as his favorite map. That's some like insight into the team. So they're stoked to have this back in the pool. But this iteration of 100 Thieves was fantastic at Icebox, so it's kind of a wash. NRG, on the other hand, I mean, I think Bind coming back into the pool for them is fantastic. But talking about the rich getting richer, the Loud just benefits the most from this, I feel like. They didn't like playing Icebox, and now they get Bind, which they looked insane on all of last year. So I don't know how that helps out Americas. I feel like this just makes Loud stronger.
Yeah. A lot of positives for teams, but I don't think there's any teams that are like super sad about Icebox leaving. It's not like we have a Fnatic who loves it. I mean, even Furious showed weakness sometimes, but I don't remember how good they were at Bind, so it'll be interesting to see if that is a map they bring into their pool with Icebox.
For sure. Look, it's going to be fun no matter what. New things. In the immortal words of Barney Stinson, newer is always better. That is a sitcom reference for you.
Okay.
Baby. Anyway, will you miss Icebox? Tell us in using the hashtags, VCT Americas VCT. Mimi's going to miss Icebox for sure.
It was my favorite map.
It was her favorite map in the world, and she only covers duelists. And maybe, of course, we'll talk about your tweets on the broadcast. But guys, before we move on, I think we should give Icebox a proper send-off. And I think I have just the way to do it with some Heineken 0.0. That's right. Sean, here you go, my friend. Yeah, look at that. Look at that nice crisp. Wonderful.
Is there something
I will have my own here. And, we got a little spillage. Always love to get a little spillage. Wait, Mimi. Oh, wait, sorry.
Mimi.
Here, this is for you, Mija. There you go.
That's good.
A little juice. There's no straw.
Oh, hate to see it. Well, that's it, folks. Let's go ahead and enjoy a cold drink. And when we come back, we are going to talk more about this matchup. Don't go anywhere, peeps. You'll figure it out.
My 21st birthday, I'm so excited for a Heineken 0.0. Heineken 0.0 Icebox with Doug and Ball.
Thank you so much, Mimi. Ball, I feel thirsty. All of a sudden.
Map 2, the Heineken 0.0 Icebox, Josh.
Heineken 0.0 Icebox. I'm hoping this comes through. Hang on. Let's go quiet. Yeah. We got a little something.
Let's go, baby.
Cheers, my friend.
Drink
Cheers.
responsibly.
Keaton has to hold it on his own. He's got one. The time is short. He's got to hold it. Oh, my gosh. Oh, DJ's
All of this without you.
Taco has to find more value out of his blades. Oh, my gosh, Taco.
Not a single sound.
That blade could be good. Cryo's timing cracks the round open. That's wild. That's insane. Khalil, too crispy. What's the third? Just around the corner.
Without you.
There it is. DJ's in with one. DJ's in with the second.
Not a single sight or sound.
Coming in.
All of this without you.
Death playing with fire. The high lows. Too much to deal with. Crashes with three.
Not a single sound or
V2, but Mikala's weak. Saw him left in this 1v2, letting it swing into him, and it does. Oh, trying to move into the site. It's a 4 versus 2. Bang. That's now Bang. Oh, looking for the transfer, and he's gonna get it. Yeah. The Red Bull clutch a 4K into the round.
but Som's got his back, angering at the back, Rooney swinging, and Som still locks it down.
How does Bang do this? 4 seconds, he's gotta go! Oh my gosh, he does it!
Welcome back to VCT Americas. Now let's go ahead and get into our first match of the day. It's an NA clash, 100 Thieves versus NRG. Now, you would think that these two teams have a little bit of history between each other, but as a matter of fact, they actually don't. The last time that they played at each other was September 2021. That's right. That's a long time ago at this point. I still had hair. So, Mimi, these two teams have not played against each other. How does that shake up how a match plays out? Because these two teams, besides what they've seen, they don't really know much else.
It's interesting because you'd think with the big names you have on these rosters within North America, you'd see a little bit of rivalry there, but it was never there. Still, there is an element of history between these two teams, and that's in the coaching, right? Yeah. The last time that the core of NRG, way back in 2021, was playing with a different coach, it was Mike's, who was working with that team, who's now coaching 100 Thieves. And back then, that was the last time that 100 Thieves actually played against the core of this NRG squad. Yeah, the Orange Chicken HD was in Berlin. He actually missed that tournament because of some passport problems, and that was the last tournament he played with the core on this Envy team. And then Envy went to Optic, and now the Optic core is NRG, and that's where Chet went full circle, from NRG back to NRG. Yeah. So I think there's some familiarity between the teams, but the question here today is, can Mike get these inexperienced guys on 100 Thieves up to par? And I was just going to ask a quick question from your, having done this as well, right, especially at international stage. What is the difference, I guess, that people should be looking for between the coaching styles of Mike's versus the coaching styles of Chet? Oh, well, Chet has a lot different job, right? Where Mike came from on this NRG core, there's so much experience, just decades of experience coming from the in-game leader in FNS. So he has a lot of control over the team. And if you look at their spacing, their mid-round ideas, they're all phenomenal when you look at NRG. So Mike has more of a job of creating like cookie-cutter strats, providing these inexperienced players with, pocket plays to get them rounds against the NRG team. Very different jobs between the head coaches. And with both these teams starting to find success in Super Week, you've seen them leaning into those two strengths. For NRG, their game was very much about the mid-rounding, finesse is calling. And for 100 Thieves, it was about finding structure that enabled their players better than in the first few weeks that they were playing. So in a way, it is going to be a stylistic clash of these coaches and of these teams. Yeah, well, let's actually start diving into our first team here. It's going to be NRG. Now, obviously, NRG, they had a rough start. Let's not sugarcoat it. We've been talking about it. It's been a rough one for them. But it does feel like, Mimi, they finally came alive at the end of Super Week, and a lot of that has to do with them just kind of going back to what worked. Yeah, they're 2-3 in the league right now, and the first few weeks, like you said, were quite tragic. But in Super Week, I think they found their rhythm in that game against Crew, which was one-sided. It was a stomp. And at the beginning of the season, that's what we expect when we look at those two rosters against each other on paper. But they were looking really, really shaky, and I think they shored up a lot of those issues by just leaning back and fixing these fundamentals. They slow things down, did a good job of finding the read against Crew, punishing their aggression, and just playing these mid-rounds. It wasn't a super crazy, cool, flashy game, but it was good, fundamental Valorant that we've been waiting to see from NRG. Yeah, I think NRG lost their identity a bit in the early parts of this season because, like you said, it was the basics last week. We saw a lot of lurks coming out of Victor on the KJ role. We saw artists back on the maybe they were trying to find a new identity when they didn't really need to. Yeah, when they had the core pieces there the whole time. They were trying to kind of get ahead of things, right? End up in a good situation for playoffs, and ultimately they just couldn't get their footing to get out the gates properly. So they went back to the basics, get artists on that jet, and they look like a totally different team again. The ideas just flow. Everyone's utility perfectly plays off of one another. FNS no longer fully on the initiator. He might test it out this week, but just looks way much more comfortable from NRG. They're starting to find their identity, but there is still that question looming of after the rough start, after the weeks where this team was struggling, was getting upset by teams like MIBR, is this the game where we can really start to instill confidence in NRG? Because at the end of the day, it's a win against Crew, who is a winless team in the league right now, much lower than the expectations that NRG had for themselves. Yeah, well, who are going to be the players that you're looking for on this team? I think we all know where we're going for this one, because on the NRG side, obviously their key to success, one of the big keys to success,
was getting Artis back on the jet. Now, here's what he had to say when I talked to him in between all of the curse words. But, you know, it's fine. We'll bill him at the end of the season. We've played some of the worst Valorant we have as a team. We've tried a lot of stuff. We tried the Killjoy stuff. Now we're just going to go back to what works. From now on, you're going to see a better NRG for the rest of the season. And, Sean, that is a bold proclamation, you know, a mature response, but a bold proclamation to be like, hey, this is going to be a different team all throughout the season. Do you think he's got what it takes there?
When he said that in the interview, I thought the same thing. I was like, oh, that's very bold, because the star player is essentially making the decision live on air right now about the future comps of this team without consulting with like the coach or the in-game leader. But honestly, I'm glad he did, right? Because they do look much more comfortable. He feels much more comfortable. He's in the action. And even if he's having an off game, his presence is there as Jet. As opposed to the other agents, I just kind of, it felt like he was missing a lot of the times. So I totally get where Artis is coming from when he says that.
For Finesse's style of calling, it seems really beneficial to have a star player that can be getting him those openings, getting him the picks consistently on the duels in the mid-round, to give him those opportunities to call, to play that mid-round that he's so incredibly good at. When this team was at their peak, it was when they had Ye, when they put all their resources into setting him up, getting those openings, and then playing these mid-rounds that Finesse is so good at calling. And with Artis now back on the duelists, I think we were starting to see glimpses of that team that had those peaks once.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Seeing Artis back on that was such a weird breath of fresh air, you know, that I didn't know I needed after so long, but I'm glad I got it, baby. But let's go ahead and hear from the man himself. Here's Artis on the internet chatter, surrounding the team.
I mean, all the fans think they know the best. Like, every fan who watches the game, like, everyone thinks they know how everything works, how the interdimensions of the team. And they think they know everything. They think they know exactly who to cut and this team will get better, but like they don't understand a lot of like the in-game stuff. So yeah, I think fans are just always gonna be fans. I think it's in every sport, like an NBA or football. The fans always just think that they know the best. So you just gotta let them have their opinion and respect it, even if it might be terrible.
Okay. A bit of a leveled response there. I mean, obviously, the internet is never wrong, apparently. And that's always the struggle, though, right? Maybe like it's always tough when you're put into this position, because as a pro player, you go out there, you put your heart and soul on that stage, and sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. But it's like, sometimes it could just be very, very demanding from the fans.
The fan expectations are really high, but the expectation this team has for themselves is also incredibly high. In that interview, when he was swearing a little bit more, he was talking about how disappointed he was in how bad NRG was playing for these first few weeks. You saw the team tweeting about it as well. For them, their first few weeks of performance was unacceptable, and I think now they're starting to hit a stride where they can have more confidence in the way they're playing.
Yeah, and I think you can sense the frustration from Artis right there too, saying that the community doesn't really understand the interpersonal dynamics within the team, right? They don't know if, say, the Omen is the first death in a round. That could be the Jets' fault, right? For not opening things up or creating the right space. Or it could be the other initiator's fault. And no one in the community knows that, because we don't know how NRG designs their tactics behind the scene. And that's Artis basically saying, like, you guys don't even know what you're talking about. The problems are way deeper than you could even probably think of. We're going to go back to the basics, but just letting you know you're wrong.
Well, it's always funny, too, because then at that point, everyone's like, well, they give us some transparency. It's like, they don't have to give you anything. You know what I mean? They're here trying to just perform and do their job. I totally get it, and I totally understand where Artis and a lot of these pro players are coming from. But, of course, the focus is going to be, on how this team performs going into today. But let's go ahead and move on to their opponents. It's 100 Thieves, who are riding high after taking down one of the best teams in the game, Leviathan, and it was genuinely one of the most entertaining matches of the year. Really, in a year that we've been blessed with great matches, Sean, what a way for us to be able to get that with 100 Thieves, showing us that they can dig deep and pull it off in the end.
Dude, that ending was insane. All those games were insane in that 100 Thieves series, especially the opener where Leviathan stole 100 Thieves map pick in Icebox with the King 1v3 to get to overtime. And this version of 100 Thieves that we saw last week, probably the best we've seen yet. They bounced back blow for blow with a tactical team like Leviathan, and took Lotus as a decider to end up taking the series.
Wild.
This was the best performance I've seen out of 100 Thieves yet this season.
Their preparation was really good, but their adaptation was as well, because this game started rough with Leviathan being allowed to play to their game plan. It looked like it was going to mirror that MIBR game, where Lev just gets to do their retakes, to play their game plan, and roll over their opponent. But 100 Thieves called a timeout early, got proactive, came up with a new idea to shut down Lev's game plan, and adapted to it, which is something we didn't really see throughout the first few weeks as much for 100 Thieves. And on top of that, as we got later into the map pool, they also had new ideas. They finally pulled out a new Lotus comp after being so troubled at that map. Particularly, their defense was terrible at lock-in, but they brought out a meta comp. They played it well. It's clear that 100 Thieves is starting to find their identity.
Yeah, and that is the thing that we needed to see at this point in the season, you know, plain and simple, because you're at the midpoint now, right? Well past it at this time. Like, it is time to step up, right? Now, speaking of stepping up, though, let's actually go ahead and talk and break down Derek, as a matter of fact, because I know that you have some plays you wanted to talk about with him playing the Killjoy there, Sean.
I do, yeah. So I picked a clip from their Lotus game against Leviathan where Derek was put on this Killjoy. And you can see here from the start of this round, we can take a look at, you know, this mini map. Derek's setup is all over here at this C site. The double nano setup, the turret up at the top. And you can see he actually will have the lockdown this round. Immediately, an Omen ult comes into spawn, and you can see Derek evacuates the site. He plays this situation really well with the jet, holds down over here in Waterfall, and you can see the lockdown comes in. It forces actually all of Leviathan to back up out of this site, play the time, and that's when 100 Thieves all rotates in. Derek comes back to Waterfall. The alarm bot still hasn't been activated, but finally is if you look up there on the mini-map. The retake comes in when Derek puts down his turret, which comes back for the second time in this round. So again, just keeping attention to all of the things that Derek has done really well this round on his first time playing Killjoy. So he has the turret holding the cross, and that's when the Viper's Pit comes out of Leviathan. So I'm actually so impressed with how Mike's had the players buy shorties. He actually called a timeout right before this gun round. The players have shorties preemptively for this Viper's Pit. And you can see Bang comes in, gets 2 with the shorty, or I'm sorry, Stellar gets 2 with the shorty, and then Derek gets 2 more to close out the round. And I just thought this was such a good round from 100 Thieves because so many ults were used by Leviathan, so much time and map pressure was made by them, and prior iterations of 100 Thieves rotates incorrectly, doesn't hold this C site, doesn't use ultimates properly, doesn't enter that pit properly. They did so many things well this game, and like Mimi said, all these adjustments are finally paying off.
They are, and the core of this team that was so good when this team was at their peak at like NALCQ last year, it was about the players like Asuna, like Derek, like Bang, the supportive members popping off, having these late round clutches, and just being consistently fantastic on their roles. And we weren't really seeing that at the beginning. It looked like Derek was slumping. Now, these last 2 weeks, he started to come back and look like that player that we've expected in the past, and that's such a big change for 100 Thieves. Also, on your shorty point, for everyone playing their first Premier match tonight, please buy shorty secondary every round.
Well, unless you want them to buy shorties, because what if they play you and then they have shorties? And
exactly.
Then
if you're playing me, don't.
Okay.
But everyone else do.
Ah, yes. Fair. Okay. Well, at least we got that one out of the way. But, you know, to the point you guys were making about Derek, there was a point in time where the conversation for 100 Thieves was Derek. It was everyone was always talking about how good he is, and yes, he has been in a bit of a slump as of late. So let's actually talk to Derek and hear what he has to say about his mindset heading into today's match.
Excited to play them. I always love playing against the Optic Core. I've only played them actually once with Rise a while ago. We did win that, so technically I am undefeated against the Optic Core. Hopefully it stays that way. You can't deny that that core is like one of the best teams that NA like pushed out. Obviously they're struggling right now, but I mean it's not how you start, it's how you finish. So I mean they can make everyone eat their words come, you know, week 7, week 8.
Just move on.
Well, there you heard from Derek. We'll see how he does today. But did you think we were going to talk about 100 Thieves and not mention Bang? Come on, what's wrong with you people? Bang is awesome, the superstar of last week, and use that dad buff to turn it into truly a all-time classic clutch. Mimi, that was one of the best plays that I've seen across any game in a long time.
Yeah, despite the step-ups and all the good ideas, it still looked like 100 Thieves was going to lose this game to a classic Leviathan comeback. But on map number 3, Bang went huge. And throughout the series as well, his clutches were consistently solid to keep him in it. And you saw his parents were there, ready to watch this incredible moment.
Yeah, it's so cool seeing Shanzo. It's funny because the players within 100 Thieves call him Shanzo as an ode to Jimzo, who's marved, because it's his favorite player, it's a controller, and it's someone that Bang kind of models himself after. And that looked like marved in that clutch. That was so cold coming out of Bang to win the 1-on-3, you know, family in the crowd, whole crowd shouting Bang. It was just one of those classic esports moments.
Well, and here's America's favorite gamer, Nade Shot, here actually just made, and of course, owner of 100 Thieves. What's up, Nade? Just made a tweet, or made a tweet the other day. Said, may just be one of the best clips in 100 Thieves history with his dad's mid-game interview, the map count scoreline, the length of the season, so much on the line. Crazy every single match. Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more. It almost felt like we had scripted the darn thing.
It was crazy.
We didn't, though. We didn't.
Speaking of scripting, though, this is a bit. We have seen some incredible moments on this stage. And in the first 4 weeks, we've had some not so incredible moments on our stage. And of course, this is talking about, you know, all the teams and, of course, the 2 teams that are taking the stage here today. But it's time for a new segment highlighting those special moments that makes esports Doug go, oh, no. No. VCT Americas missteps.
What? No, don't pull this clip of me falling.
No, I understand why it was called missteps. Oh my God, that was amazing.
I was trying to do a good thing. The geese were gonna walk into a road. I was trying to stop them. The Vancouver geese on behind.
No wonder why they didn't show it to us. All right, well, first up, we have an A-side hit on Ascent that you just got cryo on Jet, and it all goes bad from there. Let's see how this one boils down. Oh, I think I remember that.
Oh, God, I roasted this actually in a breakdown. This was terrible. Yeah, just nothing out, just so dry. They have so many flashes. They have a drone still. They have mollies. They have all this stuff.
My guy's just hanging out.
No, we're not gonna use any of that. But I just want to give you mad props for that thumbs up in that clip. That was so fast. It was so fast. You acted like it was on purpose.
It was faster than the response that 100 Thieves had to using their utility in that particular moment. Look at that. Well played, well played. All right, well, next, let's go ahead and check out Finesse, who's actually trying to come through in the clutch. Here he is.
Oh, not this.
This is my
I
captain.
This one.
My captain, my captain.
My IGL.
Oh, no. That's the Golden Boy special right there. That's the... Oh, no.
Really does happen to the best of us. Oh. That's brutal. God. That's just a fancy moment. Happens.
The oh no is ripping me to shreds right now. Okay, moving on though. Despite the win over Leviathan, I'm sure 100 Thieves would love to forget this moment. Look at this one here. Oh yeah, this one was heartbreaker.
I mean, I don't even feel like this one was like hugely their fault, right? Like they're trying to fight together. It's an unlucky timing on the Fate of the Omen smoke. This one is just more tragic than anything.
Yeah, I think I would literally cry if I was
I would have cried.
I would cry if I was coaching that match.
Oh, and finally, it's everyone's favorite Rays player. It's Artis. And an entry that doesn't really go as planned. Oh,
this was huge. Great pathing by him. Fantastic util usage. He could have got backside fully.
Look at this.
No one was allowed to be backside. I don't see the problem.
Boom. Blown up. Oh, what a Chad.
Back on Jet. Back on Jet.
Back on Jet we go.
Send him back.
Oh, man. All right, guys. Well, NA's 100 Thieves and NRG are ready to take the stage. And we've got Brazil's Furia as well as MIBR waiting in the wings. It is going to be an awesome day of Valorant, an awesome weekend of Valorant. So you don't want to miss a single bit of it because, folks, week 5 of VCT Americas starts right now. This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised. this is going to be the guy to look out for.
Too much Cryo again. Does this guy miss? Does Cryo ever miss? No, he doesn't. Olha o TZ, escala bem, faz duplo abate, vamos, Fogão! Se acaba tempo e leva!
É um time bem cascudo já, os meninos estão bastante tempo juntos. Com a entrada do MW, nem se fala, é um time muito bom.
Olha o DG! Sensacional! Vai recuperar a visão, ele quer e ele consegue o ace!
Por mais que eles tiveram uma semana ruim, eu tenho certeza que eles vão querer ajustar os erros e vir mais forte contra a gente.
RGL! Tira do round o jogador que estava desarmando, RGL!
Still getting hunted! JZZ with 3!
I always love playing against the Optic core. You can't deny that that core is one of the best teams that NA pushed out.
Might even argue that Finesse might even be favored, and indeed he is! Seeker's not being used, and that's a double face, wow!
They're similar to us. They're not doing bad, but they're not also doing what I know they can play. I think they're all solid, and I think they're going to be one of the teams that get top 6.
In the face of the spam, Cryo's timing cracks the round open! How does Bang do this? 4 seconds, he's gotta go! Oh my gosh, he does it!
Both teams are currently sitting at the middle of the pack, but they're trying to climb up the mountain. 100 Thieves versus NRG. Let's get it on. As we have both teams here ready to go. This is going to be an exciting matchup because, Mimi, we see that at this point in the season, mistakes cannot be made here. No team is going to let you get away with it at this point. The competition is simply too stiff.
It really is. And both these teams, like you said, middle of the pack. 100 Thieves is 3-2 and NRG 2-3. For both of them, this game has massive playoffs implications.
Yeah, particularly for NRG, I can't imagine what their situation would look like. Dropping this map, having 4 losses with Loud and Furious still looming on the horizon. And we're entering kind of must-win scenario for NRG, which is where the experience lies in this matchup. This is crazy.
It does. For NRG as well. It's kind of a team who's freshly coming out of their slump. Same for 100 Thieves. Both these squads look like they found their form at the end of Super Week. And now coming into the rest of the regular season, we have to see, is that the form we're going to see? Are they going to continue to improve? Or will they slip back into some of the same mistakes that we saw both these squads start with?
Makes you wonder, right? Like, you know, what has been done throughout the week to just ensure as best you can, and Sean, maybe you can speak to this from a coaching perspective, but what do you do during the week to just try and keep the boys focused and ensure that what Mimi just said, going back into the slump, doesn't happen?
Yeah, well, you definitely have to do a lot to fix the errors from your prior week, while also keeping in mind that we're about to add a new map into the pool, take one out, so you have to quickly get that new map up to speed with the rest, and then you have to look into your opponents, right? So 100 Thieves likely did a lot of anti-stratting. I'm curious where this veto is gonna go. NRG, that's been their permaban pretty much all all split. So 100 Thieves getting rid of Pearl, also kind of expected.
Both these teams get rid of their permas. The question is, do we see binds? Because both these teams in 2022 were big fans.
There it is.
And NRG goes to it. You heard it from Crashies. This is the Optic Core's favorite
They
map,
waited
and
no time.
Yeah, Finesse wants to call on it again. But 100 Thieves was good on it too, right? They were fantastic there. So it should be a super interesting game to see what the reads are.
Yeah, both teams really good on bind. Fracture's an interesting one. 100 Thieves originally struggled a bit, but ever since we've seen Asuna lock in this Sky, they look like a totally different team on Fracture, and their control on defense has been phenomenal.
Haven is banned away. That's a good one for 100 Thieves to get rid of, as NRG's consistently looked solid with the calling there, which leaves us down to Lotus as the decider. Both these teams also were just finding their form there, going to the meta, Jet double controller, Sky composition, and doing pretty well on it. So that should be fairly even territory if we go all the way.
Yeah, 100 Thieves had a lot of questions about how they would be able to operate in this double controller meta, and they figured it out. They put Derek on the Killjoy, they let Stellar play the Viper, and that's how they tackled it. So will they do that again this week? I would be inclined to say yes. They looked way better on Lotus.
Well, talking about double controller, I'd reckon that it's something you can go for here. I know you were doing some theory crafting around it. I think it's an opportunity for 100 Thieves, though. It looks like they're going back to the more normal double controller with the Brim and that Viper. And for NRG, they do lock in the Harbor Viper.
With a Sage, though.
Interesting.
This is gonna be
100 Thieves
fascinating.
always played the Sage last year. We really had an emphasis on getting the spike down, playing their post spawns, particularly towards that A site. But for NRG, the Sage is... I'm trying to think what the idea is here.
I actually love the comp from NRG on Bind. I'd never thought about it, but Bind is a map that doesn't necessarily need a true Sentinel. Sage has always been kind of that pick that a lot of Jets make on Bind because the stall potential without a mid is so good.
Retakes with the Sage and this double controller will be really strong for NRG, and Slow Nade's powerful too. It's going to be exciting to see how they've cooked this one up.
All right, well, this is it. Let's see how this NA clash plays out and send it over to your casters. Two guys looking to star in the sequel of Mario Brothers. It's Brennan's Sideshow.
Thank you very much, GB. Yeah, you've been waiting a while to use that one. I know he has, because he said it to me in the green room last week. But listen, he's finally got it off.
He's
this
so
match
scripted.
Here, it really is. It's just all scripted. By the way, he doesn't write his own lines. He gets it all wrote for him.
Tragic.
It's not nothing off the dome at all.
Tragic.
NRG versus 100 Thieves. This is an important matchup. The desk has already set up all of the key points as well.
Yep.
But there are massive playoff implications on the line between both of these teams who are sitting at that middle of the pack, Josh.
Yeah, both of these teams are fighting for those final spots in the playoffs. And I think it's very interesting the way that NRG are playing against so many of those rivals for the final spots. And in some sense, NRG are trying to get on the same path as 100 Thieves. Both of these teams had a very rocky beginning to the split, and 100 Thieves now look like they're on the up. That's how you want to start a clash of the NA teams. A good old tech pause.
Love it. Love it, love it, love it, love it. Yeah, I mean, what gives us a bit more time as well to talk about those story points, because I was like, oh, we're rushing through it. No. We can take our time with it now.
Well, yeah, it is very interesting. 100 Thieves, I thought they'd thrown their season away early on because they had so many weak games to start the season and so many strong opponents left to come up. And we were talking after one of their games about how it wasn't looking good for 100 Thieves because they had the top 4 teams in Americas coming up. Leviathan, well, they've beaten Leviathan now. NRG, I mean, they're not looking like a top 4 team anymore. That was based on their lock-in performance, the incredible pre-partnerships history that this squad had put together. But NRG themselves have been on a bit of a stumble. So suddenly, what was a very tough strength of schedule for 100 Thieves opens up a little bit.
Absolutely.
And this becomes such a winnable game, especially considering that level of strength that 100 Thieves brought to the Leviathan match in order to get that incredible upset victory.
Yeah, and I think it bodes incredibly well for 100 Thieves. You know, they've been surely fixing up those the different map compositions. Like you said, you know, the Lotus comp was being fixed up as well. I imagine they're going to be making more changes to some of the maps that they have been weaker at as well. And for NRG, they went into an interesting direction with this one. Bind is the first pick. Listen, it's week 5. Bind's back in the pool. NRG, this core used to be amazing at this map. Potentially the best in the world at it, right?
They were.
So
They were
it's
in my opinion,
understandable.
the best team in the world.
It's understandable that they would lean into it now that it's back in the pool, but you can't imagine they've got any recent practice on it. And also, that was back when they were playing chain Chamber, when he had Ye on Chamber as well.
Now, I do think a lot of the teams will have been scrimming Bind because they know that it's coming in. And I think most teams were looking to just get rid of Icebox, drop it out of their rotations in terms of the scrims, and replace it with Bind. If you're a good team on Icebox, you're happy to float it. You have all of that experience. If you're a bad team, you just get rid of it, right?
Yeah.
So I think NRG will have practiced this and will be coming in with a sense of confidence. But it is still a gamble. I agree with you there, Brent, because they're going up against a team that was good at it before, and NRG don't have that perfect comp. In the past, they were playing with Ye on Chamber, and they kind of introduced to the world how to play with the Chamber on Bind to such a fantastic degree. And when teams would play against them without running a Chamber, FNS would call for these incredibly aggressive defensive plays, punish the lack of a trip, and get behind them onto some great flank retakes. Now you're in a situation where both of these teams enter Bind, Chamber's way out of the meta, they've got Sage on both sides, but the important thing to me is Som playing Harbor. The Harbor Viper composition being chosen by NRG in this spot.
Yeah, it's intriguing.
I mean, we've tried some of it to theory craft it for our Premier games. Shout out to anybody who's playing the Premier games tonight.
I mean,
and we were
practicing.
feeding on Harbor on Bind. It is somewhat difficult to like cook up those things on the fly, but that just shows you how good these pro players are, that they could come into a match like this and Som feels confident that he's got the tech down.
Absolutely.
Despite not having any other, like he hasn't watched any other matches of any other Harbor playing Bind.
No, I mean, neither did we, and that's probably why. I mean, we're also not pro players, Josh. That's also probably why we were stumbling. But listen, the tech pause is over. It was a small headset issue, as I'm sure you all noted. But we're heading into the match finally. Here, NRG versus 100 Thieves. Bind is the staging ground, and let's get this one started. No time wasted.
Really common,
leading the way through.
Really common Sage wall out there from Artis. It's one that we used to see from top teams on Bind all the time.
That's it up. Oh my goodness. Positions forced there from the nade. First fight taken for Victor to be able to earn that one. And yeah, that Sage wall, bit of a nuisance still. Blocking off the one avenue. Artis though just backing away. Wants to play with the rest of his team. It is a 4v5. They have that advantage, but Sage wall's on Sage wall. So he's going to be blocking off another avenue. It's a flood attempt. NRG all the way moving through. Derek with the first one. Victor! Oh my goodness. Right click to the face will be brought down. Cryo's taking a fight straight to them. Still alive, still kicking. Derek top, and the classics do work.
What a big round from Cryo. Just with the classic, as you said. It looked like NRG had the right game plan there completely. Shut down Asuna. Had B long locked off. The slow orb was good at the bottom of Hookah. And yet 100 Thieves still with that raw firepower overwhelming them, Cryo and Derek. I was all ready, Brent, as well, to come into this match talking about how awesome it would be to see the battle of Ardis versus Cryo on Jet. And actually, it's the like secondary duelist players, the flex players for both teams stepping up. Asuna, Victor, Raze. That's going to be a key battle. Both of these players very good on it with a ton of experience from the past.
Definitely comfortable. There's nothing complex about it with 100 Thieves approach. Just going to be barreling their way through. No resistance in their face, apart from the high tide that's going to be cutting across onto the side, but it'll be an easy plan. They want to take this fight to them. The angle's not ideal. Nade towards the back. Trying to win this fight out with the Spectres. This is getting a little bit difficult. A lot of damage done, but same could be said to Stella. Sat on 2 HP now. Just needs to survive. Snake bite over the edge as well. 4 kills in the round for him, coming close up to that Viper's pit, where he's been farming this one up, and the tap of the spike to see if they can get Victor out of his hidey hole. They won the ace. They're chanting for it, cheering for it, but Cryo gonna be denying it.
Toxin screen down.
Clean round though, and like you said, Stella building close to a Viper's pit that can really start to get things chained together. On the other side of things too though, Victor's starting to get up to the showstopper. In itself, a fantastic defensive and offensive tool. So do 100 Thieves have something prepped for a bonus round here? These classics doing a lot of damage.
Yeah.
But as we head into the next round, 100 Thieves are grouped up heavily towards B. We'll see this in just a moment.
It's that fast beginning as well.
It's a weird wall. It's for elbow control.
Yeah, pushes them all the way back there, but interesting. will allow 100 Thieves to get into the site in theory. Satcheling through, Asuna in through the back. Derek covering a lot of this ground, and with the Phantom in his hands, Asuna making quick work, making sure that he holds down the ground that he's gained. Wallbang angle. Forgot about that one, but it almost brings down one of the players. Still, Plant start to go down here without too much pushback. It's Victor, though, creeping around the corner here, smoke in his face, but he might be able to find a timing nevertheless. He's to play with the rest of his team.
It's a good high tide. It does the same thing the Viper Wall would for the retake.
Pushing through now as Victor takes the timing, takes his names as well. The rest of NRG moving forwards, taking the back of the side. It's down to just Stella. Bit of spam forwards, but there's a cove in his face. He needs to break it. He doesn't have the gun for it. Stuck all the way through, full defuse, and it's NRG. Clinical with the retake.
They didn't think we would give up, did they?
Yeah, it's a nice one actually there from Asuna. I really think he's going to get dangerous on the B side. You saw his movement hopping up onto the box. Absolutely fearless in the way that he pushed forward based on the rest of his team's utility. NRG able to deal with it though, and the retake looked secure. It looked like they took their time, was set up for it, got Victor into a good position. Now the showstopper comes online. Stella's one away from his ult. There's a lot of things that can change the tide of this upcoming round. And it is a big eco swing round.
Slower than a snake bite. That's across the map. That global pressure that running the Viper on bind applies. A bit of a dive in there with the dog as well. Crash is aware of it, knows that it's going to get broken, but controlling these extremities is vitally important when you're trying to play the attack side of bind, either through B-long or showers and making a play for it and holding on to that space.
And remember that NRG in the past, this old optic core, when they were playing against chamberless binds, they used to love to push on defense. So 100 Thieves have got to be a bit cautious about that. Though we can tell NRG perfectly happy to just bunker the sites.
They're playing quite far back as well. Big try to slide off angle with 50 seconds left in the round.
It's quite a heavy off angle, really, isn't it? On top of this box, it's an unusual spot to play. But
because he's got a showstopper, I think, that he's playing there.
It's so good for a showstopper play. And everybody on 100 Thieves coming back over into this direction. They've left Asuna as the lurk, but that means no double blast pack.
And Victor. Oh, the amount of value you could get here. Maybe not a single -8 inside. Lets it rip right to the side. No! Damage done. No kills claimed. And a quick TP exit. 24 seconds left, though. And NRG have players to try and shore up the defenses of this B side if that's where they want to choose to end. It seems likely. Double satchel to the side. Asuna claims his. Still in the fight, still in the action, though. Blinded. Moves to the side. Time is of the essence.
10 seconds left.
9 seconds left. Be able to get that plant down. And Asuna still holding down the angles. He is tearing them apart. Viper's Pit dropped into their faces. This retake looking nigh impossible. And NRG have to accept the reality of their situation, backing away with the guns.
What a demon Asuna is on the B side.
Nasty movement.
Did you see his entry? The double blast pack. After where Finesse was holding, you've got to favor him to some degree, but he just has no idea where Asuna can land. The movement's so clean, he could land in a spot at backside where FNS has no possibility of killing him, or in tube to take the duel, front side. And then when Crashes flashes out of elbow, Asuna just tucks around the corner and the players flood out of hookah. It looks so beautifully coordinated on the B side from 100 Thieves. And it's all based off how Asuna entries and the others follow up. I think that's got to be an adjustment now for NRG. I mean, they need a way of dealing with that.
His time has been taken now. But so far, I think 100 Thieves has been doing a very good job of bleeding out some of that key utility. Bind's a map where you've got your options open. Realistically, with the teleporters at a moment's notice, you can, you know, skip and hop around the map.
We saw that from Cryo in that round.
Exactly.
Just to dodge the showstopper.
And the best teams in the world, when they're playing this in the past, it's, you know, really making full usage of that. Ensuring that they bleed out the util, because it's quite choke point heavy. You know, they've been widened in this new iteration of the map now that we're seeing it. In a lot of the cases, but it's still it's a map where you've got to try and pull all of the defensive utility out of them before you try and go for those big XX. But 100 Thieves in charge,
and this timeout might feel a bit early for NRG, but we're coming into round 5. It's another very important kind of round where there's going to be ult online and people are going to have to play around them. And if NRG keep losing these close situations, they're going to be in a disastrous spot. Remember that the map pool goes to Fracture, a map where NRG have not really been leaning towards at all. And then Lotus, where 100 Thieves just changed their comp and beat Leviathan. So NRG's gamble to pick Bind here at the first moment it was available in VCT Americas, it's got to pay off.
It might bite them.
Otherwise, their season is on death's door.
That's what this battle here in the middle of the table between both of these teams is really all about.
There.
Getting that head-to-head, trying to break that tiebreaker against one another, because these two teams are going to be competing. Try and make it into that top 6 to try and make it into the playoffs. A different approach, though, this time moving forwards into showers.
And Victor on top of the truck takes down Stellar instantly.
No stopper, close to the corner, Som. Nowhere to escape. Another satchel through into the back nade, going to be rebounding. Off to the side a little bit too much, but Victor contains. Calm and collected there with the aim and a satchel to disengage as he was blinded up. There was a res in play, but still, it's a 4v3. Derek! Where's he pulling that one from? He's answered, though. It's a trade. Still, Cryo's worked himself into that forward position. Control of lamps, but the spike is dropped in the middle of nowhere. Still, it's a 2-on-2. They've made it winnable. Seeker's going to be giving a little bit of, okay, information. Bit odd. This way, that way. Not sure where they're going, but NRG now going to be aware that still Cryo going to be contained into lamps, and it's all about these timings with the orb placed up.
That's actually given Crashies the timing to tuck bench.
Player standing.
He finds the first kill. This locks it down as well.
Oh, that's a beautiful round, and we got to see an insane wallbang angle from Derek. But NRG are often going to, if it feels like 100 Thieves are hitting A, they're going to still leave Crashies on B. Or possibly Artis, whoever is hard anchoring. But a lot of the time in the past, that was Crashies. And as soon as the spike gets dropped there, once Stella dies, and the spike is in this kind of area, or when Derek died, pardon me, and the spike was dropped there, Crashies is able to full rotate and lock it down. That gives NRG a lifeline coming out of the timeout. This Viper wall's so interesting. It goes through the teleporter and makes it more difficult to get through showers, but they actually use the cascade and the wall there to just block showers off. So NRG can now lean 3 towards B. You see Victor rotating. And they're not worried about this B teleport. 100 Thieves control B long, but the TP can't do anything for them, and Crashies responds. Derek, he got the wallbang kill in the prior round and then punished for it here.
It's those glimpses of that old style of NRG when they love to play aggressively towards those extremities when they're playing that defense side. Crashies still at this slide off angle. It's going to be noted there with a jump peak still. A bit of spam stops his spray as well. Dropped to 22 health. One extra bullet could have done it, but no, backs away to safety. 45 seconds left. Smokes have been dropped down. 100 Thieves, how do they want to approach this one? It's slow and steady. Laborious is the way I would describe it still. Maybe 100 Thieves can barrel their way through with a bit of brute force. Asuna putting his duel out. A bit of a gap in the wall there, but a plant's going to go down here still. It's a 3v4 with the Reckoning in the back pocket of Som. It's going to make this retake just that much more doable. Finally unleashed. Flash round the side. Taking the fight straight to them, and they're going to be favored. Positioning, it's not good. Cryo constantly having to adjust. He's finding his one's locked! One more down. Still falls to 4th. Unbelievable! That is absolutely ludicrous from Cryo.
And not a blink, not a reaction. A small smile towards the end as it all sinks in. That's bonkers.
You're just not favored there. You constantly have to adjust. They double swing. He resets the aim fast enough to land it. I mean, that is just...
And Victor towards the end is timorous because of the shots that Cryo's already hit. And look at what it means.
Yeah.
There to Chet, head in his hands. That should have been NRG's round. They only had one final player to clean up. But my God, Cryo looks like he's back to his old ways, doesn't he? This is not the same player. This is not the same player that we had at the start of VCT 2023.
Exchange of the ultimates towards the beginning here. Viper's been actually being chosen to be committed here by Finesse with the Phantom in his hand still. A lot of pressure, look at this. I mean, there's a nade, a snake bite, spam as well. 100 Thieves doing such a good job of clearing out that area. And taking full control still. Spike's got to be planted, though. You've got to be winning these fights out. Trading is effective. Flash to the side, though. Crashies. One more kill found down to that 2-on-2. Make it just one. Asuna has to back away. Spike in his hands. A fast rotation.
I think he took a Spectre headshot as he was fleeing there, too. Only 39 health. Again, should be another round for NRG. As long as Asuna doesn't pull something. Some magic rabbit out the hand.
What? First one found. Seekers. Positions noted. Down to that one-on-one. He's low. No, he still wins it.
They can't lose.
They cannot lose.
The player quality right now that 100 Thieves are showing is just absurd. Bang's 1v3 clutch at the end against Leviathan on Lotus seems to have inspired the rest of the squad to try and grab the clips of their own. A 1v4 into a 1v2 win like that.
That's insanity. Insanity. He had a Seeker in his face, a flash as well that he had to dodge, and still manages to isolate the fights like that. It's just unheard of. But 100 Thieves, sheer player quality, carrying through a couple of these rounds now.
This is the first time we see NRG go for an aggressive push on defense that wasn't just a re-clear. They are full flanking. But Bang's watching for it. Oh, the timing!
Gone out, reflank attempt there. It's going to be claiming 2 guns as well for their trouble. Still moving forwards. Elbow. And back hall's not being re-cleared here. 100 Thieves are going to be feeling the pressure from every single side now.
Poison's off.
They don't have that hookah control. Waiting out of time, though. Nade into the back of the site, but no one obviously going to be there. Showstopper right to the side with a satchel in play. Victor finds it on the high ground angle. Down to just cryo.
In a 1v4.
Yeah, I mean, good luck trying to do this one again. There's a wall in his face. No one's happening. It flashed up, so now they know exactly where he is. And there it is, high ground angle. Watch for...
How ridiculous that that's the round that NRG find their victory in. A Thrifty, where they had almost nothing, and they're able to pull it off.
There.
But that's the power of pushing on defense against teams that don't have that trademark behind them that can tell them that the flank is coming. And I feel like maybe FNS will be going for that a little more. They did, however, get lucky. The fact that Bang was holding that angle the whole time and just pulls his iPad out as they swing, you know, that's not based on a piece of utility being used, I don't think. I think that's just a raw, unfortunate timing.
Yeah.
But NRG need the luck. After losing the 4v1 and 2v1, they'll take that.
Movement again. It's good for it. Asuna quickly vacuuming up all that space towards the showers area.
And this is a classic Victor play. NRG have seen this before. Cascade in the face.
Yeah, that's going to really put a dampener on everything. Victor still that off angle, though. He's got a lot of angles to watch there, but the high tide to replace all of it, so it's going to be coming off those angles. Still a flash through. Good enough job to try and dodge this one. Slow at their feet. Nobody making too many moves here. Still a minute on the clock. Avoided. Nade now to the side with a stun. They look like they want to refight over this one. Showstopper, though, that's going to be used as a response, but the slow really just cutting them all the way back, and the fuse is just steadily creeping down and down and down. Will any kill be able to claim? Damage done. Right onto Artis, a bit of spam through the walls, and this is chaotic. This is scrappy. But NRG, they've got the better guns.
Spike down A.
With that, they should be able to sail their way through. Bang at the slide-off angle here.
Remaining.
He's going to be dealt with. Finished off. Stella, the last one left.
NRG are really recovering this map. The determination, the focus, you can see it on their faces. But now 100 Thieves have guns again, and my God, have they been scary.
Yeah.
So we're going to go into a tactical timeout for 100 Thieves, looking to make an adjustment. But really, they've only lost one round. You know, The fact that 100 Thieves were winning in such tense, close situations, the 1v4, the 1v2, meant that their economy was in such a precarious spot. And all NRG had to do was win one Thrifty round, and suddenly 100 Thieves were thrown back in. So really, this tactical timeout, I don't understand what input they want to be having, because they've only lost one situation, and it was to a flank where Bang got unlucky with the timing. Apart from that, the 100 Thieves, sure, the game plan maybe you could argue hasn't been going so well, but the B hits have been fairly sublime.
Yeah.
If they can figure out a way of holding off the B retake, I think they should be able to close out this half. They've got such great ults to do it as well. Orbital Strike, they have the Viper's Pit to put down. All the pieces are there for 100 Thieves to grab these next few rounds. The pressure is really on NRG right now.
Yet still, they built up the bank, obviously, with those 2 rounds back-to-back. You can see the money situation looking quite nice, and Victor's even opted into the operator as well. This is, dare I say, a bit unusual. I mean, listen, opping on bind, not out of the ordinary, but you're running a raise.
You would usually give it to your Sage. We've seen people like CNED run the Sage off on this map really effectively before.
So maybe this will be throwing a wrench into things. Who knows? Still, 100 Thieves need to win this one out when they're investing everything at their disposal. And it's the same play by NRG. There's no real, offset to that. They're able to get that Sage wall down, which gives them a lot of information and finesse. Slight off angle. A bit of jar, and the rest of his team as well locks down that B-long angle on top of it. Orbital Strike into the back. Also being committed into this one, but 100 Thieves is a little bit disjointed. They're just battling right through, and guess what? Crashes! They all fall beneath his gaze. Derek, though, might try and switch things up once more. Absolute Ferrari swing, ripping off the heads of his oppositions, but it's going to take another clutch. Just passing a buck. One after the other. How does he do this? You're going to give him this opportunity! It's a 1v2 down to that one-on-one. Som, ward to the side. Derek spraying through. A bit of damage done, but now the Cove in his face. Som sticking it down all the way. Needs to be spammed onto the angle, but it's just too much to predict. And Som, well, Crocious do not fake still.
A crazy clutch. Really, the attempt was great from Derek. I like the Cove placement from Som. It's in front of the spike. It makes Derek think that it's a fake, that he's going to swing through it. And instead, he just grabs it. But this was very, very close to Derek getting another 1v4 off for 100 Thieves.
Almost made it possible.
It was so
that LCQ
possible.
form.
But shared throughout the whole of the 100 Thieves squad.
Yeah. And another early fight. Look at this. 5-ball in their face. Crash is holding a flash pop right through. 100 Thieves. They were disciplined enough. They had the levels to it because they were playing anti-flash, but they didn't have the guns.
And that's just made all the difference, hasn't it? 2v3s still supremely winnable because, as you can see with the NRG rotations, the defenders don't have enough bodies to cover the whole of the map. So if Stellar and Bang just play quietly for the moment, and now they're going to commit.
Smokes drop down, yeah. Unusual, look at that.
That's the new bind for
barrier of it as well, just pushing all the way through. Spam onto those angles. They hear the tap of it. It's Bang is left last one standing. Tries to at least block off one of the positions, but Artis swinging with the util. And so NRG have steadily been creeping forwards now. Off the back of that one Thrifty win, you can see the tide of this entire half has really just changed focus.
Yep. All comes down to that round 6, doesn't it? Or, pardon me, round 8. Where NRG were able to get that triple push off. I mean, just an insane situation that we're heading into here. A 4-round streak for NRG. 100 Thieves. The double blast pack initiations from Asuna were working so incredibly well. And I feel like they've moved away from that quite a lot. Maybe just trying to give a ton of respect to Victor's off
now. Okay. Clean with the movement to dodge it, but...
he gives up a lot of space there.
He does, yeah. Now he's not going to be so certain trying to post up onto that angle with the operator, but... pushing them back and away here. First 20 seconds just being used to fake like they could be hitting towards A with that pressure. Victor's going to be calling, though, the whole time now. Holding that deep angle into showers, and it's up to Crash with the jiggle. Doesn't get his head taken off his shoulders. Sives in the moment, gets good info for it. Now we see it. Initiation, potential. It's there. Movement's got to be corrected. Double satchel right up into the sky. Tries to avoid it. Artist close in the corner. Finesse well. The hammer and anvil pushed and pulled right into them. It's NRG who are striking all the way back. Derek left alone again. Into a 1v3. Where is the spike in the middle of nowhere? Tucked into the corner. With so much to do.
It's very tough. That Sage wall could get broken. He could get pushed. There might be flankers.
30 seconds
and there's
left.
a reckoning. Nade just looks unwinnable.
Just looks unwinnable. We said that one before. Needs to isolate a fight. Will not get one this time. Som takes it. Som wins it. And so 7-5. That's going to be the scoreline, Josh. NRG doing an almost miraculous job of being able to find their way back into this one after losing that string of rounds to the clutches.
Absolutely showcased their quality here on Bind with that recovery of the half. I think they can be very, very happy with how that one ended.
Yeah, absolutely. Just impeccable stuff so far.
Take a look at the replay here as well. This is the adjustment that they made. Artis able to just stand in that corner, even though he's dying to the snakebite. Just determined to stand his ground and shut down Asna's engagements at all costs.
And holding all those crossfires, very important. But that's going to be the first half wrapped up. Let's send it out to the desk to break it all down so far.
Thank you so much, Brennan Sideshow, and an exciting way to start off here for Week 5 in VCT Americas. 7-5 in a scoreline, but a deceptive one because even though it is 5 rounds for 100 Thieves, they came off of some clutches and pistol rounds as well.
I walk away from that half feeling stronger about the game plan for NRG.
Yeah.
It felt like 100 Thieves was doing a lot of the same stuff as last year, whereas NRG was really innovating and having such strong side anchors. But despite that, 100 Thieves individuals were looking insane. They had these 2 absurd clutch rounds on the B site back to back.
Yeah, Cryo really came to play today. This 1-on-4 he had was ridiculous.
Filthy.
And then Asuna follows it up. Derek almost closed it out with a 1v4, but Som, perfect Harbor util in that 1-on-1 against Derek. I think Som had such a good half on Harbor.
He was fantastic throughout the half. And for NRG, one of their strengths was their site anchor players. Crashes in particular towards the B site, and both the Harbor and the Viper did such a good job of shutting down these executes. We expected teams to play a lot more around these teleporters, the mid-round potentials with the map changes, but 100 Thieves was just going for hard Sage execs.
Yeah, I thought 100 Thieves would use that teleport a little bit more in the B hits, and I think NRG expected that too, initially playing 2 people at B, but the adaptation came in late in the half from NRG. They rotated a 3rd player to B, and it didn't seem like 100 Thieves ever really had an answer.
Now we look towards the second half, though, and with this Harbor Viper, I think one of the big strengths is going to be extremity control. Those cascades are super good for scaling up long, scaling into showers, pushing a sky flash through them, similar to how we see teams play on Pearl.
Yeah, I think the cascades to get early shower control with the Sky, potentially get long B control, the denial of info from the Viper simultaneously, it could make things really difficult for 100 Thieves.
On top of that, when they go for these actual side execs, they still have that Sage wall to block off space, to isolate these angles, and NRG is really strong in the mid-rounds. I'd expect more play around the teleporters in this second half.
Yeah, real fascinating to see what NRG cooks up with this Harbor. But for now, though, let's send it back over to Brennan's Sideshow. Have fun.
Let's get to it then. The second half here of Bind between NRG and 100 Thieves. And yeah, I'm curious of what the differences are going to be between how NRG are playing this attack side now.
I mean, interestingly, it looked like 100 Thieves were going for the exact same pistol setup. They had 4 leaning A, and it looked like Cryo was going to wall long, but they've made an adjustment at the final moments and put Bang over towards B.
Fast though. That's how they want to play this one. Flash in the face, a bit of anti-synergy. Victor is blinding up there. Nades are cleared through, and he's not wasting time, is he? Swinging right through the nade and taking up all that space. Still the 1-for-1, and Asuna contains towards the back of the site. Stella moves forwards, blocks off the choke point. And no one can move past it. They've locked it all down here, down to just Som and Artis. Now, lots of tools at their disposal, but how do they find these fights? Lots of time left in the round. Lots of potential to slow it all the way down, and it looks like that's going to be their approach now. A bit of a contact. Re-clear all the way through market.
You can see the wall that Cryo's put towards B long. And if Som goes over there, he'll find a timing just as it breaks. As the Sage wall breaks, 100 Thieves should probably be rotating another person to help Cryo here. But they haven't. Yeah, it's still only him defending B.
Locked off to the close corner here. Spots it with a jiggle. Wow, okay. Good reaction from Som. And now just looking that much more winnable, potentially. Both going to be dropped into their faces. This is going to be hard to try and get through. Broken in just a moment, though. Now, how do you want to approach this one if you are 100 Thieves? Molly to the side, jumping straight up. You've got to be taking these fights clean, though, and it doesn't look just that likely. The frenzy's in their face. That's going to drop to 1 health, and he's just not able to do it. NRG. On the brink of defeat there in that round. That was a 2 versus 4.
Really nicely done. I mean, the gap that they find is beautifully timed around that wall going down. And also this pistol, it's an NRG classic. They love getting Victor very deep at the beginning of these rounds, double blast packing into lamps or double blast packing into showers and taking space. 100 Thieves just didn't quite have an answer for how they were going to get out of hookah there.
Yeah.
No flash, no blast pack. How do you break crosshair placement? And this gives NRG a massive advantage in the map right now.
Here.
100 Thieves are going to be kicking themselves. That pistol round was what was required to get them even.
I've not seen this defensive Viper wall. It looks like they want to flash through it, but instead contacting up.
Yeah, but it's held. Drop down. Making note of this one. Stella taking the fight straight to them. Som, though, still far back angle as well as just watching for the showers push, but helps to contain as well as Stella was looking to retrieve that gun.
Finesse and Som are always going to be watching short and showers in those situations. And you saw the same thing the other way around for 100 Thieves. This double up in hookah is really the only dangerous part. They both only have classics. It's not like that they're with shorties, but maybe that'll help them out actually as the hit comes through.
I love this call though. Just completely avoid hookah control because you know that it's going to be compromised most likely, and even a high tide as well. Look at that. It's clever. Blocks off both the spawn angle and hookah. Slight angle though for Cryo to peek out of, and he is able to get a kill. Just the one.
Those high tides are so difficult to get perfect, and there's just a small gap there. I agree with you, Brent. The concept of the high tide is beautiful, cutting off hookah and CT. But that gap exploited. Does it make it winnable, though? I don't see how.
Asuna was so far away. I mean, it was an absolute marathon sprint through the spawn, and at this point, the time is running so damn low that they just want to play for exits. They want to try and make this expensive. Nade in his hands, though. Asuna doesn't anticipate it. There was a player going to be pushed up through, and, well, kill found, another round gained. NRG, what was just a steady lead, a slight lead, is now starting to grow into something that much more, looking like they could potentially spiral into a map win.
100 Thieves need an answer for this early map control play by NRG. And it's difficult. The desk was talking about it. Cascades are really good for being able to take control. But even more than that, Victor's aggression off the Sky utility is in itself just hard to counter.
See how they opt to do it.
Here.
Cascade is actually cut short here.
That's to avoid the Sky Flash.
Yeah.
So usually, Derek is going to be playing towards B long and Sky Flashing that. They're trying to deny info.
Jump spot getting that information, though. So
now they've got a good read. As soon as they see Stella's Viper Orb go up there, they know that he's going to be playing around this area, and they know that this spot is the most important piece of map control they can take. And once they're past it, do 100 Thieves have anything to flush them back out? Is there any re-clear?
All right, he's going to be landing. Top of tube, maybe into the corner as well.
Cubby, yeah.
Yeah, it's a full execute. Slow orbs as well, and look at the space that it's clearing out here. Good response by 100 Thieves, though. They use their own util in kind just to try and push them away. Slow orbs and the wall in their face.
NRG have not left anybody towards the other side of the map. You know, normally that would be Som or Finesse, but they're actually required to be here to use those snake bites and that high tide. So the pivot through the teleporter would be somewhat of a gamble right now.
Instead, it's going to be the cut noise re-hit. That's the only plan that they can really go towards. The spike is leaning towards hookah.
100 Thieves have read it, but they don't have much utility.
Nade flash slow. Satchel movement. Tries to offset it. Still Cryo. Round to the side. It's going to be the cove in his face, but no one's planting this one. Time running so low. And there's Som just trying to isolate these fights. One after the other moves to the side. He gets his 2 kills. Spike has to be planted though. Bang. Creeping, crawling around the side. He spots the plan and denies it. Okay. Round 1. It's the sole player left standing. And this has been a trend so far this entire map. The rounds that 100 Thieves are winning One player surviving, not much left in terms of the bank, in terms of being able to pull up. Because look at it, 100 Thieves, they win the round, and the investment in terms of their guns, I mean, we can see it.
Last player standing.
Stingers and half armor.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at what Brent was just talking about here. It's really rough economy for 100 Thieves because that bonus round did enormous damage. And 100 Thieves look like they want to push down short.
Aggression. One angle watch for.
Wow, it's a market crunch, but there's nobody there.
Yeah.
It's only Artist giving them info, and NRG react.
Very cool idea. Trying to squeeze them as well to Trailblazer. Artist barreling forwards, crashes there to trade. And the Reckoning as well gives them full peace of mind. No sound cues, they know that the site is fully cleared out. NRG on the cusp now of claiming that 10th round. Post-plan positioning is more than good. Derek though, disrespect being showcased. He thought he had the kill. Bit of a stinger moment there, just couldn't quite land that third bullet onto the head.
And Stella with the Spectre in heaven. Might be ruining the decision to force buy here, despite the fact that 100 Thieves won the round. It was just over from the get-go.
Hoping he can get a rifle, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to take a Phantom and get away. NRG looking so comfortable on this map. The calls are instinctive. Their players just understand their positions so well. Everyone looks comfortable.
Yeah, it's very well drilled.
That has made an enormous difference in the last week with NRG, getting people onto comfort roles. And yeah, I know you look at this and Victor's playing Duelist and Artis isn't, right? But that's not the point. Victor's been playing Raze on bind since people were making stone carvings of it. You know, NRG are super comfortable in this kind of spot. And they force 100 Thieves to take their last tack timeout of the map.
A necessary one. Because this is a map that has been spiraling out of control. Big ultimates online, of course, that we can see from the glimpse of this one for 100 Thieves. Maybe something that can turn the momentum, maybe get it on their side, but they don't have the money to really be investing into this one. And that's going to be probably what they're going to be calling now, you know? How do we want to be working with what we've got?
It's a tough situation. Can they cook up some kind of set play? Possibly. Are they able to get Stella into a position where he might be able to play aggressive, and then they close out the rounds with a showstopper orbital strike kind of plays? Maybe. But it doesn't look good for them.
No.
And just to return back to that NRG point, there was a really good interview this week coming out of NRG's victory that FNS did with Declan McLaughlin for Desherdo, where they were talking, FNS was talking about how they felt like, the quote was, especially versus Cloud9 and MIBR, it felt like we just didn't have instinct plays. We had no instincts in terms of that killer instinct. Everyone was playing almost like an NPC robot, doing what they were supposed to do and not trying to move away from that. And I think you just see the difference when NRG played on Ascent previously to close out that series, and here on Bind, that they're able to improvise on the fly and have those instinctive plays to punish 100 Thieves.
Those mid-round calls as well that have been so damn good.
They go for a showers crunch there. And Dog, does NRG realize that? Do they read it?
Spots the one. Is that going to give them enough information?
Usually if teams go for showers crunches, the react would be to head fast B.
Grouped up, Asuna. He was close on the corner because he had his showstopper, but he's rotating all the way back out. What's the kind of call that he's received here? I mean, whatever it is, it's incorrect because he was already out of there. He could have potentially got more. Still, Showers is in control of them for but a moment. Spike going to be planted though. Nade, no, denies it actually, so has to back away. Have to respect this one. Still with the ults online. Classic kill, showstopper. Oh, but a strike committing it. The call has been made and there's 100 Thieves who are winning it.
Look at that. Last player standing.
No rivals in their hands, left up to Som now. Rez bringing Derek back into the fold, making sure that this is fully cleaned up. No gaps in the play, no weaknesses. Cascades in their face, blocked off, a bit of spam. Maybe a kill could be found, but no, it's counter play, counter spam. Bringing him down. What a turning point. A heavy investment, don't get me wrong, for 100 Thieves, committing all those ultimates, but they win the round, and that's the important factor.
It feels like that same swing round, round 8, where we saw NRG go for the aggressive push, manage to find a Thrifty. It feels like it could be a similar shift in momentum happening at about the same time in the second half. 100 Thieves have managed to claw their way back in and bring this to only a 3-round deficit. But what was it off the back of? Going for a Showers Crunch, stacking the site, getting a bit lucky perhaps that NRG full committed A, and then recovering by using a ton of ultimate. Well, that ult economy is now massively in favor of NRG.
Rather lopsided.
They just have so many entry tools to batter back these two B defenders and cement their position on site.
So looking at this round, we now start to think about it in terms of 100 Thieves really needing to win it. And you can see it as soon as the contact is spotted, the showstopper, yeah, Victor carving out a path for the rest of his team to follow. Seekers as well. Now going to be that extra level applied. They know where Cryo is, they know his position's noted. There's going to be a double swing, should be clinical, should be clean, but again, you are facing Cryo. You're trying to take the fight to him. Eventually he falls as Asuna tries to relieve that pressure, flooding into the back, but the crossfire setup's too damn good. And left down to Derek.
Spike planted.
Also one of the players tries to get one of the fights under his belt. Wins it, still low. Flash to the side, pushes them back and away. Spring down, hoping that they would swing into it. But it's clean from NRG. 3 players surviving into it, keeping their rifles going.
And still keeping a good postman tool with Finesse's Viper's Pit. I was a little concerned that they didn't clear out Cryo as quickly as they could have done. But the opening aggression from Victor is really what's cementing it. Victor's entry capabilities, when he has that set idea of what he's supposed to be doing and how he makes space for the rest of his team, it's sublime. We just have so much footage at this point of him playing Raze with a fast entry, Neon with a fast entry. It works. This style just works for NRG. Hundred Thieves Sage Wall cuts off Showers as the Trailblazers used very early in the round to try and spot anybody short. The problem is, it only really saw, you know, many people shooting bullets and then Finesse. And Finesse is always going to be holding this spot, even if they're lurking towards B.
It's been slowed all the way through, so Finesse potentially waiting for the Viper to come back online so he can try and get a bit of a lurk play, maybe, but the rest of his team is right behind him as well with that spike in their hands. They are set up for a TP pivot.
Yeah, it looks like an A fake into a B pivot.
Okay.
They're gonna pit?
Yeah, I think this really does sell it though.
This is crazy. Look at the defender rotation.
Absolutely. They've dragged them all the way through, and guess what? Spike is not here. And now the space steadily gets taken up.
What a masterclass. What a finesse.
Stella's the last one standing here. I mean, it's going to be noted now that they are heading on to B, and he's going to be calling, guys, it was a fake. They committed into this one, but it leaves now. Victor is a bit of a backstab. This Viper's Pit is going to be fading. Finesse is all the way out of this one. Let's see what value he can get, but there is so much chaos in this round that anything can happen. This fight is so important. Bang wins it. Big one for him. He's left it now into that 4v5. NRG, how do they hold on to the post plan? Smokes in their face. Push past this one. Even a Cove as well on top of it. So many things to be dealt with on top of the wall. Trying to watch through it. Drops down. Stella can't really help the rest of his team. Blocks being broken and fights being taken. It's NRG to get themselves onto that 12th round. What a masterclass that was caught by Finesse.
Match point.
That's where you see the value that this guy can give a team. The mind games are going to continue all match between Finesse and Stella. But this is exactly the kind of round that Finesse loves to call.
Yep.
It's just impossible to read from the defender's point of view. And also in the post plant, we saw the value of Soms Harbor. The high tide, the cascades are so difficult to get through. Being slowed as you enter is a nightmare for the retakers. Playing into the strengths of the composition wonderfully. Now here, Victor still has Boombot, Crashing still has Trailblazer. They could try and put a huge amount of pressure on Stella. In the past, the play that they've gone for is to run the dog through the Viper's Pit and have Victor double blast pack from hookah into the pit. So they do this weird crunch play from hookah and from long. Now, they haven't run that for like half a year.
It's been a while.
Because Bind's been out of the rotation. Are they going to try it here? Would 100 Thieves be ready for it? Of course, they could always just end A and void this ult entirely.
Dogger, I think, spotting Asuna there onto the close corner, but 50 seconds remaining. Time has been bought, of course, but 5 opportunities for NRG to close out this first map. Stem that are on the cusp, and the pressure's going to be felt now. The heat turned up for 100 Thieves. You've got to make a difference and maybe take some risks. You're seeing it here. Manifested, Asana's just holding close inside the brim smoke, looking this way, that way. He's on a swivel.
Left.
Doesn't know what angle to watch. Smoke's going to be dissipating in just a moment, but with 25 seconds left, if he can try and deny them from even getting into the choke point, it could make all the difference. Underhanded nade, now to Reckoning. Pushing through. No one can really stand still anyway. You got to try and hold your ground, but the fight's being taken anyway. Barreled through. Still time. It's running so damn short. And bang. What a transfer. 7 seconds remaining up on top of the wall. Could have been a mistake, but a spike. Oh, it's planted. And time has been bought. Ardis onto the high ground position. He wins his fight out down to Stella to salvage the map, to keep them in it. But NRG, they've already got his position noted. It's doubled up. It's doubled up is the play, and it works out. 280.
NRG back to comfort territory. The Kings of Bind. They keep it going. It felt like a gamble, it really did. When Bind hasn't been in the map pool and you have no match data to go on, to just think, yeah, we can win this. This should be our map pick. By the way, Haven was open. Yep. NRG could have gone to probably their best map in the pool, but who knows? Now with this map pool shift, might make NRG just that bit scarier.
Haven was open, Ascent was open, yeah, they opted into Bind, and now, I mean, we really saw why.
Yes.
These guys were, you know, the former top team on this map back when it was that Optic core, but, you know, we thought with the meta changes, and of course the personnel changes, it's not the same as that old Optic squad, but nevertheless, they came out with very good ideas.
Absolutely. I think Ardis looked extremely comfortable in the Sage role and was providing a lot of value to the team. And what they've done with the Harbor, listen, it wasn't crazy flashy, but it made those retakes so much more difficult for 100 Thieves.
100 Thieves put up a very good fight, multiple clutch rounds. Saw that individuality really shining through from a lot of the players, but gonna find themselves on the back foot, losing this one. Still, it's map 1 over and done, but coming up next, map 2, so don't go anywhere.
He is currently unstoppable.
True.
He is just a consistent demon. El Diablo.
Hey guys, it's Ye. Welcome to my course on optimal Valorant training. I'm going to be demonstrating now some angle clearing, how slowly come around the corner as well, making sure no one's on these off angles.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
NRG head back to familiar territory, and with familiar territory comes familiar results as they walk away with a commanding 13-7 win on Bind, busting out the Harbor Cop, showing us some unique ideas, but overall just playing some good old-fashioned, good, wholesome Valorant. Of course, I'm Golden Boy here alongside with Mimi and Sean Garrett as we look to break everything down. And there's a lot to talk about because, one, we got Bind again. I love Bind, so this is exciting, Mimi. But also NRG. You want to talk about holding on to your crown. These guys are looking great.
The game plan for NRG was so solid. And on that defensive side to start off, the retakes with the Harbor Viper were incredible, and the anchors were consistently providing value. And what I thought was so cool, it was a combination of what used to work really well for them with Victor on this race, popping off, taking space for them on the attacking side, with this new stuff, with the double controller, bringing in the Harbor, which provided them so much value.
Yeah, and the retakes in the first half, like you mentioned, it should have worked way more than it did. A lot of those clutches went in 100 Thieves' favor. And when you look back at the end of this game, you look at the 7 rounds 100 Thieves managed to muster, almost all of them were like those clutches, the pistol, the pistol and the bonus.
Yeah, if it wasn't for the 3 clutches they pulled off, it would have been 13-3.
Yeah.
Like, that was a dominant game from NRG. 100 Thieves struggled to find adaptations. Their post plans were getting ran over by the Harbor Viper. And in the second half, NRG did such a fantastic job mid-rounding. The fakes were on point. I mean, the round where they just Viper's pit into A to full fake a late B hit, it was just classic finesse.
And then the Harbor ult usage, I mean, I felt like every time Sam used that Harbor ult, the Reckoning, there was immense value that was achieved out of it.
Oh, I mean, just look at the range of that thing, man. It was covering whole sites like nothing. It just felt like it was present on the site forever, which is really some wild stuff, Mimi.
And the roles just made sense. The casters were talking about it, but this is so comfortable for Victor on the Raze. And Artis was looking good on the Sage as well.
Yeah.
They're not doing weird stuff. They're not jumping the Killjoy around. They're playing something that is comfortable, and they're looking really good at it.
Yeah, but and a lot of people do probably have complaints with seeing Artis on the Sage, but it's very common when you look at the history of Bind.
I mean, Cryo was doing it too.
Exactly. A lot of Jets move into the Sage role on Bind because you typically find a lot more value in the Raze, and there's not a lot of overlap between Jets and Razes right now in the scene.
Well, let's continue to break it down a little bit more. And Sean, I know you have a little gameplay you want to break down here, so why don't you go ahead and take us over to the telestrated wall.
Look at that. Right over to the telestrated.
Fancy camera angles.
Yeah, look at this. So this is actually a really cool approach from NRG on this round, and you can see off of barriers, they haven't actually thrown anything. The Viper Wall hasn't been thrown yet. Nothing's been done by NRG, but it's about to happen. You can see it's going to happen from the Viper right here over towards short like normal. We're gonna get the Cascade over here towards shower to block off the line, and a super heavy showers take. And it's his Artis's role over here as this B lurker to do 2 things. One, if a Sky Flash comes down bottom B, he's supposed to get hit by it. He's supposed to give that false info over there by B. And the second thing is what we're gonna see. So Artis actually does a really good job of stalling out this market push from 100 Thieves. This is a super unique strat from 100 Thieves, and again, if we zoom in, you can see they're fully collapsing on market. And all Artis needs to do as the Sage is just slow it. So he takes a step back, he ends up slowing this angle off, and you can see as we speed a little bit through this, from showers, this is the craziest part because that Cascade we initially saw has a 7-second activation time. And the second it falls, Victor's coming through it from showers, and at that moment, Sam is using his high tide to cut across the site, which you're seeing right now, and they're in between now the Harbor high tide and this Viper Wall, and this is when the Reckoning is used by Sam. And you can see the round is literally over now. We are, you know, a few seconds into this round. It's 1:23 on the clock. They're planning the spike, and we're in a 4-on-2. They're dogging deep spawn to clear out the Viper, and the round is over. It was such a good approach by NRG in just this round. It let me know the game was over at 10-6.
And the reactions throughout that one were really good too, because instantaneously it's off of that crunch that they're making that play. They are so willing to play slow in those early rounds, to play back and find that reaction, because that's one of the things that Harbor Viper is really good at. You have so much flexibility when you have both a wall that's recharging for your Viper that you can put up at any time to threaten lurks, and the Harbor Wall as well that's coming back every 45 seconds to help you out. It just gives so many options to your IGL in the mid round that Finesse just looks so happy to slow things down and take his time.
Yeah, it was really cool ideas, I think, across the board. But moving on, though, we could talk about it all day, but we got to move on because, look, guys, before you go out there and you click some heads, you got to click the bubbles first. Let's go into some aim lab shoot around here with Bank from 100 Thieves, but continue to talk about what 100 Thieves can do going into this matchup, in this map, too, because it's Fracture. 100 Thieves, Sean, are in a really bad position here, being down in this series, but also these are games you simply can't give up at the middle of the split like this.
Yeah, I'm a little worried for 100 Thieves coming into Fracture. They looked good previously, you know, in this split on Fracture, on Fracture. They do a lot of pushes using Asana's Sky, actually. He's dogging aggressively on defense. I'm worried because I think NRG, better than any of the other teams from North America, can hold for these pushes, run defaults, absorb the pushes, and let FNS call a mid-round perfectly off of it. It's a nightmare for 100 Thieves if that were to happen, and I kind of see that being the case here.
And there's a lot less information on NRG. They haven't played this map since lock-in, so there's an expectation that they will pull out something new, that they could change something up in the weeks that they've had since then. And for 100 Thieves as well, I like your game plan. I think the Southside crunches are really good, putting an emphasis on taking that space and also putting an emphasis on getting these orbs, having a lot of rounds built around those Breach and Brim ultimates. It's a sound game plan, but you're going in kind of blind against NRG.
Yeah, I do wonder as well, as I think Age of Select's going to be coming up in a moment, but I do wonder, one thing that we noticed in that last game was that something that was happening was fast play, right? It was Victor going fast. And there's opportunity here for you to potentially, if you're NRG, to go fast again for Victor and just enable him, but Victor's instead going to slow down. He's got a job to do.
So this is a comp change. They were running the raised jet last time, so it is going to be a pivot with that Killjoy being locked in.
Yeah, and I like that out of Energy. I think the double duelist on Fracture saw a lot of play at lock-in, but we're seeing it kind of fall to the wayside now as teams have become more familiar with it. You know, we've come back into a heavy util meta.
I like the Sky pick as well. It's become a lot more popular on this map, but the dog provides a lot of value for taking control on extremities, and flashes for mid-round information can be super helpful on this map. As for 100 Thieves, it looks like they will go back to that double initiator comp built around the jet, and it's actually mirrored with Artist locking in his own jet pick.
And I've said this before on this broadcast, but when I see this happen, when a team like Energy who has no footage on Fracture busts out a mirror comp against 100 Thieves, who themselves has a very unique comp, it tells me that Energy probably did a lot of homework into this comp for this matchup.
It also shows NRG, again, is leaning into comfort. They're giving these players roles that they're confident on, which is going to make this a very tough game for 100 Thieves.
All right, well, let's see how this one works out. But, guys, I must ask you a question. Oh, that's right. Are you ready for map number 2? Well, here come the Mustache Brothers. It's Brennan's sideshow. I totally made that up.
I'm disappointed.
He's got a ghostwriter.
He does have a ghostwriter. They need to be fired. There's a writing strike coming as well. They can't be working.
Exactly.
There's a writing strike soon. Who knows? But listen, map 2, Fracture. That is the map that we're going to be facing here. And I think Sean brings up a very good point before we even headed into this one. It's listen, NRG, heavy counter-strat team. They love to do their preparation. They love to learn what teams are running. And 100 Thieves, you know, one of the few teams in Americas that have been playing a lot of leaning into Fracture ever so slightly when it comes to their map pool. So a lot to glean from this one.
And then 100 Thieves also have very heavy set play, defensive aggression style on this map. They're going to be pushing out A-holes, pushing tree, south side pushes are the name of the game. And I think Sean's bang on the money here. I mean, look at what they're going for off the rip.
Yeah, flash to disrespect it. As well as the dash as well. Artist taking up all this space. It's a refight is called.
It's all a fake.
It has to respect it. Yeah, it's a full fake on the pistol round, nevertheless. All this util being dumped in. They pulled the players right away. There's only one player who's going to be absorbing any sort of that B play. They are selling this so damn well. All the util, but Stella, turret's still active. That spot's out there. They are crossing onto the site, and the call's going to be made now. Stella noting. Quick clearance there of the tower.
That re-clear of tower has bought enough space for 100 Thieves to get into retake positions. 100 Thieves love pushing the extremities on the retakes. And look at the position of Asana. He's the playmaker here.
Right here.
Usually 100 Thieves are going to try and send people towards tree as well, but they didn't have time this round because they didn't control halls.
And this fight is so important over towards Arcade. First bit of a pump there towards Jenny. Wide swing as well. Coverage from the rest of his team. Asana needs to get a kill. Needs to try and find his one here to the side. Som though. Enough time being bought. Stella pushing them back. Som low enough. A bit of spam. One chip damage will do it, but he still survives in the middle of all of this. And the post plant setup just too damn clean. NRG strolling away, a casual jaunt in the park is what it felt like as they win that pistol round.
How about a finesse masterclass on the pistol? I mean, we talk so much about how good he is at selling these fakes. They are beautifully constructed, and the other part of that too is he will run an A hit later in this half that looks exactly the same, but they finish A. He is very balanced in terms of the way that he runs these kind of strategies. And NRG just cooking up a beautiful pistol round there, which not only did it fake out 100 Thieves, but it denied them Hall's control. And 100 Thieves on defense are always going to be looking for the pushes on their defense because it sets them up for very solid B retakes where they control these stairs, they control arcade.
Looking at Victor, despite a fight that might be about to be taken from Artis with that dash because Victor's about to be pushed all the way on the north side. Kill claimed. Backs away, holding close to the rope there, so no danger of him losing the gun and losing his life. Now moving forward, it's going to be smokes dropped down. Stella anchored around Dice. Holding a close corner. He's blind though. Actually fired off a couple of shots there. Artis, he should have been notable. Should have been known at least still. It's going to be watched for there. There was a repush attempt as 100 Thieves looked to see if they could tackle them as they were trying to take the side, but no Dice.
There's those classics doing work again. For 100 Thieves, no rifles that they can pick up. The players that they're killing are deep on site, deep in NRG enemy territory.
The post-plant setup is a little bit too strong. 2 Vandals, the Bulldog as well.
It's interesting to see the way that Bang & Asuna play this, actually, because I think that the way that 100 Thieves play, they need these ult orbs. But it looks like they're just happy to die to the spike.
Yeah, with Crashes and Victor so close, or not so close, but listen, halfway.
Yeah.
To that point when it comes to their ultimates, call gets made, so they're going to be going down to the spike to deny any of that.
Yeah. But the way that 100 Thieves like to play on the defense side of this map, they grab the initiative a lot. They control the tempo. Yeah. And I think often having ultimates really helps you there. It helps you grab the initiative way more aggressively. Another big win condition for 100 Thieves is getting the operator in Cryo's hands. Having Cryo op made all the difference the last time they played Fracture. He just looked insane at it. But instead, we're going to see a tree push. Once more. 100 Thieves leaning into the aggression.
A straight-up clash that's about to be taken.
Can NRG hold on? Is Sean right? Can they absorb the aggression?
The stun and a smoke to cut it off. This is a call, though. Look at this from NRG. They anticipated it. There was a stun being held, and they used the util to try and push them back all the way through.
Very nice. That's that part of the anti-strat that comes through. NRG are not going into that. Unexpected.
On Victor. It's an off angle. Potentially favored there with the ADS Bulldog, but no, Cryo. Wide swing, rips his head off, takes away one piece of the puzzle.
And Cryo's once again going to float around. He just wants to take as many fights as possible here. Artis is completely alone in this spot.
He's containing 2 of the 100 Thieves players, but they have enough locking down this site. Both smokes were expended there towards the A site.
Finesse is running into A, making as much noise as possible, trying to make it feel like it is an A hit.
And it's just not the case.
Well, Artis knows that these players are not rotating. He would be able to hear them if they had left sight.
And now it's NRG who are running out of the answers. They need Artis to find an opening. It's contacting through, not making any noise all the way up the ropes. It's a risky venture from him. There could be somebody holding left. Just close, and he wouldn't be favored taking that fight, yet still he clears it out behind the dice, though. That's what they'll strike, but it's that pincer and containment still. Safe hands from Derek. 3 in a round for him, shuts that one down in a moment's notice.
A major round from 100 Thieves to stabilize and ensure that NRG aren't allowed to run away with it. Because at some point on Bind, NRG just turned up the tempo and ran away with that map. Like the Des was talking about, it could have been a 13-3. It was that dominant. And how are they getting that victory? By Cryo prodding towards tree and then re-clearing arcade, constantly keeping this guy active. And they still don't have an op in his hands. Normally that's going to come online around round 6, round 7, something like that. But more aggression, more tree push.
And this is going to be a staple of the composition.
But ideally, what 100 Thieves want is for NRG to take the bait and react quickly into their Killjoy so that they can set up fast flanking retakes. And NRG have just slowed it down.
Seeker's Trailblazer splitting up into convergence onto the side. The dash forwards from Ardis. High ground contained, yet still Stella. He's anchoring, reigning supreme, and he's got the help of the rest of his team. Barreling through. A flood attempt to deny, crashes. Showcasing some of that consistency, and at the same time, it's Victor as well. He's evened this up.
But the spike is not in a spot where NRG can grab it.
Cryo low enough, though. One bullet to the chest will do it. Doesn't need to be accurate. Stun, pushing him away. But you are right. Advantage is there. Spike out into the open. The fight wants to be taken straight to them. A smoke to cut off one of the angles. This is risky. Mario potentially opened himself up there to many, many angles, but backs away to safety. Now a flash as well. Pushing him back, comes out of this! Oh my word! Crashies with 4 in a round.
Amazing round from Crashies, but look how antsy 100 Thieves are in those spots.
Yeah, not content to just sit there.
In terms of the pace that these teams are comfortable playing out on Fracture, 100 Thieves only looks comfortable when they're constantly doing something. Cryo has to be hunting for a fight. They have to be flashing. They need to be fault lining. They need to grab the info, because otherwise they start to worry. Have NRG outplayed them? Have we given up some map control? I mean, the spike was right there at their feet, and they still didn't feel comfortable to slow it down.
Yeah.
This whole map, it feels like NRG's job will just be to slow the tempo down. Here's another north side crunch. Do NRG react fast off this one? Almost every team has a protocol to push B.
And essentially flip the map. That's going to be a rolling thunder. It's used to push them forwards. Cryo trying to take up this space. Does he realize? Still Ardis is there! Off to the side. Dash updraft. It doesn't matter. He does not survive. A flood in. It's up to back. Holding his ground behind the dice angle again, but it's watched for. And NRG looking so damn in control. Molly at the feet, denying everything.
Easy stuff for Som.
So rapid the way these rounds are happening. And yeah, you're right. Easy stuff indeed for Som.
Yeah. 100 Thieves have an idea there. They're trying to trigger this protocol out of NRG. They want NRG to push fast and then hit them with the breach ult. But when the breach ult came through, everybody from NRG was still stuck behind the brim smoke except Ardis, and Cryo didn't clear it. He didn't think about the fact that Ardis could still be inside that jet smoke. He thought Ardis was with the rest of his team behind the brim. So, massive flaws in round 4 and round 5 from how 100 Thieves are playing this. I mean, they let a 5v2 slip through their hands, and now they look rattled.
A timer has to be called. You've got to calm the nerves, correct the game plan, because right now it's 100 Thieves. Listen, they haven't really switched up too much. We know how they like to play. It's, heavy emphasis on the defense side of flipping the entire map, going for those north side crunches or south side crunches, really pushing through with the Trailblazer, trying to pincer those players and flip that map for them. But NRG are a dangerous team when you give them that tape, when you give them the knowledge that they can, push and pull you and do whatever they want with you, really. And that's what's really being showcased.
And part of 100 Thieves' strategy is that for the first 6 or 7 rounds, they're going to push you really aggressively. Then at about round 6 or 7, they give Cryo the op, and it starts to slow down. And they're hoping that the teams they play against are conditioned to have these really passive defaults and then just walk into Cryo's op. And it worked beautifully against Crew. Cryo was 7-0 in terms of first kills to first deaths. The aggression was working, the opping was working. I think this timeout for 100 Thieves, not only is it designed to settle the nerves, but it's also telling them to save for the op. Look at Cryo with a classic 2,500 in the bank. He is definitely going for the operator here.
Got the Blade Storm though as well, could potentially do some work, but there is no time wasted. Ardis pushing forwards and Util through. Derek's trying to reclear Jenny, but already NRG, I mean, they are taking all the timings against them. Left up to this, a close angle. Bang, he's got to hear that reload, and he knows it's there. That's why he's at that slight off angle, but it's one thing to win it with the Sheriff. Still, Cryo in the fight. Watched for. Dash, active. Dog in his face. Dash is back. Yet still it connects, and he's stunned up. No more util left to make the most of these knives. And time is starting to run short. That's close. Oh, he's taking a fight there. He's giving up a rifle, potentially. Yep. Exchange. Cryo's got that one in his hands, yet loses the fight regardless. Asna will do well to just try and save this one, if he can even get out at all.
NRG with the punish. They move up 5-1. But now we get to see it. Are they going to go for the operator? It looks like it. Okay, so Cryo gets that online, and this changes things a lot. 100 Thieves have had a couple of aggressive rounds still with Cryo opping. They put the Jet and the Killjoy together, and they triple push the others out. But in general, Cryo is just going to be looking for his team to slow the pace down so that he can rotate and find the spots where NRG are pushing forwards. The only bad part here to the 100 Thieves game plan is, not only are they in the hole in terms of their rounds, but they are in terms of the ult economy. Can Cryo really hold these spots against a Rolling Thunder or an Orbital Strike?
Stun Dog pushing him away. Dash still active, but Cryo's been isolated. He's been found, and the op's going to be called out. Smokes dropped. Time is of the essence. Orbital Strike to cut them through, and that's to try and isolate one of those fight, but again, just spamming the other side of it. Bang gets caught out.
Here.
Rolling Thunder, why not? Throw it into the mix. Pushing them all the way back, and the operator gets nothing done. Close to the corner, a fight needs to be won. It's Asuna, dropped to 1 health. Still alive, still in the fight, still in action, but what can they do here other than save? They got to back away, and they're not even going to get the operator out of there.
Wow. Devastating. Absolutely devastating for 100 Thieves. They went for a re-clear. Cryo and Asuna holding hands through door, looking to regain some hole control and put the pressure back on NRG. It all fell to pieces. And you see that sad blue X on the map. And there lies the treasure, the operator.
Not going to be able to save it.
There's no chance.
NRG would love to hunt for some rifles here, obviously, with the state of the economy for 100 Thieves. Got to stay alive, got to stay healthy. Aston is low, he'll go down. Single shot.
And with the Blade Storm already used, with the operator offline as well, it is now really rough. The economy in a terrible, terrible spot for 100 Thieves, despite the massive loss bonus. NRG running away with it here.
Look at the ults they've still got to use. I mean, I thought they overinvested in that round, but honestly, yeah, they've got plenty to spare, even still.
Tons. That's the problem. The ult economy just got up to such a good spot. And to be honest, they ran Cryo down with normal utility. You know, they didn't even really invest the ults into him specifically.
Blinded. Money all over the place here. What? The approach from NRG looks like leaning towards that B split. All the way up. That's a dash with the stun.
You should run.
Still active here for Ardis. Wants to try and clear tower. Stella doing the most. Yet he is locked in his position. When the attacker's locked down, he needs to take a fight. He needs to push through, and it's going to be watched for. Doesn't gain another one. Not for his troubles. Bang trying to vacate. He won't be able to find any easy path out of there.
But this is the uncomfortable territory now for NRG. They've allowed 100 Thieves to do that halls push, and this is where their retakes look decent. Crashy's positioning, though, I think should win them the round.
They're all from main. Orbital strikes while pushing them back. Cut up, crossed up, Cryo dashes forwards, but I mean, Derek just can't push forwards. He can't wade his way through the ultimate. Left alone in this 1v2. And it's that post-plan positioning. Crashy's holding close. The crossfire setup's just too damn strong. NRG have a complete understanding of how 100 Thieves want to play this map.
They do, utterly. They read that triple push, and they know in their bones that Canteen and Generator have nobody there. Because they've watched the VODs, they know what it is. There is always Cryo with Asuna and Derek as a triple push coming through halls. If the push is coming from that direction, those three players are gonna be there.
Right here.
And 7-1 the lead. Ops on both sides now. Though Ardis has Blade Storm if things get funky. Cryo's gonna look for the re-peek. He needs a first kill here.
Crossing over. Crashes is already on that deeper angle. He's holding for the jump spot. Does he even realize this?
There's no way.
I mean, an angle here. Still, the door is open. Deep flash gives a bit of info, but I don't think they expect Crashes to be here. I mean, will it make a difference?
That deep flash tells Crashes they don't know he's there. So you could see Crashes try and walk up on them. At the moment, though, happy to be patient, hoping that Cryo is just going to swing a little deep.
He knows the door's still open. Oh my goodness.
And suddenly, Cryo realizes, I was holding the wrong angle the whole time.
Yeah, pushed back. So got the operator though. With the Trailblazer used, it's a big tool to try and push an operator off that angle still. 45 seconds left now. NRG taking their sights over towards a different section, towards B main. 100 Thieves are still holding close though. Derek's inside the smoke in case they decide to contact. He hears the orb being picked up, so now he's got to know. But when is this going to be fading? Well, being used up close, holding straight to them. Double updraft play, they spam it out. Still Artis over the top. Nana Swarm at his feet. Can't remain rooted, can't remain stationary, and he will not. With the right click, clearing a way through, a path is gained. But with 15 seconds left, an opportunity for 100 Thieves. Can they deny this? No! Flick to the side, bang is met. Onto the head though. Operator versus operator, a bit of a sniper battle.
Finesse positioning, good in the post plant. Cryo looking for it.
Trying to retake this one with the orb, the angle.
Last player standing.
Take it to the side, watching it, a wide swing from Finesse. Any sort of danger in the round just evaporated.
And after an incredibly rocky beginning to Americas, NRG look like they are dismantling one of their biggest rivals for those bottom playoff spots.
Yeah.
Just to reiterate again how important this is, NRG are up against some of their most massive rivals, 100 Thieves, Furia, these kind of teams fighting for their life just to make it into playoffs currently. And 100 Thieves came off the back of a major win against Leviathan that looked like they were going to have the momentum and save their season. Suddenly, they are getting punched in the mouth. NRG just know everything.
2-0 loss in this fashion would be dire.
Yeah.
In terms of the grander scheme of things for the playoffs as well. Still, deep push at Arcade.
Not just because it would push 100 Thieves to 3-3, but also because they would lose the head-to-head against one of their big rivals if it comes down to a tiebreaker.
If the maps ends up being as one-sided as this, the round differential also might start to play a part.
This is dangerous.
Stella's crossed here. They don't seem to be aware at all. Swings wide. What a landing.
That was an insane spray transfer from Som.
I got the spike.
He got 2 in that situation and has actually recovered it for NRG.
He's done well there. More than well. A lot was asked of him, and he stepped up to the task. Still, Crashies this whole time been contacting through, and now he's going to be making the call, the comm. Guys, the A site looks pretty clear. I've got it watched, I've got it angled. And Bang was just opening himself up there. Just seemed none the wiser that A horse push could have been even a reality. But could this still be turnable?
They've got the weapons.
And Derek's got the ult. Rolling Thunder to try and cleave their way through into the site. Open up a path. Down to the side here, Aftershock. Clears the coast corner, Asuna. Opens himself up, he's able to take an easy fight, but here's the danger of this one. Rolling Thunder to push them back. Victor, does he have Nana Swarms on that spike? That's the question. Not in sight, starting to tap this one, pushing forwards, Asuna taking the fight, half under the fuse, sticking it through, no, gets off of it, trying to double play it. Derek, you need to win this fight out, and it's not likely. Crashy standing up, taunting the opposition because he knows. Oh, he knows. Ice cold, 3 in a round, contains it down, and this lead is insurmountable.
That's another unlosable situation for 100 Thieves. I know that they had a bad eco heading into the round, and they did an amazing job even making it winnable, yes. But to find yourself in that clutch scenario when you're pretty confident, the breach ult has hit both of them, and Derek doesn't trust Asuna, doesn't stick, gets off at half. They'll be kicking themselves in the VOD review sessions after this game. It is going to be heartbreak in the 100 Thieves camp if it carries on like this.
And now you're seeing a bit of desperation. Full containment, 100 Thieves. They want to try and Rolling Thunder and fight this one aggressively with the Seekers. Split its way through.
Spike down, B.
Well, look at that. Still, NRG, how are they winning this fight?
Victor just ran in.
I mean, it's just absurd.
He just ran in and killed 3 of them. It's another round where 100 Thieves should be favored, and it's all slipped away.
They had a full convergence just watching that arcade push. 100 Thieves winning the necessary fights, but I mean, I gotta see that from Victor's perspective. He just wins that out just by wading through and left up to Stella. Util's gonna get triggered. He has the spike, so he gets that plant down. Or let's should say Som here. Getting the plant down. Locked into the close corner. Stella's got to try and find one of these fights. He hears the jump spots. We know Som located, spots the other one. Now it's going to be noted, yet still doesn't win the fight. I mean, confidence from Victor. 4 for him.
Last round before
How did he
the
open
switch.
that one up? I mean, give me a glimpse at least. I mean, that was just ridiculous.
Yeah, that's a crazy one. Take a look at the replay here. He just walks through. B main. Obliterates the players trying to swing through the smoke to trade it.
Unbelievable.
But also, working off the distraction, the whole of 100 Thieves focused on arcade because that's where the vast amount of the NRG players are. And normally, Victor's playing quite passively in those spots. I mean, this is over. Yeah. This is over. 100 Thieves, their only major rounds they've won in this whole match were Cryo's 1v4 and Asana's 1v2. What, they won a couple sprinkling pistols in between?
Close. No way, not like this. What? Why not? Spectre straight into the smoke. Who knows what targets we were aiming for, but 2 kills claimed, so an advantage is found. But if that's what it's take, Josh, I mean, even when 100 Thieves are set up like this, they haven't been able to close out the rounds.
Well, it's not just that they have a
right
player
here.
advantage, but actually on the A site, it's still a 2v3 for 100 Thieves. They're not confident in the information that the Killjoy utility has given them on B, and they're not confident playing retake on that side, so Derek's gonna be on the other side of the world.
And this has really been slowed down, waiting out the smokes. Now you see it. The time to strike. Laid down. Spam through to try and catch the cross there, but you have to give up the side. And as that spike goes down, it's not planted for a post-plan crossfire setup from Horse and Drop. Now you see the lockdown, but it's going to be an orbital strike. Yeah, and that's used in response of it. Clears it out. 100 Thieves are aware of this, though. They weren't standing close. They just give it the space. Wait it out now, but Finesse. Oh, Finesse. Flash through to clear this one, and timing is absolutely everything here. No one looking to the side. Close into the corner, stunned up. Som still not being cleared, and a fight being taken, split apart at the seams. Som still claims 2, just close, but it's not planted for them. Sticking, diffusing all the way through, but being swarmed from every angle, and he can't get it through. 11 rounds. 1 is all 100 Thieves will get.
Player standing.
Another 3v4, another player disadvantage situation, another victory for NRG.
Just
This is
insane. Yeah, this is just insane. Well, for more on NRG's prior struggles in the first few weeks on stage, let's hear it from Artis himself.
We started off playing 2 like perfect, basically. So now we're 1-3. We had the talk. We had a big talk as a team, and we understood that we're 1-3 guys. Like we need to change something up. And Pujon said, like, listen, let's just start taking more risks. Like we need to start doing something, because the way we obviously were playing, if we continue playing the way we were, obviously it wasn't going to work out. So we need to change, and I think it's helped out for this game. But to be honest, I think the real test will be next week against 100 Thieves. So I mean, that'll be the real game.
Well, talk about a real test. They've passed this one with flying colours. It's 11-1 the half, and NRG's move to going to exploitative play, anti-stratting, the players on comfort positions, playing aggressively off each other but in a coordinated manner. I mean, that is working beautifully. And talking about Crashies, the last time he played, the last time that NRG even played on Fracture was that game against Loud, crazy moment where they had multiple ways of being able to close it out. Crashies had 33 kills in 34 rounds, and yet they heartbreakingly lost in OT as Kawanseen hit the 1v3 to eliminate them from lock-in. NRG, since then, have been avoiding the map. And you said it at the beginning, Brent, and I echoed that sentiment. The map pool looked like 100 Thieves could have run away with this on map 2 and map 3, because they've been favoring Fracture and NRG haven't. But that prep work and the fact that they've been in the lab waiting for this moment, oh, it's just paid dividends.
The fire's been lit underneath NRG. You can feel it. I mean, just even in the interview, Artis, the frustration on some of these players' faces, you know, coming out of the fact that they are leaning at the bottom of that, you know, standings when it comes to the middle of the pack, aiming for that playoff spot. They understood the importance of this matchup here. 100 Thieves are going to be one of their competitors when it comes to later down the line as we're heading deeper and deeper into the Americas League. We're already halfway through, and you're seeing that importance play out, but Yeah, it was a necessary win for both of these teams, I think, to just make it that much more doable, to land in that top 6 as we look forward to that playoffs.
And we heard Derek say earlier, when talking about NRG, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And both of these teams have had such a storied run so far, just through 2023. 100 Thieves started awfully, looked like they were going to recover, big upset win over Leviathan. And now, if they get the pistol, that'll only be the second that they've won on Fracture.
See if there's a way to rally back here for 100 Thieves, but NRG might just be trying to compete for one of the most one-sided maps that we've seen in the Americas thus far already. A grand start, a grand opening. But spamming into the common positions, Victor Stell with what is that by Ardis? The adjustment, the flick to the side, warbang in play, damage being done, shot doesn't land. Stella survives, but now he is just being picked apart. Flash, not connecting down to Asuna. It's a 1v2 to win the pistol, to have any chance of this one. Wider swing, you can feel it. It's all being applied, and it's NRG who win it out.
All smiles on the faces of NRG, and for 100 Thieves, they are going to be reeling. There was a great interview, Brent. Stella with Sage Tatooine for Esports Illustrated after they beat Leviathan. Stella said, "This was the best match we've played in a month. It's a big relief to have your emotions so high after that upset result, and coming in here against NRG, believing you can do it, seeing that path to playoffs, and then losing potentially 13-1 here on Fracture. I mean, it just puts you straight back in the dumps. The emotional roller coaster will be so difficult for 100 Thieves to handle, even looking towards future matches.
Because this has just been crushing. Sheer domination. Cheeky peek by Finesse. Gets good information though, but oh, it's looking all but done.
100 Thieves are going to go for one last desperate effort with the force buy, but their attack side would just have to be utterly perfect from here on out. And even that would only get them to OT.
Yeah. For NRG, you'll think they are happy. Bad beginning to their season, to the split in the Americas. Former Kings of North America. Drop down, you know, it's uncomfortable territory for that core of that old Optic squad, but the preparation is clear, made manifested, and we're witnessing it right now with that scoreline. Still 100 Thieves attempting to battle back, scraping back. It's got to be one round at a time, and it's got to be here. It's got to be now. Fights taken, fights won. So the first piece of the puzzle sorted.
Smoke's down.
Good post-plant position as well. Full containment there towards Halls and drop. Even a couple of players onto the side.
I've just seen so many favored situations slip away from this team.
No way. Trade there onto Som. 2 versus 3. The position is noted. Stella needs to be that last extra element in this round now. Aftershock clears out the corner. I know they can't stand their ground, but it's good util to push them back. Even still, a double face as well. Fights a 1 out. So, like I said, Josh, first piece of the puzzle is sorted, but
this place is nice.
It's a 1,000-piece jigsaw at this point, mate. I mean, good luck.
Yeah, and they got 2 minutes to solve it. I mean, it's a physical impossibility, I would say. NRG have just looked too good today. I think these final rounds, you have to believe, because that's your job to believe. But at the same time, it's about getting the confidence building for the next time, so that you look back at a game like this and you don't just think you got wrecked. It's about making the scoreline respectable and giving yourself real tangible things that you can improve on, rather than just going back into the VOD review and thinking, well, what
that was
can I take away
15
from
minutes.
This? Yeah.
That was a short one. Derek watching the push. Double swing up. Oh my goodness, the shot's okay. No kill found, but okay, well, yeah. All right, watching his back, why not?
And the fans will like that one.
Yeah.
Good one, Timmy.
The
Go on, get him.
Honorary. Push it forwards. That's a flawless.
It is, yeah. Now NRG are going to get their rifles back. What a way as well, Brent. Something we didn't touch on. What a way for these two cores of these teams to clash for the first ever time. blew my
really
mind.
Touched on that, have we?
Blew my mind when I was thinking about that this morning. That the two cores of these teams, despite being competitive within North America, they did not play against each other all last year.
Which is just insane.
The last time that Derek played against NRG, Derek was playing for Rise. Anyone remember that team?
Oh, 2021 LCQ, yeah.
A long, long time ago. And then they just haven't clashed since then. They never ran into each other. Different groups, didn't meet in playoffs. And for 100 Thieves, I feel like they've just been mentally out of this game since they lost that 5v2 in, I don't even know what round it was, round 6 or something.
Yeah.
They've just fallen to pieces.
Because the game plan has not worked.
No.
Look back at all of that first half, you know, it's night and day compared to the last time they were playing Fracture. The game plan was dismantled, pushed back, and they knew exactly when Cryo had the operator as well, and now it's a sheer-faced cliff, I think, is what you really have to try and climb round at a time, one at a time. It's the mentality you got to have here, but plenty of opportunities for NRG to close this one out in a 2-0 fashion, which would be huge for them. Again, those playoff implications playing out, they'd love it.
Yeah, not only does it put NRG in a great spot with their win-loss record, but like I said before, they would win the head-to-head against 100 Thieves if they both end about 4 and 5. They would have a better map differential, potentially amazing round differential, as long as they can close things out early. And this is a great chance. Before any ults come on board, can NRG shut this down?
Orbs being picked up, bit of pressure applied there. They break the turret towards Arcade and even send in a flash for good measure. Trying to fake like they are, leaning over towards that B side. But Sommer's holding. Pixel angle, ADS, and well, doesn't quite land the shot, but can't blame him for that one. It was a tough one.
He's just looking to get info and escape.
The Seeker's going to be offloaded now, pushing into the side. This is going to be a fast play. 100 Thieves, risks could be opened up right now. Dash over the top. Stun is landed. A bit of running gun is what's necessary against NRG. Oh my word.
Spike down A.
4 survive. We're still the last one standing. It's up to him. And too much to do. 13 to 3. One of the most one-sided maps we've seen. Not the most one-sided yet. NRG win it in a 2-0 fashion.
And I think it's very poetic, Bren, that it ends with Finesse gunning down Stella in the back. Because this game felt like Finesse completely deconstructed the 100 Thieves game plan. There were no adaptations that 100 Thieves could come up with. Downloaded, read, dismantled. Finesse and the rest of NRG just looked phenomenal. Back in their own home ground, their stomping ground of Bind. And on a map that they've historically been amazing at, but haven't really showcased it at any point in VCT Americas, their Fracture looks sublime. I think we'll have to see whether their Fracture looks as good against other teams, because to me, this was very anti-strat heavy.
Yes.
But huge credit to them. They put the prep work in to win probably the most important game of NRG's season so far, and they didn't just win it. This was like the Loud versus Furia game, where a top team, a historically god-tier team, has some plucky upstart looking to come towards them, and they sit them down.
Shut them down entirely. Showmanship going to be exchanged here with a fist bump. So NRG setting themselves up very nicely with this 2-0 win, as we've already been mentioning over and over again. The head-to-head, the matchup going their way. Building up the round differential, they did their homework. Straight A's across the board.
Looking forward in NRG's schedule as well. They play against Furia. If NRG are in this form, Furia's a winnable opponent. Then Loud, we get to see the NRG Loud clash once more. Could be an epic game. And then EG to close it out. NRG are in a rough spot. They knew that they were in a tough spot. But it looks like they've put in the work to recover their season. The path is there. It's right before them. And that first step, possibly the most difficult one, they took it emphatically.
Absolutely. We'll see if that form continues as well. heading deeper and deeper into the split, because at the end of the day, it isn't a long season, Josh. It's not a tournament, you know? You don't have to start strong right off the rip. NRG showcasing that ever so slightly as well, evening it out. But that's going to do it for the first series of the day, of course. Let's send it back down to GB in a desk to break it all down. We'll see you in just a few.
Thank you so much, fellas. And NRG looking dominant out there in the streets, man. They are pounding. Unfortunately for 100 Thieves, that means that they are going to lose 0-2. NRG straight up domination right out of the gate here. Golden Boy alongside with Mimi as well as Sean Garris. And let's go ahead and just break it all down and talk about what we just saw, because really, you know, I feel bad for 100 Thieves, but goodness gracious, the dismantling that NRG just did here, Mimi.
This is the game that NRG needed to win, and they dominated it. It's returning to the NRG of old, where this core was always that top squad in North America, and they're playing like it. You heard at that halftime about artists talk about the fact that they were trying to play too perfect. They were making all these simple mistakes, and since last week, they've just gone back to the fundamentals. What works for them? And what works is fantastic calling from Finesse, and finally roles that make sense.
Dear God, that calling on the attack half was phenomenal. 11-1 first half, and the one round that they lost was the bonus, that they stuffed the tree aggression, so it went all the way back to arcade, and it just so happened to catch a one-on-one against the Killjoy. So I even think that round from 100 Thieves was fortunate. That was a flawless performance out of NRG. I don't even know what to make out of that. They're so much better than 100 Thieves right now, it looks like.
Yeah, well, it's reflected obviously in the scoreboard, and heck, I'd even go as far as to say we were even seeing that right out of the gate, Mimi, because this pistol round starts us off.
It instantly started with this perfect call from Finesse to full fake towards this A site. It's the same util pattern that they throw when they go for these A execs, and 100 Thieves completely bites onto it. Everyone is rotating over to this site, and Energy just waltz into a completely free B site and end up winning out the post fight in pretty strong order. You see, even there, as the players are walking up, there's still another layer, another Skydog to further sell it.
God, yeah, there's just so many places where I feel like FNS had his fingerprints on this game. And this call on the pistol, just abusing the fact that 100 Thieves are a quick rotating team. You know, they're gonna stack this A site. They even did rounds where they aggressively took defenders spawn instead of taking the site, because 100 Thieves has been known to push the extremities. So many little plays I think NRG did here just shows the depth of this team.
It shows the preparation, too. They knew when those south side pushes were going to come. The reactions were instantaneous across both maps. On top of that, NRG is also looking like they might be one of the squads, yet again, who can be innovating, playing the Viper Harbor for the first time that we've seen it on Bind and looking incredible there. This is the NRG that people have been waiting for.
Yeah, I think that's a great call there, like the innovating. We are used to NRG being the team that innovates metas and really is like kind of the tastemakers of Valorant, if you will, especially in the Americas region. But I think what these guys needed to do was just go back to being the tastemakers of their squad, you know? Go back to just focusing on what makes you great, and we saw that play out right there. Speaking of great, Crashies, as a matter of fact, is someone that we're definitely gonna have to talk to, because my boy was out there, Sean, on a few heaters. He was destroying. It felt like whenever he was on screen, Crashies was getting a kill.
Yeah, it seemed like he was involved in a lot of the late round heroics, like the one you just saw on the 4th round, right after the bonus. He wins 2-on-4 in the site. Just this post plant here from main.
And he got off of it too. He could have held that.
Yes, there were so many scenarios that Crashies just brought home for NRG in the late rounds. So good on the initiator role.
And with this team playing more Harbor Viper like we saw on Bind, and playing more heavy kind of mid-round game plan like they used to on Optic all the time, the initiator player is so important.
Yeah.
The information that Crashies is providing in the mid-round, and also just the way that he was setting artists up when he was on the Duelist, or his longtime duo in Victor when he was on the Raze, was fabulous on top of his individual performance.
Yeah, I thought he was actually getting more value out of the Guiding Lights than I saw on the other side with Asuna, which is something rare to say. I think Asuna gets a lot of information from his birds on Sky, but I thought Victor, just the positioning on taking main, how he's using birds to get false info at main, I thought it was just such a well-called game by NRG.
Everything that you could possibly ask for, NRG delivered. But for now, though, let's go ahead and send it down to the stage, because we have Doug standing by with Crashies for the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you, Golden Boy. Crashies, congratulations on a win. There's a lot to talk about. I want to take us all the way back to map 1. Bind, literally the first day, the first match, the first map, and you guys busted out. I know that it hadn't been in the rotation. Did you feel like there was from a preparation perspective, much different when it came to preparing for the map and getting it into your arsenal?
Not really. I mean, Bind was our map last year, as a lot of people know. So once it came back out, it kind of just felt natural once again. We tried a few comps, and yeah, the Harbor Viper just felt really good for us. That gives you a lot of like utility that you can retake with, and yeah, it just felt amazing to play again, honestly.
Given the comp that you just mentioned, the Harbor Viper, and how impressive it can feel like it is on other maps, did you struggle with it in scrims? Did it take a little while to implement it into your system, or was it pretty plug and play?
I mean, Sam is a really good Harbor player, so it kind of was just a plug and play. Yeah, it just felt super natural to us, and yeah.
I want to ask you a bit about your calling, because Finesse gets a lot of credit for the calling, but it seemed like your mid-round calling, the entire team's mid-round calling this series was exceptional. Can you give me a little bit of insight into what that process is like behind the scenes? Is it primarily Finesse? Is it leading by committee? What's that like?
Yeah, so I mean, FNS does the main job of it, and then it's kind of up to me and Victor, depending on what we see or what, I mean, we're entering together. So based on info we get or noise that we hear, we'll make a mid-round call or tell FNS something, and he'll make a call based on that. But yeah, I mean, it's mainly FNS, and we're just kind of supporting him.
You guys ran circles around 100 Thieves today, most notably seen in that last map. Were you expecting a stomp that bad? Were you guys just in a flow state? What happened?
Yeah, I wasn't really expecting a stomp that bad. Once we won a few of the clutch rounds, it definitely felt like we were in the flow state, and FNS was just calling amazing at that point. So it's super easy to get kills and, you know, run circles around them. And yeah, props to FNS because he was calling amazing.
And the last question for you guys, get a massive head-to-head win over 100 Thieves. You still have a couple of weeks going off left in the season, and it was a rocky start. Perhaps you guys took L's that nobody expected you to take. Do you feel like there's been a drastic change in the last couple of weeks that's made a difference, or what is it that's leading to this success?
I mean, yeah, as you guys saw, we went back to our original roles. We were testing a lot because it's a normal season, so we wanted to see if we could, you know, try innovative stuff, try new roles. Unfortunately, we lost a lot of close games, and we can't lose anymore, so we just went back to what worked at lock-in, and yeah, I mean, we've been dominating.
It looks like it's working, and I hope that it continues to work. Best of luck.
Thank you.
For the rest of the season. We're going to throw it to a break. When we return, the battle of the Brazilian squads between MIBR and Furia. We'll be right back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Week 5. Today, 4 teams try to find their footing and forge a path to Tokyo. 100 Thieves versus NRG. Let's get it on.
Positioning, it's not good. Cryo constantly having to adjust. He's finding his ones. What? One more down. Still finds the 4th. Unbelievable. Jumping straight up. You've got to be taking these fights clean, though, and it doesn't look just that likely. The frenzy's in her face. NRG. So many things to be dealt with on top of the wall. Trying to watch for it, drops down. It's NRG to get themselves onto that 12th round. What a masterclass.
NRG back to comfort territory. The Kings of Bind, they keep it going.
Behind the dice, though. That's what they'll strike, but it's that pincer. Safe hands from Derek. 3 in a round for him. He'll potentially open himself up there to many, many angles, but backs away to safety. Now a flash as well, pushing him back, comes out to this. Oh, my word. Yeah! Sticking it through, no, gets off of it, trying to double play it. Derek, you need to win this fight out, and it's not likely.
You're trying!
And too much to do, 13-3. One of the most one-sided maps we've seen, not the most one-sided yet. NRG win it in a 2-0 fashion.
about time to get it. It's about time, not forget it. It's about time. Never gonna give up, never give up now. Never gonna stop now. Whoa, you roll with me. Whoa, you roll with me. Whoa, you roll with me. Whoa, you roll with
Still getting hunted. JZZ with 3.
Olha o DG! Sensacional, vai recuperar a visão, ele quer, e ele consegue o ace!
Welcome back, everyone, to Week 5 of VCT Americas and our second match of the day. Can you believe that we're there already? Wow, NRG really had to catch a lunch dinner, or lunch break, excuse me. But, of course, I have Mimi and I have Sean here back again. We have a little Brazilian clash for you as Furia take on MIBR. This is going to be an exciting game to watch just because these two teams are in very interesting points in the season right now, Mimi, and I'm curious to see if this is the turnaround for them.
Similar to match number 1, it's a team that's 2-3 and a team that's 3-2. So big implications for playoffs and also a ton of history between these two Brazilian squads.
That's right.
And I don't know what's going on with MIBR. They walked away from last week, Super Week, averaging like 4.5 rounds a map out of their 4 maps played.
Yeah.
Furia had some dicey games. They played the NA teams in like EG, and then who else did they played C9?
Cloud9, yeah.
Cloud9 wiped the floor with Furia, so we don't really know where Furia is standing right now.
Yeah.
Something that is happening today is I believe their coach is coming back.
Oh, yeah, that's right. And we'll, of course, dive a little bit more into all of that. But for more on this matchup and how these teams are feeling coming into today, let's actually check in once again with our Brazilian desk because we have Bita as well as Tashina standing by. What's up, guys?
Hey Golden Boy, hey guys. Last time we were here, we talked how well the Brazilian teams were playing here at the VCT and how do we hope to get all of the teams in the playoffs. But now, things have changed. And I think that MIBR and Furia, after played so bad at the Super Week, start the battle for a new spot at the playoffs today. Even though they never face each other, it will be the first time, but the players do know each other since the beginning of the scene beta, and that's what makes this game so emotional.
Exactly. Even though they never faced each other, there's one player that played for both sides, and that's MW0, who joined Heat and Maurice back on Champions 2021. It was a different team, but he played very well with them. Not so well because he changed his role. He was a duelist. He had to play as initiator back then, similar to what JZZ is doing nowadays for MIBR. In order to join them, he had to swap from duelist to initiator, and they're both like doing their best to bring this team to the top. And in my opinion, JZZ and MW0 are like the most stable players in both teams. They have to perform very well in order for the team to succeed, and we have to watch them today. Let's see if MW0 has still some insight on how Maurice calls in game in order to bring some advantage to Furia.
Yeah, but I think you guys can agree with me, none of this matters. History, none of this matters, because Furia just needs to stop losing Echoes round, and MIBR just start winning Pistols round. Simple as that, man. Back to you guys at the desk.
Always a pleasure to hear from our comrades over at the Brazilian stream. Go ahead and check them out. Beta and Tishina are awesome people. Been really fun to get to know them as well. Yeah, and I think very interesting insights that we're taking, across the board. Also, just MW's era, right? Having played for both of these teams could potentially have that intel.
The history adds a lot of emotion, I'm sure, for the players behind the scenes. But what matters today is getting a win for both of these squads. Because as they were mentioning, off of Super Week, it looks like both these squads are slumping right now, with Furia going 1-1 and MIBR going 0-2 in that Super Week.
Yeah.
It was ever since Furia played that match against Loud. They fell 0-2 to Loud, and they looked like a totally different team in that matchup than prior
look
games.
Look at Digizin.
Yeah.
These guys dripped out.
Digizin always looks good, so I don't want anyone stepping up to him. I want to be him when I grow up. Real talk.
Well, you might want to be. You might want to be if he wins this game, but if you lose this game, you wouldn't want to be him.
I think when it comes to skill of Digizin versus GB, I think Digizin wins that battle very much.
I think he's better dressed too.
Number one,
way better. I mean, our wardrobe team does a lot to pull this off, so trust me, Digizin does that effortlessly. But jumping into the matchup, though, I mean, yeah, you're really going to have to look to see what happens with Furia here, because it has been a bit of a rough run for them. 1-1 coming out of Super Week, and really that win coming against EG was one of those that they probably should have just won handedly, maybe.
Yeah, they only scraped by with some individual plays from MW's era to close out map number 3. And that's been kind of the case since, like you talked about, that loss to Loud. We haven't seen that same element of structure, the same clear game plan that kind of made us fall in love with this team. The last 2 weeks, it's been unforced errors of people peeking alone, of weird decisions in up-number situation. It seems like Furia's crumbling, and even from the players themselves, it's clear they're not happy with it.
Yeah, it's kind of telling when you read the tweet from Mazin right there on the screen, but we were the ones highest on Furia after a couple of weeks, right? They looked insane. They had depth strategically, and they were willing to take those duels, and they're winning them more often than not. Now that we're deep into this season, it looks like their strategy is kind of phased out. They haven't innovated enough as the season's progressed, and because of that, they're just left with this loose style that's random.
But you know what, though? Could be better horizons up ahead, because good news is that Coach Carlisle is actually going to be here and in person. Look at the tall giant. I actually was kind of shocked to see him down the hallway. I was like, oh, I forgot how big you were. But it's great to see Carlisle back with this team. Mimi, what does this mean for Furia? Does it help them out?
He's a big guy, but he's also a huge voice for this team. He has been with them through it all. When our friends over on the Brazilian broadcast were talking about history, all the way back, Champs 2021, this guy was with Furia through the tough times, through the good times. Carlisle has been there to help them out. And they've been lacking that voice for the last few weeks here in Americas. And I think having him back in to help kind of reset the strategy, reset the mental, can be that point for them to pivot the rest of the season.
I couldn't agree more. This guy is a huge voice on this team. And when you watch the timeouts lately, while Frost, the GM of the team, has been very vocal in those timeouts, they obviously are missing their coach and the person that's giving them the strategy day in, day out. Having the ability to have those adjustments in game time, high pressure situations is going to be a huge benefit to Furia.
Frost is also not fluent in Portuguese, so they've been having to do this kind of back and forth with the rest of the coaching staff to get the translations to players properly. It's been this whole game of telephone for them. I think now they're going to be able to bring back that structure, bring back that consistent voice, and hopefully bring back the Furia that we learned to love early in the season.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Mimi thought I was off the goop when I was just losing my mind for Furia at the end of lock-in, but
I was a believer too. I was also on the goop.
We became believers, and a lot of the players on the team made us believers as well. One of the reasons why we were so big up on him was because of Khalil. And even though, Furia, they're going to look to bounce back here from Super Week, but I really do think that Khalil is going to be the guy that could potentially step up for him here, Sean. We know he has it in him.
Dude, he is insane, GB. Like, this guy is incredible mechanically. You watch all these clips, it's not going to be a lot of, crazy controllers outplaying. He's not holding his one way, not mauling someone out of a corner. No, he's just straight aiming in a lot of these clips. This guy is for real when it comes to taking these fights. And he's the only reason, in my opinion, why Fury has kept this positive record.
Yeah, and while the rest of the team has been slumping, Khalil has also fallen off in performance. He was looking like a world ender for the squad in weeks 1 and 2. That's why we were hyping this team up, thinking they could maybe even be the best in the league. But 3 and 4, he wasn't able to replicate that form. And I think now, for Fury to have a resurgence, him hitting that peak form again is going to be important.
Yeah, they're certainly going to need that, right? And for more on this matchup, let's actually hear from the two players that know each other incredibly well. It's Furia's MW Zera as well as MIBR's Heat.
A gente sabe que é um confronto assim regional, né? Querendo ou não, então a gente sabe o que eles gostam de fazer, eles sabem o que a gente gosta de fazer bastante. Eu conhecendo bem os moleques, principalmente o Muriz e o Hit, acho que o Hit, dentro do jogo, assim, ele é um cara que tem uma personalidade forte, dá muita segurança pro time. Tipo, eu que joguei com ele, eu sei disso.
O MW é um cara muito parceiro, um amigo meu de verdade mesmo, amigão. Então vai ser muito bacana enfrentar ele, né? Estamos na mesma sonho, vivendo a mesma coisa. E só que no servidor vai ser diferente.
A gente é bem amigo mesmo, a gente conversa bastante ainda, a gente tem bastante contato. Admiro muito ele também como pessoa, o moleque me ajudou bastante. Mas acredito que, claro que deixa de lado, né? Porque cada um tá no seu time agora, a gente vai dar a vida pra vencer.
Vai ser um jogão, tenho certeza disso. É um confronto bem importante. Acho que vale a volta da nossa confiança durante o campeonato. Então, continuar trabalhando essa semana, trabalhando duro, treinando bastante, jogando bastante jogo e entrar focado mais, entrar mais ativado.
Focus, focus, focus. That is what is on the menu for both of these teams, as neither squad can really afford to give anything up. But let's go ahead and move on, though, to MIBR because, they again, like Furia, they look great early on. But ever since then, it feels like, Mimi, they have really also struggled to find their identity, find themselves here in Americas.
You heard it from Heat. This week is about regaining confidence for an MIBR that, just like Furia, has been falling into a slump. Super Week was brutal for them. In both of those games, they didn't win more than 6 rounds in any map, which is such a pivot from the first few weeks where we were actually getting higher and higher on the expectations for this team. I mean, they upset NRG.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but that was right before the Super Week too. I don't know what happened to this team in the Super Week, but they need to bust out of that. They need to get back to the form they showed at the start of this split because nothing was working for them in the Super Week. And they weren't even playing, the best opponent in the league. They were playing Sentinels with newly acquired Marv stepping into the team.
Yeah.
I mean, that was just an abysmal Super Week by them.
Yeah, and it also doesn't help as well. It's like a reverse Furia situation where it's like they beat Sentinels. What was it, Sentinels or,
NRG.
NRG, sorry. They beat NRG, lost to Sentinels, and then since then it just fell apart. Whereas on the other side, Furia lost to Loud, and now it's just been also fallen apart. It's like the mental, right? Mid-season mental. It's so difficult for both of these teams to try and get over that hump. But the success of these teams today might actually be decided by the first engagements. That is going to be really interesting. And I want to see Mimi Digizine pop off today because I'm always big on this guy and his fashion advice. But I really do think that this could be Digizine's day.
Digizine is huge for this team. But like we were talking about with some of those unforced errors, a lot of the time it seemed like he was being left out to dry, pushing through, not the right utility or the right timing to set him up. And on the other side for Heat, we've seen problems too. When they upset NRG, he was involved in something like 40 opening duels. And in the last 2 weeks in Super Week, it seemed like he couldn't get involved in the early round whatsoever.
Yeah, and that's exactly the difference between these two, right? The opposite is the case with Digizine. This guy is constantly going for the first blood. It's the highest in the league, I think by far. Yeah. Even though he's played way less rounds than some of the players. I think he has 59 first bloods. Less first deaths, actually. He's having a great season. So it's not like he's not performing. It's just the pieces aren't fully around him. They don't know how to capitalize off of these picks that he's getting, and sometimes he's overextending.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm looking forward to this game genuinely because we have two teams that really neither squad can afford a loss here today, which means we're going to get some excellent Valorant. Two Brazilian powerhouses are ready to face off, and it's time to see who's going to come out on top. Let's go ahead and welcome to the stage Furia and MIBR. Both teams need to win, and neither can afford a loss. It's MIBR versus Furia, two top-tier Brazilian teams facing off against each other here at the Americas stage. And for Furia, they have Carlisle back, the coach. Let's see how much this impacts the match. This is going to be a fun game because, Mimi, you have two squads that they just cannot sacrifice these L's.
In history, MIBR was the gatekeeper. Back when they were Vivo Key, back when they had MW Zera on the squad, they had an impressive win record over Furia. But now, times have changed, and Furia is the squad with the high expectations out of Brazil. But for both these teams, this is a match about regaining confidence and keeping playoff hopes alive.
Absolutely. I couldn't think of it being a bigger opportunity for MIBR to vault up the standings than to take out Furia today. Head coach coming in, obviously some changes coming in the Furia camp. This is where MIBR needs to turn things around, but I don't even know where they would do it, Mimi. I don't know where I favor MIBR in this series, and this is where the experience amongst the players comes into play. A lot of knowledge about how each other play. These interregional matchups can get so weird. I think we're gonna see some crazy comps.
It's hard to be super positive on MIBR. It's hard to come in with high expectations after that Super Week where they lost both series in completely dominant fashion. But we must remember history in which MIBR has been a team who's been able to pull off these upsets before. If they're playing like they did against NRG, it wasn't beautiful Valorant, but it was scrappy. They had individuals stepping up in a big way. They were able to do it, and it is replicable. It's possible against Furia.
Well, I do have to ask a question, though. Is it more or less that we've seen the story of NRG up until this time, right? Could you give the flowers to MIBR, but at the same time, though, say, like, maybe NRG didn't play that well given what we know now? Sean, what's your take?
Yeah, it's so interesting to think about, you know, what transpired that day, because NRG looked like a totally different team.
What happened that day?
And then MIBR have gone the opposite way. So it's so weird, that result. And I think the key thing to look at today in this matchup is the player we talked about, MW Zera and Heat. Will they combine to open up these sites?
Something I want you guys to notice really quickly here, they've been in the team huddle for a long time. We're usually out of the team huddle by this time. And I'm not saying it's just, you know how important this is. Like, these guys are all just trying to keep each other calm and get ready for this match.
Not just have you not been able to play with your coach, but you haven't been able to see him. Everyone else has moved to LA, been getting settled. For Carlisle, this is all new. And I'm sure it's a breath of fresh air for Furia to have them back in the mix, to have that voice in the huddle. When they were doing well at Lock-In, when they were pulling that close game against Fnatic, he was a big part of that.
And it looks like a different team.
It looks like a different team, dude.
You can see him going around, making sure all the players feel good. It's honestly giving me a little bit of goosebumps.
Yeah, I'm so happy to see Carlisle back. You have no idea. I'm stoked. But because it's like he was there for them. Like, this is a guy that these 5 players can fall back on mentally, and that is so important to have. But let's move on, though, to the map picks and bans, as Lotus is going to be the first one to go. Lotus not going to be played by Furia today. They don't want to play, and no Ascent either.
That's a permabans for both these teams.
Yep,
And
of
I think for
course.
MIBR, that works well for them. Fury has looked really strong on Ascent, so having that as your perma works in this series. Fury will pick into Pearl in this one to get us started.
I think MIBR has struggled massively. When I watch them on Pearl, it doesn't seem like they have a full grasp of the Harbor Viper meta, and I would favor Furia tremendously in that opening pick.
Yeah, we've seen some weird comps in history as well. Fury was running the Breach Neon on that one, and I'm wondering if they'll stick to that or change more in line with the meta on these Harbor Viper picks.
Yeah, I'm curious if DGZ rocks the Neon. I believe we heard that was an anti-strat for that given matchup, but they blew a 9-3 lead
The
on that
defense
game.
was brutal.
It was awful. So perhaps clean that up, and our third map is going to be Haven. I'm not sure how I feel about Split being the second map. Do you think we get to see the DGs in Chamber?
I hope not. They've tried it now.
I love it.
They've just been ran over by double duelist comps, both times they've played it. It feels so very counterable. In ValoPlanet, it looks pretty cool, but once someone's running down your face, it just doesn't seem as effective.
Let's just go ahead and table the Chamber talk maybe for next season.
Okay, let's
we'll
talk
worry
about the
it
Neon.
then.
Do
Let's
we
talk
get
about the
the
here and the
Neon?
now.
That's also a
Oh, I want Neon. That would be really fun.
Oh,
Just to...
no.
Why not?
I'm hoping they switch back to normal speed, and they will. It looks like it should just be standard Harbor Viper versus Harbor Viper.
Yeah.
It's a Brazil matchup. It's what we should expect.
Yeah, when they ran that Neon last time, they just slotted DG into a Neon instead of the Jet in this same comp. It was pretty cool. Until, of course, they got 210.
It was cool until it wasn't cool anymore.
They didn't have many ideas for how exactly they would hold the defensive half. This time, they're going to get that operator in DG's hands, and that's supposed to fix a lot of their problems.
On this attacking side, I'm looking a lot towards Heat. He's really struggled to get involved with these opening kills, and in Harbor Viper versus Harbor Viper, that Jet roll can be really difficult, especially with the coordination with your Sky.
All right, well, let's see how this plays out and get into our matchup and send it to your casters. Two just good old-fashioned Stat Stevens, but they're better known as Doug and Bala.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy Bala. Brazilian Brethren Brawl in this best of three, an ever pivotal one at that. We think about where they are in standings and the head-to-head matchup. This could define a season.
Yeah, the Dust is talking a lot about how this is a must-win match for both sides. I think MIBR need 2 in the next 4, this one included. So it's going to be really, really pivotal, like you said. And this is it for Brazil. This is the last Brazil versus Brazil matchup that we're going to get. So it's basically determining who's the second best, because both of these teams felt allowed earlier in the series, and now they have the chance to prove to their country in their performance here in the Americas League. Furia and MIBR, I think one thing as well, call us Stat Stevens, but MIBR is 1 out of 4 games played on Pearl. That one win over Crew. So it's not looking good. 25% win rate on this map. Furia picking right into it.
Well, they've gotten the opener. They've struggled at pistols, and they're up big here.
I think one thing I saw on stage leading into this, and we actually heard it as well, MIBR much more energized, actually, than Furia. It seemed like they came into this angry, because during Super Week, they had the worst Super Week series of matches. 0-2 and only won total of 18 rounds.
18.
Over 4 maps, it's not looking good. So you have to expect the team that beat NRG in the week prior to come in with some fury.
This is going to be fury required from the defensive side here. They find themselves in a 2v4 post plant.
He's exposed there.
Yep. Oh my gosh. He shouldn't have gotten away with that one. Khalil has shown up now. Got a little help. They've got some numbers, and they've got a couple of frags. But it's going to fall on MW to get the 1v2, and he cannot.
Good recovery there. It looked for a second like they might lose control once that flash went out, but nobody from Furia, neither MW or Khalil, swung with that. So a lot of contact on it, but nobody able to complete this situation. Good trades from MIBR, but also Furia getting very aggressive in middle as the defenders. And Sean was mentioning on the desk as well about how that defensive side with the old comp from Furia was really rough against Leviathan. See if that continues.
Holy aggression, bro. They just wanted to take this fight, main. It's now the second round in a row that we see Furia try to dictate the pace at the opening of the round.
And 2 interesting walls as well. A high tide, obviously, to control and push with that aggression that you were talking about, but the Viper wall as well, all focused towards A.
They had a flash over the top, too. There was a lot invested into this area of the map. But much like we saw in the previous round, it ends in a, mind you, this is because they had better guns, but it ends in another round win for MIBR.
Beta and Tashina spoke about the Brazilian casters, how MIBR was lacking in pistol rounds. And I think that definitely rings true, but a lot was lacking last week. So to see RGL get up there, and I think particularly Muriz, who is such a strong fragger for this team, and also the IGL. If he could start getting going, that seems to me would indicate a different MIBR than what we saw in Super Week. Still time to play, going straight into that cascade down B long to get a little bit of control. Skipping the Viper Orb. And it looks like we're gonna have a classic B long retake here by Fury. There's only 2 players here to receive. And with the Reckoning as well, they're gonna have to fall off the site.
Heat's already dashed back site too. The alarm bot is still up. They're finally getting cleared out.
There is a possibility of a smoke here if you can find it. They're running it down though.
Dash across, great crosshair placement. DG, the desk mentioned previously on the Neon, now on the Jet, looking to make a play. He cannot. Oh gosh! Oh no! They were all flashed.
And you're looking at a save situation here immediately from Furia. MIBR looking very nice off the get-go. FRZ with a massive round. I think when you watch the game against NRG where they got that upset win, and you watched a couple of their early brawls against Loud and so on, it was basically not just the story of Heat. I know he's a very important and pivotal member on this squad. At one point taking 38% of the opening duels for the team. It's everybody. Everybody was popping off. And FRZ in this case, I mean, playing around that jet smoke so well that Digizin used to, like you said, dash across to get past that map, but easily able to actually work with that smoke against them.
5-1 start for RGL, 5-1 start for FRZ, and a light buy for Furia. Just 2 Phantoms going into this next round. I don't know what she was saying. I'm sure it was important.
Trains leaving the station.
Yeah.
Something like that.
So it's interesting, they're not... Okay, the Cascade's a little bit later, but they've already lost Cubby.
Yeah, look at this setup. They actually have... Matsu has the Viper Maul. It's the VALORANT strat, the eco round. But nobody's swinging.
Not yet. Oh, they've cleared out Cubby, and they've taken care of FW. Well, they don't know that one's still here? Okay, that's one.
Only ever going to get a trade there just with the Sheriff. And I think importantly there, Furia, I mean, with a really cool idea, really cool strat, Leviathan has been running that a lot by just throwing the molly in the back of map where we had that duel in the last round, and then swinging hard with it, causing the players on the attack to be all different positions than you're expecting. And this one hurts because you had 2 rifles engaged in this map. I'm surprised actually that you didn't have the majority of them with that hit, because if they did go for the B-long like they did, then all of a sudden you actually have firepower there to match them. This is a very good start from MIBR. I mean, already matching some of the maps that they've had last 2 matches, and we just keep having to bring that back up because we have seen so many different MIBRs show up at lock-in, early on in Americas League, then in Super Week, then against NRG, like just a million versions.
That's the only gun they had left. They were trying to save the Phantom and they couldn't even do that.
Trying to save it 2 rounds in a row too.
Yeah.
And you actually do get like a little bit behind economically by saving a weapon compared to the rest of your team, especially if you don't win the next round. So he's going to be a little bit rough for after rebuying a rifle there. Still got all his util. But down to light armor, which is fine, generally speaking. But the Brazilian teams have actually not gone for the light armor strat. like the North American teams have.
Off in the hands of DG's in too. He's playing backside right now. And it doesn't look like there's going to be any early contest though.
Digizin has been struggling so far in these first 4 rounds. He's died 3 times first. Now he has the op in his hands. But he's posted in a direction that MIBR, they are a team that can pivot. They have shown the propensity to be able to do that. Back into mid, but I don't think that they're looking for a B hit here.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Given their cascade.
Given the lockdown too, so you're looking at where FRZ is moving right now in A main. Is he gonna set up against this? But Khalil is here with that Vandal. If he can target down FRZ, that would be huge. Now he's gonna give up the site though. And Furia just rotated 4 away.
The lockdown you just mentioned finally being dropped. There's still some Killjoy utility they're gonna have to get through, courtesy of Khalil.
Look at the mid control still held by MIBR though. Nuriz is still watching this double door reflank that Furia is actually going for. He's just made noise that he's fallen off though.
That timing could be disastrous. It is just Miri's holding that too.
This plan is so late.
Heat's already dropped, and you're giving up a good bit of secret. I mean, the wall's gone down now. There's that first kill.
Oh, they split up, Doug.
I still don't think they're going to be expecting a second though. Mazin's got to be pacey though. Man, he's got to go. He's got to take some space away here. There's the first onto him. Now position given away. Mazin just, I mean, he found so much value out of that.
Yeah, you're right. Muri has completely lost track of the possibility of a second there. And RGL was actually setting up to throw more Harbor util, so he was completely out of the play. Good round from Furia, but I honestly think MIBR kind of gifted that to them. That lockdown went down, and they had sight for so long, but they still waited till 12 seconds to get that plant down. Remember, there was only one player here. Khalil fell way off. Okay.
I don't even think I saw Heat.
Just a little sliver past the high tide. And there you see images of Carlao as well. The head coach for Furia, who's been unfortunately not here within the first 4 weeks for Furia, but they still got out to a good start. So he must be incredibly proud of his team for what they accomplished without him.
Dude, DG just ate that flash by himself, didn't even back up a ton, didn't get the dash ready. Hey, he's insane.
Poison's off.
Jets often try to cheat the dash so that they can have it later on in the round in more impactful positions. And there's the first duel between Heat and Digizin. And Digizin wins it out, but that's because he has that op online after the first couple of losses. And he's repositioned over towards A. This is a really nice way to play this for Furia. Still so much mid presence for them, and Mazin's in trouble though. And the team is not in place to reposition it, help him fast enough. That lockdown is great though from Khalil in backhaul.
Reckoning's gonna create some space.
They're pushing it. They think they have time, they do.
2 seconds, yeah, just a little over a second and a half left. Seekers are gonna clear out B-Link too. You've got Khalil in a decent spot to help once they're ready to pounce. Once they're ready to strike. 2 backside here. DG just waiting for the challenge long.
This time there's nobody in position to actually hold this. Remember the last time they went for this double flank? It got destroyed.
I mean, they're not playing for post lane utility either. Miri's the only one with Amali's close, but they swing by themselves. Miri's is able to get the first. MW has to take a step back now. 3v3. The op is down. MW takes care of Miri's. A 2v2 as the spike ticks away. RGL having to hold the line now.
It's given up that it's not halved yet.
MW on the tap. 32 HP.
Time.
Yeah, that's not going to be enough. It's going to be close, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Maybe a second and a half left.
And again, these rounds on both sides are taking so long to get in position. And I think that they're critically, MIBR got the right pick on actually QCK, who was running down on that flank. He threw a cascade to block backhaul, but he died before he was able to stop it. So when they were continuing in that retake attempt, there was actually no vision blocker on backhaul, and they're able to peek that. MW has really no choices. And so it leads to a first timeout. The first round win for Furia immediately responded to by MIBR. Carlao and Bazooka, first chances now to add their flair, their adjustments on this map. I think the critical thing I'm talking about here, if I'm Carlisle, is this mid pressure from MIBR in the mid round. It's not necessarily even followed up by like a cascade or high tide like you see from Loud. It's a lot more brawly, which you would expect Furia players to be happy with. But right now, it's just not clicking, and a lot of times you're seeing, like in that last round, Mazin completely isolated by himself. I wonder if, because they're not using the Harbor utility and instead they're using the Viper util to take mid, that's throwing them off and throwing their protocols for a loop, because everybody is currently in the meta using that Harbor high tide.
Yeah. We'll see what adjustments are made, if any, on the other side of this timeout. MIBR with the 4-round lead. I mean, it's been by committee. I mean, RGL is just having himself a field day.
Yeah, but everybody else by committee. He has knives too, not looking like he's going for any fast up traps or anything like that. Just right back into this. You've got to be careful here. MIBR might expect a light buy, but instead Fury's going for a full force with the light armor.
This is a deeper flasher out of JZZ2 to make sure they didn't get into the same fight that they got into a couple of rounds ago around Pillar. So they have the cascade blocking off backside, the flash behind Pillar, make sure there's no one around, and they can comfortably take the space and the orb.
So the flank engagement at double door is happening as well right now. And he made noise, so he's going for it. They didn't get in here because of the Reckoning. Khalil as well is swinging with it, and they get a spam kill.
And he died. He took so much damage on the entry. He's no longer around now, and the spike still isn't down. It's still not necessarily out on sight. This may be a very good hold by Furia.
Spike down B.
Poison's off.
Always love seeing new skins in the game. UCK, catching FRZ asleep.
A lot of people are getting caught by unexpected angles here.
Yeah.
Especially MW on the player who pushed into B-Link there from the bottom side.
30 seconds left.
Samir is 1v4.
Toxin screen down.
Start. They're lined up here.
Oh my gosh. Oh.
I saw it. They were lined up.
You did.
He had an opportunity to go for reset. I think still 15 seconds on that too.
Yeah.
Fury, I mean, making mistakes like that are going to make it really hard for them to get back into this game. And remember, this is their map pick. And switching comps as well. Back to something a little bit more favored in the meta.
I want to see you.
And this one is tough as well. A role swap too. Remember, Khalil was playing that Viper. Mazin was playing Breach to set up the Neon in the previous iteration of this.
It's a little late to be. Surprised he's still committed to the pit. I guess it's just off the cascade. That's just going to give MIBR a lot of info and a lot of time.
Probably setting up the Viper Orb in mid at the beginning of the round. So he's able to get back in time, and that does push MIBR off. They're not a team who will take fights through Viper pits super often.
MIBR back to that mid-aggression. And they've left Muri's by himself to see if he can get something cheeky.
Does he really want to lurk through here?
That Trailblazer is going to get a lot of info. I believe it just spotted one, but between that and then all of the bullets that you're hearing in art, you know that there's a hit this way. Bullets finally taking their time, but landing.
And the spam from MW too.
Poison orb
That
emitting.
heat versus Digizin battle definitely labored. But Digizin gets the better of it at the end and able to also follow up with another kill too and get away with his life. Locks up the round here. You definitely see what they were intending there. They're hoping for that Viper pit to drop. You're hoping for Mazin to rotate off when the hit comes through, and you can get a nasty flank timing.
10 seconds
One that's
left.
unexpected. A lot of the players on defense, when they're retaking A, they're paying attention to the sewers flank, but not the B flank. So it could have been a dangerous Thorn. But instead, they just get wiped out in art. And it's not like they were losing anything from not having Muri's there, but as he already committed his orb, he already committed his wall as well. Just more bodies in a sense.
Yeah, just another gun. Sure. Speaking of another gun, doesn't look like that'll be the case for Heat this time around. Has blades online, but a quick timeout to think things over.
So on the side of Bazooka and MIBR, give a chance to talk to the IGL Mirrors, try to figure it out how you can force your way through situations like that. But I'm not sure if that round specifically anything MIBR did was particularly wrong. I think the mid presence could still end up working. I mean, in that round, you should have gotten that kill on Digizin.
Yeah.
I mean, both of those players gave Digizin the attempt to re-fight that, and 5-3 definitely. I think this could start to get swinging back into Furia's direction. But you also don't even have that op online for Digizin, so that was the big threat that I was starting to think was really going to cost them some problems.
Yeah, what was key, perhaps. But you're right, still has the blades. I think we mentioned that a couple of rounds ago. Hasn't used them, has the Vandal for this round, but a little bit of more time to think things through as we exit the timeout. MIBR with the 2-round lead. Furia have won 3 of the last 4 here, and that's not with the op every single round like you were just talking about.
Also wasn't many key ults to be talking about in the next few rounds, so probably not a big factor, although Muris has his.
Get out of my way!
So if they can get on the site, could be nice, but just ain't getting aggro.
Spike down B.
I think he is heating up at this point, Doug. That's now 3 first kills for him, who he started out 3 first deaths in this game.
Yeah. Flipping the script for sure. RGL the first to take contact there and dying to DG. So numbers in favor of Furia again.
It's a nice shot through the wall, a little dink on Khalil.
Calling my bot.
Khalil has been very disciplined on the safe side on this killjoy, falling all the way back in most instances. And I do like the discipline showed here from Furia. You get that first pick, Digizin's all the way back. Sometimes you might see him go for more, but now we're in a must-win position for them.
Here.
Yeah, Mazine the first to fall. Heat finding a little bit more value now. 4v4. They've gotten A. And they're going to drop the pit. Really nothing to counter here as far as ults go for Furia.
Spike planted.
You do have the knives from Digizin, and he still has an updraft, but no dash, so
Here.
a possibility of a dive bomb into the pit. But you're right. No other tools, no seekers, nothing like that. MW one off of them. But you do have this big flank. I think he might high-tide it off. Yes, he just threw his cove down. So that turret not spotting right now.
You should have some time to think this through as well because the cove just lasts
got the
so long if it doesn't take
seekers.
damage. Oh, but there were wides to the flank. The timing was great. That could have been disaster.
They're both 1 HP.
2v2. Miri's left in a 1v1 now. He's trying to talk. He's trying to stay alive, and he buys just enough time to secure the round.
That flank could have been so insanely good. But the pit enough. And also, MIBR with the foresight to pay attention to what was possible there on the flank. Yes, the turret was there, it was watching it, but they knew 2 possible smokes, 3 possible smokes on that turret. With the Jet, the Viper, and the Harbor as well. And it does make noise when it lands. So I'm curious if FRZ was actually able to hear that.
Let's go.
Yeah, I don't know how. It looked like he turned around at the very last second.
I would have loved to see that flank wait for the Seekers to actually engage. But I don't think you really knew that they were about to come up. MW got to spam through the smoke on you. Look at this aggro high tide. Normally this is to set up your Jet player, but Digizin is holding a main right now. And they just went for a little bit of exploration. And they realized they're going for that B control that MIBR has relied upon so much.
They're so concerned for the mid presence that even with the high tide there, they dropped a Trailblazer to make sure there's nobody coming.
And it was mostly a feint. They had 2 players still lurking in mid. So you knew the intention wasn't necessarily to commit past those walls on B. And now they've entered the mid round, swapping up JZZ's position towards A. So he's gonna throw a flash over here to try to get Digizin and some info. And he does spot him. Is that gonna be thinking that they're following up? Look at the cascade that just went up top mid. It's actually giving MW space to explore, so nobody moving on Furia.
The Reckoning confirms his suspicions. Vazine trying to spam into the Cloudburst, swings out, still takes one, but that's all it is for now. 4v3 in favor of MIBR. The Reckoning still scaling people away. And now the Cove to secure the land. Yeah. No flank this time.
He can put that down right now, yeah, if he wants to secure the round. Instead, they're going to take this for the post plan. I think it's an okay decision. Cove already used from QCK.
Found them. Bomb grenade out.
A little bit of additional safety, but we'll see if they try to...
Oh, Ditches is up top!
Min-max a little bit too much. The flash splash the wall. QCK scaling up into Cubby. Off the tap.
And they've got to get going on this half.
They're still hanging on to it. Choose to save the lockdown. And it falls down to a 1v1.
This might not be a great plant here. JCC's not aware yet. He has to swing really wide.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, there was a second there.
Yeah. I mean, he was flirting with time, dude. That was really close.
No charges. That's now, I think, 3 or 4 rounds where Fury on the retake are taking way too long, and nobody is committing to trying to get half, to pressure the attackers to make a play. And I think there, in that instance, you're liking the idea for them to actually fight on site because of how hard these post plants can be on Pearl, and how insistent MIBR are going for this B-long control. But neither of them fighting and getting super value while they're playing in the Reckoning. That's the part that befuddles me a little bit.
DG used the blades at the beginning of the round, also has a shorty, which has been the cause of many an antic in the last couple of weeks. Thing is, they know, or they should have an idea. Yeah, he was just here in the previous round. This time some spam to push him off the angle.
Poison's off.
He does have heal, can get back up to max. And they're just doing basically the same thing they did in the mid round, but a little earlier and before the actual B pressure. There's no high tide here to really sell this by Mures.
Toxin screen
Kind of just doing the Khalil strat, looking for picks by himself. Is there a leak on this A site is what MIBR is asking for right now. It's the KJ ult again. Remember, he saved it last round. They still won it. And this is the anti-eek.
30 seconds left.
DG's here, though.
Oh, they think it's a fake.
I wonder if they're just going to want to funnel out. They dropped the Seekers as well. Investing a lot of ults into this. Into this round that they, in theory, should not lose. One weapon upgraded, and now they're going to be able to approach us from a couple of different angles.
Where's the pace, though?
But you're right, the flanks are too slow. Time is short. MW's dead.
They haven't even re-cleared Art up to this point, and they're losing more control on the site themselves. They're investing the lockdown.
Or they just, but they've lost.
Wait, they might be able to get on this. Actually, there's no mollies. He might be able to stick here.
Half.
Area's clear.
He had to pull off.
He had one more teammate alive.
Yeah, maybe. Still felt like a Hail Mary call.
Yeah.
Last round in the half.
Scratching my head on that one. They definitely had major tools to win this next one. They had a 4v5. Yeah, they had advantage player-wise, but only one Vandal.
Turret out.
MIBR dominating this first half. The defensive woes for Furia continue. And I thought that was comp-based, Doug. I thought that was because of the breach, because of the neon, not able to actually have... They have stall, but not in the right ways. You can't really end up stalling the chokes against the Viper Harbor. But on attack side, I thought that comp was really good at actually negating some of the values of Viper Harbor on defense. But maybe it's a more systemic thing here.
Note the difference in where he stopped the cascade here. It's normally much further back. This time he stopped at pillar, and I think it was because of a deep flash out from MW that threatened early fight B long.
And there was also a high tide too. So definitely what they're considering. Just isn't with the op. Just gonna swing here. Right after the jiggle, but he doesn't hit the shot and he gets dinked instead. That one's going to cost, and look how fast MIBR are at re-approaching back towards this B site. They just ran back through spawn, and you have to have mid control to be able to do that. And because they've conditioned so much, they have a free hit at this B site with the Reckoning again.
Yeah, it's really just Killjoy utility here, and it's not going to feel good, but Heat scales past it. Bazine's controlling the flank.
30 seconds left.
Toxin screen.
He still has a lot of space here, too. He's still got a chance for another. Yeah, they've wiped the floor with this. It's just RGL. Dancing around a Reckoning, trying to find space, and he cannot.
Didn't even need that KJ ult after all, so the defuse comes through, and the half ends at 8-4, so Fury improve against that scoreline that they had at Leviathan.
I mean, really, this felt like it was secured because of the control that they had on Link. We're going to take a look at that one more time because, but, I mean, this is why this went as well as it did.
I think MIBR really expecting with the mid control that they had, that Fury was going to go back for that hold on that B site.
Yeah. We actually have a special interview standing by right now. Dryad with Bastarda from Team Liquid. Dryad, take it away.
Thank you guys so much. And that's right, I'm over here with Team Liquid Brazil, Bastarda. And how are you feeling for this match? It's an 8-4 is not too bad for Furia. We see they have a Furia tattoo over there. ¿Cómo te sientes para esta partida? ¿Cómo ves esta partida de Brasil contra Brasil? Acabamos de ver que tienes el tatuaje de Furia puesto.
Yo hoy día voy por Furia. No fue muy lado para Furia, pero siento que como este mapa es más terrorista, siento que lo puede dar vuelta y yo voy por Furia, así que confío.
She's going for Furia. She's supporting Furia today, and it was a side that it was not the best one for Furia. It's a little bit more attack-sided, so now looking forward to seeing what they can do in the second half. I want to ask you a little bit more about, you just won Game Changers back in March, so how are you feeling for the entirety of that performance that you had and for what is to come next? You just won Game Changers, acabas de ganar Game Changers en lo que era marzo y has tenido ese dominio del año pasado, te veníamos en Berlín, quedabas en tercer puesto. Ahora, ¿cómo te sientes y cómo se viene sintiendo el equipo?
Este año me siento con más confianza porque cambiamos el equipo, como 3 integrantes del equipo, y siento que este año estamos como más con confianza y tenemos como más sintonía entre nosotras y siento que este año podemos dar mejores resultados que el año pasado.
She's feeling really good. Actually, 3 of the players changed for this side of Team Liquid Brazil for Game Changers. And now she's feeling really good. She's feeling really comfortable about what they can do. And the last question that I have for you is, what do you think the score is going to look like at the end for this map and for what is to come? ¿Cómo sientes que va a terminar esta partida para Furia?
Yo creo que va a ser 2-1 Furia. Siempre Furia a veces comienza medio mal, pero siempre después vuelve a sentirse con confianza. Así que yo creo que va a ser Furia.
Okay, she's saying 2-1 Furia. Furia is starting usually a little bit slower, but she's confident that they're going to take the win. We're going to see if that happens. We're going to send it back to the casters for the second half of the map 1.
Thank you so much, Triad. I mean, Bastarda's right in that they tend to start a little slow, but this feels extra slow.
Yeah, I think the considerations about the defense side and what she's saying about history. I mean, against Leviathan, they lost the first map. I think a lot of their wins, they lost the first map before clapping back. The problem here is this is their map pick, and I look towards Split. I look towards the ideas that they've had on Chamber on that, and scratch my head a little bit. I was a fan at first, but then Loud just ripped it apart.
Yeah, it looks cool until it doesn't work.
So they got to be focused on this, and I love this pistol. Instantly down B-Link with a cascade covering sewers, and
Khalil covering the flank.
MIBR has to fall off of it.
Are they going to clear him all the way? Are they that diligent? They are. That's insane.
But they spent a lot of time. That spike was planted already for 10 seconds before that fight. And they're pushing spawn here, but they're going to get pinched here, Doug. Doesn't matter if they get the control.
Well, I think the cascade from QCK bought so much time. They were scared to go.
Oh, no! Good recovery again, but the heal doesn't come through. They didn't realize one player was still having.
Varys is on the tap now. That's all it is.
So much room for these 2 players to play down B long.
Yeah, they don't have any mollies or anything like that, or if they have, they've already been shot off.
Shit. Come
on. Time is low. Time is too low. Way too low.
Good attempt, but I think, like I said, on the first half for both these sides, it's labored. It's so slow in considering these retakes. and the post plans.
I think there were a couple things to go back to the time thing that you were just mentioning that really showed themselves there. There was the late clearing mid, right? There was the fact that they got cascaded off on Lynx, so they couldn't take the fight in spawn. The pinch that should have happened never came through. They took their time there, and then the just late fights. You're absolutely right, Paula.
The aggro in mid right now on the side of MIBR. No buy coming out, just a frenzy for Heat. And it's that same tide that we were talking about, giving space to the Jet usually, but here all 3 players involved, maybe all 5 are gonna join.
Deep flash, clear out. Turret dropped.
An adjustment you can make there if you're Fury is after seeing that, you could put that turret a little bit deeper. MW's getting really aggro.
Yeah, he is. Well, he's got help though. Confident in his comrades, make sure they can get the trade. Move on. QCK with 3 on the round.
And you still have even mid control from Zine too.
Spike planted.
Looks like he's going to want to hit a late flank into Art, assuming the round even takes that long. It's just 2 left for MIBR. Make that 1.
He's peeking by himself. Miri has had an opportunity potentially to start fighting from Flowers so he can get those early and close Spectre kills, but it's not going to work out. Furia do what they did to what MIBR did to them on that first half, converting the first 2. See if they can convert even the bonus. And when you consider that really good start that MIBR had, you actually think that this scoreline should be way worse, honestly. That last round pivotal for Fury at the end of the half. I thought MW was getting really aggressive by himself, but no. QCK and Dig is in here. No chance. How do they approach this bonus? They do get the Reckoning online for QCK here, so they do have a power ult involved here. Even though they have the weaponry disadvantage, they have a big shot at this. And look at that little adjustment on the high tide too. It's not something that you're gonna potentially catch in time if you're the player all the way in shop, but they're choosing to fight shop, keep it open. But all that aggression loses them the A side again. Digison gets in, and look at Khalil on the other side of the map too. That turret might go down.
You can tell FRZ has to stay. I think he just got contact and the turret got cleared out. That's just buying time again. FRZ feeling like he has to deal with what's happening B, but the hits A, the spike's down.
And look at what that pressure does. They're not able to flood because people are falling back into it. So Fury is actually deciding to fall off of site. MIBR has to go and clear all this space. Look, the Cascade's coming down Secret right now.
And the Trailblazer.
And you have 2 mollies here on the side of Mazin.
I mean, this was clinical from Furia, bro. Now you've got the Reckoning that they're going to have to navigate around.
They're saving. They're calling it quits. Even if they get the kill there, that's not enough of a mistake by Mures. He secured that round by breaking a single turret at an opportune time.
It's a nuance, man.
And that's the bonus. That's the bonus here for Furia. And it's all of a sudden 1 round difference between the 2 teams.
3 rounds in this half, 4 in a row if you go back to the previous half, and maybe Astarda was right, bro. I mean, the gap is gone.
Still a buy available here from MIBR, given the saved weapons. 4 saved. Just a Spectre on the side of Mures. And he's very aggro. They have a flash as well to help him out if he wants. But that early drop of the orb actually puts him in the Trailblazer, and there's no help all of a sudden.
So far up. It's another kill going in favor of Furia.
And look, JCT tried to get out there, but he's ahead of the high tide.
Yeah.
His teammate was there to help. And all of a sudden, this save force is gonna actually potentially cascade into 5 rounds in a row for Furia.
When you're down like this, you feel like you've lost control of the situation. You've got to try. You feel the need to try to make a play. And Maurice was so far up. Maybe try to catch rotates, get 1, maybe 2 if it's free, and swing the tides, but he's just not able to. He's cleared.
And MW, their former teammates of Mures, as early as last year, but even back to 2021. So you could tell there, maybe starting to get a read in terms of the personal battle between those two.
I believe it was Heat who mentioned it in the interview at the very beginning. They've known each other for a long time. They're friends. They've been teammates. They're in the same region, but they've never really played against each other. But I think you're right. Knowing, having that history, having that tendency and understanding each other very well could have been the difference there. As this round comes to a close, MIBR trying to save these two weapons that they have, and it seems like there's no danger of having lost them. Fury will get to 8, will be tied up once again.
Classic Pearl going on right now. But when you look at the economy of MIBR, this is why I'm saying this start
Make sure to follow
from
my
Fury
pack
could
in.
snowball
They'll
even
lead us
further
right to
because
the enemy.
yeah, they might be able to force again. But neither of those players who saved weapons can drop. So you're looking at a hero rifle situation by both these. So you might get this 5-round start from Furia.
MIBR stacked pretty aggressively towards A. It looks like they may try to deny that space so that they can get the orb for Heat so he can have blades, because other than that, there's not a whole lot else for them to work with.
Yeah, you're right. That's what they're going for. Will that cost them the time? Again on the retake. Does Fury recognize they do get the information that that ult is now available and they hear it popped? That might be the react into this B site.
FRZ's just on the other side of screens, and DG's gone above. I thought he was going to try to land up there.
I like that info peek and the spam as well, but look at Khalil's position. Look at Mazin as well.
They're still back there, and that's one of the Phantoms that they had. So still healthy, eventually falls, as does everything else. It's just the blades online now for Heat, and they're not around for long.
What a flash from MW2 as he thinks he has a gap to get in the backhaul. That timing perfect from the sky. And 5 in a row, actually 6 total in a row if you count the first half. Scoreline 2. And that one was perfect. I mean, they gave up so much space in mid, not only in mid, but also belong, and that's why you saw them try to react in. But on top of that, you have QCK, you have Mazin, or sorry, Khalil and Mazin, the Viper and Killjoy. Go for that lurk through B-Link. And we have our final timeout by MIBR. No more timeouts for either side in regulation, so last chance for the coaches to speak.
And it really has kind of gone off the rails for MIBR here, hasn't it? 6 rounds in a row. Full control for Furia. They've shown a couple of different looks as well. This has trouble written all over it.
This is, right here. They need to put a stop to it. I think that's why this timeout is called here. Bazooka understands how this is the biggest of all swing rounds. And they've lost opportunities on these swing rounds earlier so far. Murius, Bazooka need to come up with a big plan here. I think with Heat top, it's going to be surrounding him once again. Last round was surrounding him to get those knives. This round, how does he find an early pick?
Once again, a main control looks like will be the case for him. But by himself this time. They're going to want to fight for mid again.
What how this is so passive from Heat. It's the same flash cascade, but look, they put the turret in front of that high side again. So they have info that they're not pushing, and they're walking through it, just ignoring it entirely.
DG used his blades here. The Seekers, he's gotten into backside, but everything causing problems to Trailblazer. Beautiful combo.
And Murius has no space there to fight through.
That feels real bad, man. There's not a whole lot you can do against that.
I mean, every single player on MIBR there choked.
Ooh! Nice shot out from Heat. I thought he was done. I thought he was dead.
But they always have the option here to fall down B-Long. Because they have 2 players in B-Link right now. There's only 1 player on site, actually.
They're
chasing guns right now.
And Heat's op is so key here. Massive investment, and they don't have enough to reinvest.
I mean, it's beautiful. You never expect this. You never expect that the opposing side is calling your save before you call it.
Yep.
Mazin is in their heads. It's now, I mean, that was 3 attempts at a save in a row, so Furia, enough of that. That is ridiculous.
I mean, they're real busted now. Maybe a Marshall, maybe a Stinger.
And I was mentioning how you saw the player in B-Link there, Khalil, get 2 free kills. And that's because you have that B-Long pressure coming in, and then you have B-Link. So the guy who's fighting, that's Mures, who's trying to put those mollies, has no space. He's getting pinched on both sides. He can't even fall back into B-Link, so he has to just do the unforced, or the forced error there of just walking and fighting B-Long.
Yeah, he had no choice. Looks like Heat may get some of that early aggression and pressure this round. He's got a Marshall in hand. He's playing real far back.
I mean, that's just going to get covered by a wall, no?
Assuming they don't go dry. Well, it looks like they actually crossed without it.
Crossed without it, but here it comes, and now he's up ahead. And this Trailblazer, it's going to be tough for him to fall back even. Stunned.
Taking a bite out of him.
They're not committing, actually. I think what you see right now is Mazin getting some information on that B site that they're rotating. So he calls it all the way back, and now he's actually uncertain. So the team is starting to slow down, but with 45 seconds. MIBR are the ones who are actually making the right read.
Yeah, it almost feels like Fury may have called that rotate off of A a little too early, but now they don't have much of a choice. And because time is low, MIBR have everyone here. They do have Furia, a couple of key ults that can help secure things like this lockdown that we've just seen them invest. Help them zone off a little bit.
And you think there might be a gap there, but MIBR wisely get off the site, away from those nanoswarms.
Turret to hold heaven. With 13 seconds left, they finally have to commit to the plan, and look at that, just sectioned off by the wall. Really no way for MIBR to fight back in this. They have to let it subside in PG. Yeah, that's brutal.
And there's nothing to save here, so they're just gonna send it into the meat grinder.
What are they waiting for? What's the cue? First swing out. It's a 1-for-1. And they use the Reckoning. Oh. We were due a shorty kill, weren't we? We were due a shorty kill.
And Digi stands up across the stage and taunts them because MIBR, while they had energy coming into this, we saw it on the stage in the beginning of the game.
Yeah, they did.
We saw it in the first few rounds as well. It has been sucked out of them. And I think he's doing the right thing to rub it into. We look like we're seeing exactly the same MIBR from Super Week, despite the start.
Here.
The timeline really tells the whole story. But is there something MIBR can do to flip the script, to change the momentum?
Toxins going up.
Yeah, again, no timeouts here for MIBR. This is all in their hands now.
Toxin screen down.
Yeah, I'm so shocked that Heat with this op is not opping down Belong and trying to catch Mazin. Yes, there's a lot of pressure down Belong against the Jet op, but you can get up on top of the box, either box. Peek over the Viper wall. And he's just not doing that. It's so passive from them, and I think this time he's expecting a little bit of mid pressure, but the mid pressure has been more focused on B-Link than Art. So it's just an odd decision here. Will it end up costing them? He's still gonna have potentially even an angle up on top of the smoke on the A side when it does come through. And potential a pick onto Dijizin.
Nothing landing for him. Wisely, DG, he did take some damage, chooses not to re-peek that angle, so he takes a space that was previously vacated.
30 seconds left.
Crazy part is those two have only had 2 engagements against each other.
Yeah. No.
Wow!
Do this, bro. The alarm bot's gonna give it away, right? Okay. I thought for just a moment he was gonna be able to slip the net.
I don't know why it took so long. 14 seconds, they gotta get the plant. RGO can spam it. Is there a cove on
10
him?
seconds
Yes.
left.
Chooses to hold the weapon for now. Chooses to conceal his position too, and he gets 1-4 in. They're challenging him. What? DG drops down on him, cleans him up. He can one with the op, and it's all on to Khalil. Great response from MIBR. There were lots of questions leading into that round, but they make it work.
And that's their first round in so many. Talking 7 rounds in a row for Furia. MIBR for the first 1.5. And even though he didn't find the success with that op early, he did end up getting a wall bang onto Digizin. Who, I mean, what is this?
Bold. I respect it.
That's crazy. Excuse me, 8 in a row. Look at that. Just disgusting.
That's not a bad run. The nice thing is, if you're a fan of MIBR, they had an 8-4 lead at half. So yes, it's been disastrous in recent memory, but you still find yourself in this fight. You still have just the 2-round deficit you have to make up.
And they do use that high tide to get position for Heat, but it's again through Art, and it's again not finding anything early. When there's such pressure down below, you send your jet over this way.
And I wonder too, to kind of continue the conversation, I wonder how much of that is a byproduct of knowing that you're going into a Viper Harbor comp, and you go, well, there's really no way that we're going to find value. But given Jet's mobility, the fact that you can get up on those double boxes, like you said,
he's going to find a challenge.
At least try it. Mid also
Spike
works.
down mid.
They've lost the spike. They do get sewers control and B-Link control Furia with the off of their own.
Oh, he can't see it.
And Mures pops the ult too, which is not the most fantastic ult for denying the plant, but it is great for holding back site control.
Yeah.
But they've left A. Look at this.
Yeah.
There's nobody there right now.
And they've put a lot into controlling B. The pit, a cascade.
There we go.
Yep.
30 seconds left.
That 2-round deficit doesn't seem too bad right now. Heat getting another. Still hanging on to the op. And a freeze for Furia.
And this is actually getting scary for Furia now. To lose momentum like that, to lose it to Heat finding some momentum too, who has had a pretty decent game. All things considered. What I'm looking at is these ults. RGL's got his. Heat has his knives too. That Viper Pit will fall this round. But I don't think you have the same response for Furia. Yeah, you only have a pit for Furia online right now. So the retake could actually end up being pretty strong. MIBR tried it in the last. Didn't go so well for them. And back to a 1-round gap. MIBR bringing it back this time.
Timeout called by Furia. Last one of regulation. Both teams will have to go silent after this. And a well-timed call one from Furia, I believe. Again, given the fact that MIBR have just won the last 2 rounds, don't want to let this one slip away.
Outside of that loss to Leviathan on this map for Furia, they've actually been great at closing out games. Specifically the games last week against EG. That one went the distance 3 maps, but Furia again. And I'm wondering how much better they're actually going to potentially be with Carlisle in the booth this time. It makes a huge difference having your head coach on the stage.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, last time out called. We'll see how they choose to approach this. Interesting here, too. DG had an attack side op in the previous round. But they're choosing to just go with regular rifles instead, investing into it a little bit more.
You saw how hard it was for him to find anything. He ran into that turret down Belong. I think he was actually expecting to take a duel against Heat. But here, the first time Heat switches sides. So if that was last round, you could have seen those two go head to head. Instead, farming back up the orbs, realizing that they're not fully playing.
Get away. And I mean, Heat just fills the space.
That's nice, but they're avoiding him again. With that deep dog, that's not something that MIBR have done so far. So you kind of expect something to be followed up on. Lovely flash from JZZ over top of the roof. Gets the ping. Clears B-Link, but that's false info.
Confirming suspicions now. They're just going to dash out onto the site. It's just EG for now. And that Reckoning is going to cause problems. He was isolated, man. He had nowhere to go.
That's what I was saying. Another lovely plant denial here. from MIBR based off of that reckoning. I mean, they were all in position. They popped the mollies off the alarm bot. A second molly went in. Muriz had his shorty as well to deal with any dash from Digizin. As soon as that reckoning came on, you actually saw Furia decide to cancel the hit, but it was already too late.
DG was left as lamb to the slaughter.
And now it's the opposite. Now Furia is the one saving. They've got a decent bank now. 3-round losses in a row is going to easily give them a bye here. But it will be the last.
10 seconds left.
Turrets destroyed.
Unless they turn out another round win. So MIBR actually have a chance right now to actually win the game. After what a streak Furia put on, to go on their own little run here. One thing is for certain, we're going the distance. All of regulation rounds will be played. Whether we come out a winner after regulation, yet to be determined. Look, 4 players here from MIBR. That Op's still here. He's on top of screens finally. He'll get the duel that I've been asking for so long.
Turns the flash, holds the line. Scalp spotted, not taken.
Jijizin's the one who gets the first kill there, and he still has dash. He's playing really up front here.
Yeah, that's heat though. You know what you're getting with him.
Pop the knives.
Welcome to my world.
And DG's the first one there. QCK, it goes down. He still takes one, but it's traded right back.
B.
Now DG has the op. And it's not your typical attack position. In this post-plant situation, you should be able to find more value with it. Although the pit obscuring things, Maurice just challenges him and wins it out.
Where's the plants? Where's the plants?
And now there's an alarm bot further up. Finally gets cleared.
This pit has been down for like 30 seconds at this point.
They have backside control. They have everything. I think Fury are stuck here.
Toxic screen down.
This is the bet they've made. MW peeking out behind it, getting the kill. Another tap, another threat, another swing. No kill yet.
He's just moved up so far. You don't expect this if you're MIBR.
FRZ taking backside. A cascade. This has got to be big from FW!
So has the secrets to play with.
Oh, Mazine is...
Can he get back in through the other side? Does he want to? No, he's going to drop it.
The tap, the swing, Mazine with the clutch!
You only thought that was close.
That round was insane!
I mean, so close.
One last push. Let's
2v3. You thought Digizin in back row, once he picked up that op, he was going to close it out.
Yeah.
But instead, you have to rely on heroics from your IGL inside of that pit. I mean, how did MW get those Seekers off? I thought he was dead for sure because there were so many obvious spots that he was going to plant from. What a round.
And Miri's just freaking chatting his way into that op. Unreal.
Blinded.
What looked like it would be a map point for MIBR has quickly turned, and now it's Fury in the driver's seat. Still a buy from MIBR, though. The defensive side still with something to fight back with. Op in the hands of Heat, as usual, down long this time.
Patience from Furia so far. It's Khalil who's going to take the first engagement down. B-Link, the first real threat. MIBR being very proactive on this map, though, right now. The Trailblazer just came in through A. Remember, that's been setting up Heat so often. This time it's completely on the other side of the map. That's misdirection that might end up in a kill, but Fury is setting up for that double B-Link flank that we saw with such success.
Yeah, there's a turret here this time, though. As soon as the orb goes up, as soon as Viper Utility denies the vision, you see they start to make their move down link. The turret now cleared.
Draws people over.
They've dropped the Reckoning, they've dropped the wall, they're fully committed to this. Oh gosh! DG's still alive.
30 seconds left.
That was insane. 5v3 here, Furia looking to put MIBR away. Roller coaster of a map that it's been, and it's not done yet. The ride still continues, and it seems like it's coming to a stop. MIBR, just JZZ left. 1v4 turns into 1v3. Time a factor. Furia somehow close this map out and take a 1-0 series lead. He's still seated, man. I'd be exhausted too after that.
What a ridiculous map. And if you're Fury, you're breathing a sigh of relief. I mean, you mentioned it's a roller coaster. That was an 8-4 loss from Fury in the first half. They brought it back, but we also thought, based off of that streak that they hit, that was going to be easy for them to close it out.
It should have been. They won 7 rounds in a row on the second half. That's nuts.
MIBR, when you thought that the super weak version of them would have showed up at the end of this map, looks like they still, I mean, this Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde thing that they've got going on has plenty more versions, and it's able to show up within even a single map.
Dude, I don't know that I could handle any more versions, though.
I'm still waiting for the one where he goes absolutely crazy here in the league.
That's true. We haven't seen that yet, and we know he's good for it. Historically, he's done it. But DG was the one who felt like he took over in a couple of instances there. Unreal. 1 map lead for Furia through all of that. Still a second map to go, potentially a third. We'll see you guys on the other side of this break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
And Furia dug themselves a hole, but luckily they had a few ladders to get out of it because they managed to come back and win the game when they were down 8-4 in the second half. Furia once again defying expectations as they pick up a victory there against MIBR on Pearl. I'm Golden Boy alongside with Mimi and Sean Garrison. I mean, just jumping right into this one, Mimi, it's been incredible to see how this Furia team, when you think that they're in a position where they just can't win or MIBR stepping it up, then you look at the track there and you see that Furia wins 8 rounds in a row. That's nuts.
It's ridiculous. This is the most possible Pearl game of all time. But we came into this matchup talking about the fact that this was an important one for both these teams to renew their mental after a rough Super Week. And if an insane comeback on map number 1 isn't the thing to prove that Furia's mental is in a good place, that getting Carlisle back in the team hasn't helped them regain, I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I was scared for Furia that first half because MIBR was hitting to start the game, right? They won the bonus. They won the pistol. We saw the Brazilian Titans come in. They need pistols. They got their pistol. They got the bonus. They're off to an insane start. They're abusing the B site. There's all the usual suspects that when you watch a Pearl game, right? That's actually them holding that bonus flank coming through. Everything they were doing in the early parts of this game was great. And then there was an adjustment that Furia made. And Furia just cleaned up the late part of this half. And it was just enough to get enough rounds to win this game. But I actually thought MIBR had a great game plan out of the gates.
Yeah.
It just fizzled out.
It did. And for Furia, the things that they fixed at the end there was playing around mid a little bit better and not going for those reflanks that were getting constantly shut down by MIBR. That's what built them the few rounds that they needed that once we got to the second half, they just rolled with. They won that pistol, won the bonus, and it was something like 8 rounds before they were stopped.
They were unstoppable, and it really just felt like every player on that team was just hitting. Like there was simply nothing that they could do. Every round they thought they had the read. Nope, they ended up losing 3 players right out of the gate. It just is not something that you can have happen when you have a lead like that.
I think the biggest example is when they just went for a straight-up B hit, and they got the first 2 kills. They knew that MIBR was going to save, and they headed it off. And
they read their save.
Savers. Yeah, it was ridiculous, the reads that this team was pulling out. But on top of that, the individual gameplay was fantastic. This was a rebound for Digizin.
I feel like it was almost all in the second half, too. He looked insane in the second half. Some of those entries, particularly like the second to last round where he updraft dashed over screens.
Yes.
The B kill onto Heat, nonetheless, the other Jet. I mean, he had some ridiculous entries. Fell apart in like the late rounds, but honestly, this was like one of the staple DG performances.
Yeah, I do have to ask a question, though. We gas up Heat a lot, great player, but it feels like it has not been clicking, especially in the context of Digizin, Mimi. We're like seeing him kind of wake up toward the end of that game. You were kind of hoping for the same for Heat there to keep him in it.
You were, and Heat looked solid, but it again seemed like some of the classic MIBR things where when these games get tight, they just look a little bit disjointed. In so many of those retakes, it felt like one person had a slightly mistimed piece of utility or was going ahead of another, and every time one of those mistakes was made, Furia was so good to take advantage.
Yeah, there was a couple times, like Heat got caught at B. There was the time where I believe it was like the Harbor ult caught Maurice falling off into lane. And then there was the brutal clutches, like dropping the Viper's pit in the one-on-one. Oh my God, that was so cold. Yeah. That was insane that they won the one-on-one that way. I mean, so many of those late rounds just all went in Furia's way.
And if it wasn't for that clutch, we would be spinning a completely different story of MIBR managing to rebound. They almost did it, but it's not enough against a team like Furia, and that puts them now in a pretty dangerous position in this series.
It really, really does. But look, folks, if you want to warm up like a pro and see how they do it, why don't you check out our Aim Lab shoot-around? Here's JZZ with you, who's going to be shooting some bubbles while we talk more about MIBR and, well, I mean, what the struggles are going to be as they head into map number 2. This is certainly not a situation that MIBR, Sean, thought that they would be finding themselves in, but here we are, and now it's time to see what this team is made of when their backs are against a wall against familiar opponents.
Yeah, and they had a really good game plan on their opponent's map pick. I mean, the question is whether they can do that again in this series. And I think they probably can. There are scrappy elements to MIBR's game, and in those time frames, I give huge edges to Furia. So can they have a full game plan on a map? I think it's a lot more likely going into their map pool because that's where you're going to put the most practice into.
We've talked a lot about Carlisle, but I'm looking towards Bazooka and the coaching decisions that MIBR is making. taking heading into this one? Because as we've seen, Furia's comp with the Chamber is quite exploitable. And if they go back to that one again, there can be a lot of prep that you're putting in to punish that one. But that also brings up the question of whether Furia does return to that comp, or if expecting Split in the map pool, they change things up and go a different direction.
There you can see the series layout. As we get ready for Split, our second map, it's going to be MIBR's pick here. And yeah, you guys bring up great points. If we see Chamber, that would be cool. I wouldn't be mad about that, right?
That's a charm, right?
Yeah. I like the nervous laugh there, Mimi. I think that's what a lot of us are feeling right now as we jump into Agent Select. Let's see what Digizin locks in as QCK is going to bring the Viper.
If he picks Chamber, Sean, I'm going to freak out.
Oh, I'm going to be so happy.
I'm going to freak out.
I'm so excited. Okay, well, and
Please, no.
No.
Yes, yes.
Mimi can live.
We've stopped trolling.
No more trolling, no fun. That's it. Heat over to the Rays. All right.
So my question now is, do they go to a double duelist? Because they were playing the Rays before, or do they stick to a solo Jet comp, maybe put out a Sage, something like what 100 Thieves does?
Ooh, that is a good question when it comes to Furia's side. I actually don't know which way they're going to go with it. They go the double duelist. We've seen a lot of success with the double duelist on Split. Super surprising, but the map has flipped to almost being attacker-sided when people run this comp. A lot of value on the site pops, particularly.
Yeah, the defensive side is going to have to be solid from this squad. But looking over at the side of MIBR, they're going back to what they've played before. This solo duelist composition with the double controller. It's pretty standard stuff for this map. Just that solo initiator in terms of the sky, where they've looked good at, particularly on their defense. I think their retakes with JCZ and Heat have been really effective.
All right, this is it. Map 2, Furia, MIBR. Let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. It's E-Dog and B-Dubs. Wait, isn't that a restaurant?
Is Esports?
Does he write these? I mean, does he come up with these?
I hope not.
It's not great if he does. Sorry, GB. All right, let's talk about Split, right? MIBR's map pick. Furia managed to get through the disaster of map 1 that was, or what could have been. But now we lean over to MIBR's map pick, but Bala, I don't know that this necessarily feels much stronger, especially when you consider Furia have gotten off of their shenanigans with Chamber.
Yeah, I have mixed feelings about it because I'm kind of with Sean in some instances where I'm like, I kind of like it, but and then I'm like, I saw what Loud did to them and I was afraid of that. But MIBR actually don't play the double duelist, so you don't actually have as much punish. I think I would have preferred the Chamber here. I'm not gonna lie. And the way that MIBR has played against their in their 2 games, they won against NRG, who doesn't go for the double duelist stuff, and then they lost to the double duelist of Crew. So we'll see how this goes. This one is very, very interesting.
Interesting thing that you mentioned there. Oh, well, never mind.
Nice
Mid
stun.
aggression. He's done hunting. Oh, but there were 2! That felt like Heat, aggro, trying to make a play, trying to go and set the pace, and Furia were ready for it, man.
One thing that these double duelist comps and double controller comps do a lot is that control and mid, so that's an attempt at punishing it, but instead you have an anti-call from Furia, and it's working out really well.
Great start. And it's only getting better. Just 2 left for MIBR. Muri's is weak.
Oh,
RGL stun.
brutal.
Spike down.
They're looking to put the finishing touches on what should be a flawless
What a good dash.
pistol round. Yeah, that's fun, bro. They're feeling that.
That was fun.
Dashing in order to create the pinch.
That was fun.
And I think MW knows whether it's fun to be had or not. He is so good on this race. I mean, he's historically been so good. That's where he started his career in Valorant. But on this map in particular, the only real chance he has to play it. And he's been the shining star for Fury in the maps that they've, the one map that they won of Split. He was a beast and actually making up for a lot of the missteps that Digizin was putting with the Chamber. And I think one thing you're going to see here is Digizin getting a little bit more loose with it since he's not tethered to the confines of his alarm bot or his TP, his rendezvous in it. In a sense, the Jet is just a better Chamber in this case, just without the trip.
I think the prospect of a loose DG and a loose MW in a comfort role, you talk about some of the history that he has on that agent, could be terrifying for MIBR.
And I think the nice part here for Fury as well, and some of their comp changes that they've made in the past, in the game against Cloud9, they had a major one where they come in and they actually look pretty decent. On Pearl, they just had a pretty major one. And now here, this one is It feels major, but it's actually not. The Jet slots really well into the chamber position. It just misses that one trip, which most double duelist, double controller players are not playing with anyways.
I mean, there you saw what likely would have been the exact same engagement. Stays, takes a couple of shots, and then gets away to safety. DG still close by. He took a little bit of damage there. Rotating off, and there.
Oh gosh,
everyone is here. Is he? Oh.
30 seconds left.
One drop. A little bit of help as they rotate back, but there's a Spectre on one side, there's a Spectre on the other. FRZ has been the only bright spot on a rough round otherwise.
I got the spike.
Digizin's in here anyways.
10 seconds
After
left.
utilities. Yeah, time not great. He's got to check every corner.
If he gets this kill, this is already a good... He's going to get the plant too, which is not going to matter. He's still going to lose the round, but that's an ult orb. That's economy gains. That is a really good eco now from MIBR, actually.
And it's really all FRZ.
I think it comes down to that jump down in ropes that yeah, MW got 2 there, but he was completely out of position, and that forces Furia to start making weird decisions, right? Because then they could pivot through ropes. They could go all the way over towards B, and you saw that a little bit of hesitance from Mazin to really take the duel and start pinching into ropes after MW dies. So we actually have a really weird buy here by Furia. The op in the heads of Digizin, but everybody else is saving. And he's not going to have 9s or anything like that. This is completely crazy.
It is bold. Unconventional. Round 3 op. After the rough second round that it was.
But they're still, it's still kind of bonusing. Digizin's not going to be able to buy fully. But you're also thinking he might be able to save this one anyways, if they do end up losing the round.
Well, did you see a gun barrel?
With the finding the sky anyways, I don't think it's going to matter too much.
Sure. Astro utility starting to go down.
Raze is tucked, MW's tucked in flowers here with a stinger. Oh, and the gravity well actually completely messes up that double satchel.
And they still haven't cleared him out. Look at him.
Oh gosh.
Spike
that
down
box has historically been such a problem for attacking teams.
What do you call it?
The discipline box.
The discipline box, man. It's apt.
Doesn't really roll off the tongue though.
Yeah,
discipline box.
It hurts. Somebody calls that the discipline box and just lose a round to
30 seconds left.
Previously it was FRZ who was the bright spot on the round. Now it's on RGL to try to make something out of a bit of a mess. And I think at best you save this weapon, perhaps.
I need a blocking vision.
Don't have very many options.
10 seconds left.
Nothing. What a start from Furia.
It's again the bonus round converted. We saw both converted on Pearl. And now here on a bonus, honestly, looking at the economy, there's no way that should have, unless Digizin got some early picks. I was not thinking that there was a real chance here, given the buy that actually came in. So now they're in a great spot. Fantastic spot.
They're cruising. Still have that for DG. You've got full rifles and armor the rest of the way. Yeah, you're sitting fine, dude. QCK has 5,300 credits.
They put the wall over to this B side, and they're going to throw the orb as well to lurk behind it. Could be a major threat. As long as MW and Khalil are here, and he stays holding that grab well, I don't think you can lurk up.
Now they're going to rotate off. In fact, the Viper wall's there. It's stationary. They're not going to be able to get back around it. Maybe they try to hit through heaven?
Now, we already saw how they actually were considering how to counter this orb and how you're playing in front of it if you're Furia. But they didn't do anything in that regard on this specific round, so they have to do it late in the round with 1 minute left. And it will pull MW off. Remember, that's the nade I was talking about. He used it already. Now they can end up using that wall and the orb to lurk out.
They've left Miri's mid, but MW's here as well.
Satchel out.
So his position's now given away. They are going to try to funnel out onto the site. Oh, that's free. That's so free. The gravity well, the molly, the hold. They never really made their way out of garage. It was so hard to do.
remember what our Brazilian coworker said at the top of the day about Furia. Tashinya said, if they clean up these ecos, and in this case we're talking about the anti-ecos, if they clean up the anti-ecos, things will go great. I don't think either side has lost one. So far, in this game, it's not really been a factor. But in prior games against Cloud9 last week, it was so devastating for Furia.
Oh, and I think to tell the story of both sides, the other thing the casters mentioned was MIBR's pistols. They've lost 2 of 3. So you see how both key spots have been addressed.
MW's deep down mid with the showstopper. They've just cleared an entire side of the map. Digizin and MW combined.
You should off of a gravity well, too. That was dope. Nothing spotted, though. Full side control, and off of that, they can rotate quickly back. Hey! Oh, I thought Mazine had one there for sure.
Lovely from QCK. Oh, he tried to pull out the shorted insta-kill. But instead, they've got a difficult retake now ahead of them, even though they had early round success.
MW has to find some space. Heaven, too, off of Khalil on the flank. That was a clean snap from Heat. I don't... Yeah, they still haven't cleared out Miris.
Is it planted for them? I think it might be planted for Heaven here. MW's gonna try to hold this while Digizin uses his smokes to go for half.
Just around the corner of the snap, and now he doesn't land the kill, but yep. He oh my gosh, he hadn't stopped moving!
He didn't let go of the A key!
That's a Phantom moment, yeah. yeah.
Oh my goodness. I love that idea from Furia to hold up top Heaven.
Yeah.
I should probably play some
I thought Digizin, I mean, the grav wall took him off of the first one. He had a second smoke to use, so he was...
Sorry, continue.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, bro, what can you do? You just kind of shake your head.
All right, Pit as well here now. Potentially from Miris. And they're rushing down Digizin. He wouldn't have these escape tools last time. Now showstopper.
The fuse instantly extinguished. I mean, that throws brakes on the entire round.
Yeah, the 2 things I called out, the Viper's Pit and the showstopper. Key things to consider on this A site. And both those players immediately gone at the beginning of the round. Digizin is starting to really farm. Particularly in that head-to-head matchup against Heat, who is so far struggling, like...
Not ready yet.
Struggling so hard on this map.
Yeah, I want to go back to the conversation we were having earlier around this Jet versus Chamber, right? Because you look at that situation,
oh, for sure.
And DG repositions off of the early aggression, the Trailblazer, and I think there was a Molly up tight. He has to reposition to where he's tethered.
Yeah.
Right? But having that freedom and the flexibility as Jet to go where you want, land that shot on the raise, secures the round.
His TP in that instance would have either been up a Heaven, where he's safe and not a factor in fighting,
30 seconds
or it
left.
would have been backside A, where he's completely actually just a sitting duck against that showstopper.
Oh yeah, he was done.
So MIBR call the save again. And looking at the stats, too, between the 2 duelists, I mean, the desk touched on how the performance went between the 2 of them on Pearl at the
10 seconds
between
left.
map segment. And now, you actually look at the head-to-head overall in the series, 8-3 for Digizin. 8-3 is significant.
That ain't bad.
And for Heat, I mean, every single duel you're losing, you're seeing him be less and less confident about going for these first engagements, about going for plays like that. And unfortunately, this composition asks that of him. He has to be that guy. There isn't a second spear like Furia has. And you have to start thinking, this is starting to slip right now. 5-1 is already an insane lead for a defensive side with a double duelist.
Yeah.
That one's a lot stronger than you would expect on attack, but it has gaps on defense. He just got stunned by his own Astra.
Poison's off.
Well, he's still taking the first engagements.
That's nice.
There's just been nothing to him, man. There's really been nothing to this attack side from MIBR.
Concealment.
They're still up on this smoke. I don't... Okay, Khalil is literally just watching it. That's such a great smoke that's been coming into the meta to block this heaven control out from the attack. It gives you so much room to work with as the players who are on site. And normally if you're playing on B, you get, I mean, if they take heaven, you have to hide behind pillar, you have to hide and just fall back into spawn, even push B main. You have room there with that smoke.
Obscuring vision.
This is interesting. An attempt to go at QCK, but as soon as they see that smoke, he just falls off and plays the bottom of stairs.
Oh, it's almost the exact same smoke you were talking about, just a little bit further out. This time from the attacking side, you're right, they want to pressure QCK, and, well,
remaining.
They can't.
20 seconds now. He might save the Vandal again. Will he get the chance? No, he's surrounded on all sides.
Nothing is free. And you see the little games there that they're playing. Even DG updrafting around the pillar to draw a bit of contact and then have a swing from his teammates. This looks clinical from Furia, man.
What a difference from the last comp to this. From the last map Furia played on this map to this.
And you know, as we saw this, the series as far as the maps go and picks bans and whatnot, you look at that and you go, okay, this is MIBR's map pick. They're going to split. They look decent in map 1. This should be a strong point, but Bala, this isn't a great map for them either. Leading into this series, I think you said it earlier, they're 1-1 on this map.
Yeah.
Like, they don't have a ton of reps, and the reps that they have been met with mixed success.
They had a nice comeback win against Crew on the map, but then just dominated by Loud. And I think that's what caused this change. But I think as well, credit to Furia. They're one of the few teams who are really changing things in the way that they play. I think some of the early success and early hype around this team was based, in fact, because they were kind of an unknown quantity, right?
Sure.
So you expect little from them, and then they go crazy. And as your opponents, you're also now able to prep a little bit more. And you saw that hurt them in Super Week. In the week prior as well against Loud.
They look very different, you're right.
But they're making adjustments, which is amazing from a team like this. A lot of times an underdog team who has surprising results and rises up the power rankings, oftentimes they stick with what they know and they never make adjustments and they never can actually break through. So here in this must-win situation for them, given the strengths of their next couple of opponents, it's lovely to see.
You imagine how much, too, a breath of fresh air is having Carlisle on site with the team. And yeah, he was involved on the weeks that he was back home, but to have him here in person certainly isn't hurting things. 6-1 lead for Furia, up in the hands of DG, controlling mid-map, and they also dropped to Pit A to deny that space and force them into B, where they have this brutal crossfire setup.
And they don't have the same wall that they used on that eco round. So those two players backside, they're going to anchor. And Digizen's here as well. They have to get a smoke off on him, but he can even drop down if he wants. Here's the wall. They're ahead of this wall. The normal one that MIBR can throw.
You got to be careful here if you're Khalil. I mean, to double satchel and a nade, you've got no mobility. It all just depends on when they decide to go. There it is. He's dead.
They gave it up.
Welcome to my world.
Well, it's looking to be a very nice round for MIBR. They have a cosmic divide in the pit, but they're fighting into it.
Shorty.
Oh dear, just on the other side. It's right there. The spike's not down.
Spike down.
They just sat in the pit and lost so much HP while waiting for that wall to fall.
Can they win this 2v4 if you're Furia? MW is healthy. QCK is as well. No utility for the duelist. Hey, no real reason to say bye. You've got money for days, so they're going to take a shot at this. QCK wrapping around. Oh, he may have found a timing. He may have found some space. That was gross. But the post plants are so clean out from MIBR. He gets 4. You had the Killjoy playing all the way back in Garage. It was very safe.
Well done. In this situation, I actually thought the setup from Fury was quite good. I think a little bit of missed timing there from Khalil. You see he's actually in the middle of the animation where he's using his gravity well. Great round from Heat. Finally coming alive on this map.
4 kills in that round, totaling 6. Again, just kind of showing how the slow start that he had up until that point.
Not out of the bush yet. Back to this Viper wall on the B side. Muri has used this orb as well. But Digizen is literally above it. So if you end up trying to lurk through, you will just go down to that op immediately. Will they pull Digizin off before actually starting that lurk is the big question.
Can't imagine they try to split through this. What a madman. Decayed through the orb, swings out by himself to hold that. It's a challenge in a place where QCK can't really trade. And I guess he's rewarded for his aggression, though, as he's able to take a deeper, more aggressive line with that op. He still has dash. He still has 2 smokes. I thought he had a kill there, too.
Oh, he's pinched right now. The players are coming up into heaven. It's not fast enough for MIBR to capitalize on, though.
QCK and MW close by. MW's flash. They're waiting for the flood out. You're right. They're absolutely pinched. Can they deal with this? Now reinforcements arriving. They have support up in heaven with the flash with Mazine. I think they're going to be able to hold this back, Baller. Well done from MIBR, though.
Spike is the one who has to cross, or they can plant in this corner. Just waiting for the spam! 20 seconds to recover it.
What a read.
But that time is going to be used for Khalil to actually get in position. They're going to plant safe. Does he have a pull? Yes, he does.
10 seconds left.
10 seconds.
Time is short now. Ooh, they're waiting. They're waiting a real long time here.
Player standing.
FRZ.
He doesn't have time. He doesn't have time.
He pulled off.
He pulled off.
He pulled off.
Last player standing.
That's devastating. He got off because of the pressure from heaven, that turret. And I mean, he must have. I can't imagine that's the decision. I think maybe a misclick, maybe an accidental scroll wheel or something like that. That hurts.
I mean, that was the round.
Credit to Khalil, though, having that grab well, getting this first pull off as time was coming close to that plant. And things exchanged across stage there. Questions asked by Furia. Oh no. It's falling apart now. He's peeking ahead of the Trailblazer, gives the kill to Digizin easily. And remember, he was the guy who was coming online for this team. Continuing to lose this duel against his biggest foe currently.
What a mess this has become.
They can cast.
You talk about swing rounds or momentum rounds, losing that previous round and then getting the opener for DG just a couple of moments later. This just feels like we're talking raps, but MIBR still have a chance to make this have something competitive here.
I mean, despite all these trades, it's still advantage for Fury. Digizin's gonna try to get out here, yep. Well done, but gives up the site.
Lives to fight another day, though, with that op.
And look at this. There's a triple-pronged retake coming in here with MW on the flank as well. So they're going to have a main control. They're going to realize the situation. Both players are going to be stuck here. And Dish isn't even controlling spawn too. They know there's no room for these MIBR players to move. 2 stars too for Khalil.
Money's interesting here. They want to go for it. And they're not being quiet about it. That's a massive kill. Yeah, that's another in favor of Furia.
And again, it's just such really nice tactics. Little tactics to close out these rounds. Or MW's just satcheling over, making sure that he's focused on him. If you don't focus on him, you're dead. And if you do focus on him, you're dead to the other guys. And to bring it back to this fight right here, Heat swing it ahead of the Trailblazer before it clears the op off that angle. That's what the Trailblazers intended to do. So, scratch my head about that one, but to continue to speak about the performance, Heat is now 2-6. First kills to first deaths. I mean, he is struggling against Digizin, which we keep bringing up, and I have to think that that's continuing to get to his head.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, and that's why perhaps the timeout can soothe things over, can calm things, because again, there's a shot at making this a competitive half.
There's a shot, but I'm thinking towards the future too. This is the last time out for MIBR. Fury yet to spend one. Which means this massive comeback in the second half that could exist in the future is just so difficult to pull out without being able to talk to your coach.
Yeah.
I've seen instances of this before where Carlisle has full control about the adjustments that MIBR might be able to make. They're limited. And honestly, they need these next 2 rounds. Furia's attack side with double duelists is just going to be brutal to deal with. It's not something that, surprisingly enough, given the reputation for Furia, given the aggressiveness of Digizin and some of the other players, it's not something that they rely on, so I actually don't know how they'll play the double duelist on attack, but either way, oh, he's into mid. He already got a tag. Wow.
Dude, I mean,
he spent so much time there.
Yeah.
Dancing with the stun.
Boy, he waits until the very last second. Well, the timeout didn't change much.
Yeah. I mean, they're really expecting that Ropes is going to end up being clear there, so that's a good little play from Furia. But again, the discipline lacking here from MIBR. And when they have an idea in the call, it's just not considering all the possible outcomes.
Yep.
So oftentimes Mirias comes up with a pretty good starting idea, but not able to really carry it over the line.
Yeah, the execution just feels a little sloppy, right? I think about that. I think once again about Heat peeking ahead of the Trailblazer.
And it leaves him in instances like this where the mid round is, I mean, it's so difficult. 4v3.
Yeah.
Look at the way that they're playing this. They're trying to recontrol and hold ramp, but they just don't have the manpower advantage to do that. It's one of the only ways you can really secure this round, but you see how it immediately backfires.
Meanwhile, Fury are playing everything perfectly.
Yeah.
Re-clearing ramp and having 2 to re-clear ramp, so you have someone who can help trade instead of just doing 1 on your own. It's these little things that are piling up in such a massive way.
And now you ask a 1v3 on a must-win round, 21 HP with a Spectre and no stars to work with. Good luck.
Yeah, I don't know that even luck was going to be enough for that. Another shorty kill, another round for Furia, and just more questions for MIBR. And again, no timeouts.
Yeah.
Zuka can't say anything. I mean, he's done. It's just all up to the guys at this point. Although, truth be told, that hadn't made a difference in the past either, so.
These clutches low HP are going to be continue to get harder and harder and harder.
Yep.
With the fact that you teammates can call out the HP and the shorty in the meta as it is. It's really the beginning of a new era. Pit drops plenty of ults to carry this over the line for Furia to end up with a 10-2. Avoid the curse.
Yeah.
Flash to push Digizin off the angle, and it does do that.
Toxins going up.
But they're not able to really follow up on it. And Digizin has been floating, so it's not guaranteed that that's even him in this instance. So cautious.
You should run.
I mean, the thing that's always so difficult about this KJ ult in B is how do you follow up and clear the back of sight?
Yeah, it's got to be mollies. It's good night. Okay.
I mean, double updraft to nade too. They're gonna run through a Viper Orb with decay.
Whoa! Ran out of room. Uh-oh.
I've got your trail.
What, that Viper wall, I mean, that Astral wall is so deep, so that they can try to wrap around sight. But again, slight misexecution. But it does give RGL this pocket here. And spawn control. They've got a chance. Look at the flank, though. If they wait for this flank, it's over.
Yeah, I think you just have too many things you have to deal with here. And not enough numbers to address it all.
Last player standing.
I mean, just even overwhelming one. You haven't even dealt with the flank. You don't even know what's coming. RGL with the first and surprise. Yeah, there's another.
I mean, QCK literally a human drone there. Just running ahead of his teammate. Whew. That is a dominant half. I mean, after what we saw in Pearl, you kind of expected maybe MIBR was going to start showing up, but not here. What a half from Furia.
Everything they were doing was just correct. The big things, the little things, and MIBR just seemed like they were lost from the start. I don't know that they've really left the gates quite yet. And, well, maybe there's hope. Because we do have someone standing by who not only is criminally handsome and outrageously good looking, also decently intelligent at the game. We've got Sean standing by at the telestrator wall.
All right, Doug, thanks for that toss, I guess. But unfortunately, I'm not going to give you any positive notes here for MIBR. So this is going to look pretty bleak. This is just going to show the preparation that Furia had entering the opening pistol round of this game. Now, just watch right now on the minimap. So what you're going to see here off the bat is a lot of pressure from MIBR on Male onto Ropes, and it's because they know how this setup works. They know how this Viper and Astra like to control mid with the Orb and the Star as well. So you can see they approach mid at the start of the round, they're posturing, they're trying to sniff out the setup, and once they get ready for it, the Orb goes up, paint shells into Male from Heat, but if you pay attention here, you'll notice DG has rotated over and read the play already. So already in this round, Furia has made two huge adjustments, moving DG into the vents as a bait setup and leaving MW hidden for the ramp control. So watch as MW now controls ramp. You can see they go right into DG, and DG is going to rotate into Heaven after this kill. They recognize right away that this is going to fall into an A hit because the two players maintain mid control. DG spots this into Heaven, and the rotate is just picture perfect when you look at the minimap right now. You can see actually MW rotating through spawn, and his goal is to pick up screens. Meanwhile, the heavy part of this rotate is going to be focused on ramps, and the last person coming in as Astra will focus on Heaven. This was just such a textbook opener from Furia and a well-designed approach at retaking the A site. And this is with a new comp, guys. So I am not having a lot of faith for MIBR in this comeback. I don't know how they're going to contain the double duelist here on attack, but I'm here for it. Anyway, back to you, Doug and Bala.
No hopium from Sean, no copium, and I'm going to be honest, I don't have any either.
Yeah. Nothing from Sean, nothing from MIBR. I mean, Furia, like you said, I mean, great adaptation in the mid-round there, and also I think just the element of knowing how teams are going to try to counter that Viper in mid. But you see the difference, right? MIBR's mid-round, how difficult it is for them to approach because of slight mis-executions and then how tough that is to follow up on. For Furia, the calls are great, and the execution is great where they end up in advantage consistently through the mid-round. Now they have to do it on the attack, though. And here's the first instance of the double dive for Furia.
And they go fast.
Very standard.
And, you know, maybe no need to reinvent the wheel, but MIBR making a run at this. QCK is left alone. He was all the way on the opposite side of the map.
Whoa.
No way, bro.
They don't hear that. I think FRZ might have heard him run away at the first instance. Yeah, he's reading it. He's reading it. And Heat's already looking at spawn, so they know what's going on. They must have heard him.
Yeah.
Unlucky.
Cool idea, though. But you're right. Unlucky. Now the second pistol of the series going in favor of MIBR. But honestly, still so many other things they have to shore up.
And the time they have to do so is minimal. Yeah. Very, very minimal. Split is not as swingy as it once was, especially given the meta as it stands in this double duelist comp. But I mean, Sean was very hopeful about the adjustments that they're going to make with this comp and the plan that they're going to have with the comp, given what we saw in defense. But I think it's much harder to actually activate the proper protocols and have the procedures in place for the attack side, even though it feels standard.
Oh, there's a judge on the other side. They've tried testing the waters a couple of different ways, and he realizes, yeah, he's got a feast before him. Oh, he's going aggressive, is he? He is. Gotta pad those stats a little bit, right? Flawless round for MIBR.
6-round gap. Pistol round to start was very good. But they need to convert the bonus. They absolutely need to. Every single bonus has been converted so far in the series, which is pretty rare.
That's crazy.
But let's see if this one does, because it might be the most important. If not for this, probably looking at a 2-0 for Furia.
Yeah.
And Furia is actually going light armor here, which is very interesting. It feels like at some point that shifted on Pearl, where they just all of a sudden out of a timeout started going light armor, and I think it's been working out for them quite well.
Remember the first time we saw this 4-man hit B, there was double dive, there was satchels, there was dashes, but it was standard, as you said. I think it's exactly the word you used to describe it. Do they throw a different wrinkle into things here? Yeah, this one's a bit more cautious. Meanwhile, QCK looking to find a little bit of space. He does. Dude,
I mean, good try, I guess. With the judge up close, what can you do with that?
Yeah.
You have to get up close. You have to hope for the reaction to be able to cover. And the mid round has been called for MIBR. Just stack over towards A with the kill that QCK just got. Which means giving up B entirely. And even if he dies here, he's going to be able to have the call. That 3 have pushed heaven. And he's made it anyways. Stars coming in right now for Fury. The executes on the B side, and unfortunately MIBR are not going to convert that much needed bonus.
Well, hang on now.
I have the spike.
Hang on now. They're still alive. They still have 3.
The sad part is they can't even hear the spike being
Yeah.
planted.
Spike planted.
I mean, that's 10 seconds off the clock on the retake already. Just 3 Spectres here, Doug.
But all right, now they know. Right? And now they're gonna go fast B, right?
Yeah, I mean, they're even struggling with the decision whether to go for it or not, but you definitely just try to get some guns here. Look at QCK. He's got read on mid, flash into B. They know there's nobody flanking. There's a triple stack on the B side if they end up coming through heaven.
Well, yeah, maybe they're not gonna win the bonus. Maybe you were right. Maybe you were right.
Unfortunate. Just gonna die to the spike now. But it's a bonus, so
it's all good.
I'm saying it's a must win. Realistically, it is, but realistically it is, but there's still a gun round here now for MIBR. I say that because you're looking for the streaks, right? You're looking to start to accrue 4 rounds in a row, that sort of thing, so you can cut that lead down and make it mentally much easier to grasp.
Still light armor for Furia, full rifles. And we'll see the first time they want to send a bit more A 1-1-3 setup. We haven't really seen.
I mean, risky from Urias. That's a late call causing him to actually want to go into a setup where he's in ropes, but he has to cross because of the barrier instead, rather than starting over there. Which is funny because he put down the wall, which could have been placed from this side. Doesn't cost him his life though.
No. FRZ needed to stay alive here. He's got an alarm bot just on the other side of the swiper wall to make sure that there's no one trying to default through and reestablish mid-map control.
I mean, Digison has just gotten all the way through heaven. And yes, there's players inside of rope, but now the big threat is on spawn, on the screen player who's trying to watch it.
This looks like it's going to be a mess again.
Leave us.
MW tried timing and finding. Whoa! That's not how you say that, by the way. Stays alive now. They've established heaven control. They're going to get out onto B. There are only 2 members left for MIBR.
Running and following up the dog through the smoke. Gets him that screen control that he wanted.
He gets info. Turret's cleared. And look at this, they're just waiting on the other side of the smoke and spawn! They waited so long, and fortunately, FRZ gets 3 massive kills! But that could have been so bad!
I mean, I love that round from MIBR. I think Furia, yeah, sure, they were slow to clear back through that smoke, but the anchors who were on the site, they used the assist smoke that is so common to help you pivot around the back of site, but JCC actually used it to stay on the plant spot, which gave all the room in the world for FRZ to make this play.
Down A. 1 enemy remaining.
Because he knows one teammate's going to be left alone close and almost guaranteed a kill. I do like as well from Fury there, mauling inside that smoke, causing JZD to swing. Either way, fantastic response. 6 more to go though. I think it's time to start counting, maybe.
No. One more, and then we can start counting.
There's nobody here. And the site is cleared super fast. Now, question is, can they get the 7 plants off?
Yeah.
It's probably going to be a yes, but I mean, with this lockdown now too, I'm wondering exactly how you want to play this. He just pit inside, can get back site and get back into the pit.
But I think they know. Yeah, they knew. They were pinging that spot right at the beginning, and QCK is dead. The pit's now down, but the spike was planted. Oh, dear.
And this fight, I mean, this is everything. If he recontrols Heaven, he does. Dude, all of a sudden, they can play from it.
How?
Last player standing.
How have they won this round? FRZ once again is going to have to be a hero, man. He got 4 in the previous round, and they're just toying with him now. DG's in. Felt the wrath. I mean, that's a sideshow flash. Like, we've seen that. And he still gets a kill.
Blinding on all sides. Just like the pace from Fury. I mean, all the way into sight. Instantly, and they found there was nobody there. It was a full stack.
Yeah.
Elsewhere on the map. I thought there was definitely a possibility of a fast flood. That just didn't come through.
Dude, they even played well around the pit, right? They had the lockdown. They knew the gap in the lockdown. They had everything right. Right, well, now Fury are 1 map away from closing up the series.
1 round away.
Yeah, right, sorry. A far cry from the first map.
That was close. I thought the battle for 2nd place in Brazil might actually be a toss-up. Might actually be a tie after that first map. But in fact, MIBR's pick here has backfired on them in ways they're hard to continue to say. This Jet pick has been phenomenal.
He's so patient, bro. Play it. Well, okay. He got his, though.
Right click.
Unlucky. JZZ with 2 big kills. Now Seekers. Plenty of time left. JZZ might do this one on his own.
Down A.
Just as we call his name, QCK puts it out.
And now that problem that you mentioned a couple rounds ago, that's a Viper Orb actually up in Heaven, and they're scared to go through it, given the possibility of a lurk. Oh my goodness, they're going for the reflank. What a read by Mazun and the 2 players alive right now.
Is that enough of a queue?
I think they might have left sight and not picked up the spike.
Yeah, they haven't seen it, have they?
Look at this reflank that's going to come through as the spike goes to get planted. They're going to think they have a 2v1 on site.
I have this spike.
Which they might very well.
There's the ult from Heat, though. Oh, dear.
Spike planted. 1 enemy remaining.
Yeah, felt a little slow out from QCK in that swing. I thought maybe he gets a timing once focus is drawn towards the spike plant, but no. MIBR get to 6. I have to call this out again. Maybe I'm being a Debbie Downer, I don't know. But once again, it's taking 3Ks, 4Ks out from the anchors on the site to get them into winnable positions. Right, it's not even like they get those and now they're up 4-1 in a round. They just have to get 1 left. It's labored.
Spike plantada. Resta inimigo.
I mean, on top of that too, I definitely think Furia in a couple instances there, a little overheat from MW, popping that showstopper immediately, not really recognizing the situation.
Yeah.
And it is going to take a timeout here from Carlisle to calm things down a little bit. And remember what we said about the first half timeouts. MIBR had none, so Bazooka gets a chance now to make some adaptations. And then the big thing I'm going to talk about here is that Viper Orb up in Heaven.
Sure.
The problem is, if you spend too much time talking about that, all of a sudden the rest of the map, which has been ignored by Fury in the last couple of rounds, is getting ignored as well. So if I'm Fury, I'm pressing there in the next couple, if it even takes a couple.
Few waning moments left in this timeout. MIBR have put together a couple of rounds, but I mean, they're really only a quarter of the way up this mountain, this hole that they've dug for themselves.
I mentioned earlier the attack side of this Furia comp. I think one thing that we're seeing is actually the fact that like against the double controller, that actually is not necessarily like as big of a talking point. I think the double controller, just single duelist type comp that MIBR is running, especially with the KJ, still remains and maintains some of that defensive sidedness of Split.
Blinded.
Light buy for Fury here. A frenzy for DG. And a stinger for MW.
Blocking bit
And it's really just one rifle in the hands of Mazine.
Yeah, seeing that frenzy is going to be a sigh of relief for MIBR. They don't have to withstand a force here. But then again, it puts the added pressure if we can't lose on this round.
Yeah.
Oh. The rotate from here is caught because they completely ignore the mid control here. So that's what I was talking about. Start pressing on the other sides of the map. Fury instead opts to use the pressure that they're getting by this A ramp control. And that's them a kill elsewhere. FRZ has full information about where MW is right now and what the hit is coming on.
And you can see it. He's got the crosshair trained.
Enemy down.
Are they pushing the wall?
Enemy remaining.
I mean,
They're trying.
Okay.
They're trying. I mean, he is on the opposite side of the wall here, so if he were to go for the plant, they wouldn't hear it.
30 seconds
now.
left.
JCZ peeks to the other side. How does Mazine do this? He gets it down to a 1v2. JCZ's really weak as well.
He's one off Seekers. He's going to get it with the plant if they allow it.
And it looks like they will.
They're swinging with the flash, though. No chance to get out of this.
It was a fake flash? Either way, JCZ gets that kill. And MIBR get to 7.
That was expensive, though.
It was. It wasn't cheap.
For that Fury Eco, I mean, that was very, very expensive. And now he didn't pop those Seekers. He didn't go for the win there. I think that's a wise choice. Now they can use it for the execute, add a third dive in a sense for the double dive of MW and Digizin. But there's definitely some life here in the MIBR players. JCZ, FRZ, the anchors on that A side, finding a lot of value now. Here's where the Fury starts to pull on other sides of the map, though. We just saw a little bit of that in that eco. And now, going into some mid control.
Where if Murius finds an opener, he can get the pit. Whoa. Dog, that is bold.
Jiggling to find the timing for when to put up that orb. And they reposition into a crossfire here in ropes because Fury has not dove past it. And look at this aggression here by the A anchors that we keep mentioning. Allows them to float. So the adjustments out of that timeout are still working on the rest of this map. QCK is going to try to duel against FRZ right now at the top of ramp.
He got across.
They heard everything about the Sewers players, but this is a fake right now.
Destroyed.
This is irrelevant.
Deep flash. Fake from FRZ though. I mean, they're fully selling out onto this fake. They invested the Seekers here as well.
Oh, but they didn't smoke spawn, so he's got the angle right now. But it's still pulling the rotations right now. This is a beautiful round from Furia.
But it's got to be faster, or else MIBR are going to be able to rotate back. Look, they're already sending 2
left.
back towards B.
Lost mail control, though. So MW has room to work. As this plant goes in.
I imagine he's going to want to be patient, too, to control the flank. He hears the flash. He knows they're coming. As DG's in is taking the space as well. The satchel, the kill. A second, too, and he realizes where the pressure's coming from. Eventually, MW dealt with.
The triple reflank, though, here. Digis into. There's no chance you expect it.
No, there is absolutely no shot.
It's not planted for him.
Yeah, but the kills are going to be for him. Yeah. Now they know. And now it's cleaned up. DG with 3 and a series win for Furia.
Must-win instance for Furia. Not only for the regional rivalry in the last match of Brazil versus Brazil, but also for the implications for playoffs. Last week, these guys were fighting for that 2nd seed in Americas League. This week, simply trying to secure what is still going to be a tough schedule for them And they do. MIBR, unfortunately, have a tough road ahead of them. 3 more matches to play. And while they had one major upset so far this season, nothing else has fallen their way.
Yeah, MIBR now 2-4 on the split. They just lost. I mean, they've fallen to Furia, so you don't really have the head-to-head in case you get into a tiebreaker situation late in the season. It doesn't look great. Meanwhile, for Furia, you know, I was joking earlier, it felt like Furia started to stumble once Josh started singing their praises. But it seems like they've returned to form, right? This is why people like you, people like Josh, were so excited about this team.
Yeah, they have a lot of tools, and honestly, they're improving on a lot of levels. I think particularly for me, I'm excited because of some of the things they're pushing in the meta. I think they were one of the few teams to go Viper Harbor on Haven first. They tried that really cheeky comp on Pearl that didn't get them the win, but still put up a good fight against Leviathan. Tried this chamber too. I get really excited for creative teams, and Furia has shown that they are one, but they've also shown that they can go with the bog standard and still not look like the team that's just duel all day long.
Yeah.
No, they've got more pep in their step.
You know, people may have thought it was DG's In and Friends before. We're in for a rude awakening if you haven't been watching, because Furia look good.
And I think they're expanding their map pool with this as well. I mean, that's a 2-0 with Pearl, which wasn't necessarily one of their strong maps that you were considering. I mean, it was okay. And then Split, which I think a lot of people were putting question mark because of that chamber comp on. So happy to see them expand. Their Haven's always been phenomenal. Their Ascent too. And at a time where one of their big keys, Icebox, has left the pool. That's super important going forward for them if they want to be Tokyo contenders.
Plenty of reasons to smile, and another win for Furia. They completely obliterated MIBR. In fact, the 13-7 that we saw in map 2 just feels like a lie.
Yeah.
It feels like fool's gold. But stick around. We'll have the devs break down that series and the Verizon post-match interview right after this.
Brazil versus Brazil matchup, and Furia comes up on top in a 2-0 fashion. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Verizon post-match interview. I'm over here with Digicine, and the first thing I want to ask him is one of the things that they talked about early on, both of the teams really knowing each other from Brazil, and how much did that play into this matchup to make that comeback on that map number 1 and the total score that we got to see for the second series?
Então, ela quer saber o que acontece. Vocês falam muito, vocês se conhecem, os dois times se conhecem bastante do Brasil, vocês jogam um contra o outro. Então, o que vocês falam antes do jogo e como é que foi aquele comeback no primeiro round?
O início de já conhecer a MIBR facilita um pouco, mas a gente não tem treinado muito contra eles, então era um jogo que a gente só estudou pelas partidas que eles já fizeram, mas é um estilo de jogo já conhecido pela gente, principalmente por ser uma guerra entre brasileiros. Então foi um pouco mais tranquilo de lidar. O comeback ali eu acho que é muito reflexo do treino. Às vezes a gente começa um treino um pouco atrás e a gente sempre consegue virar, então a gente sempre acredita que é possível fazer qualquer coisa numa partida, e foi isso que eu fiquei falando todo momento.
Yeah, he said that although they are Brazilian teams, they haven't trained a lot with them, but they know the game style, the way they play, and but only for mostly watching and studying their game. And the comeback was hard because he said that they, even when they're training, they start behind and then they really come back to the game, and when they feel more focused. So it was hard, but it was a good one.
And now for my second question, we see you guys change that composition on Split. Instead of playing that chamber, you were playing that Jet, and you go into the double duelist comp. Is it something that was in the plans from before? It was more adaptation for this matchup, or what was the idea behind it as you go into that standard composition that we've seen on this map?
Yeah, ela falou que vocês mudaram a composição do time e foi uma coisa que aconteceu naturalmente ou foi uma coisa planejada para trazer hoje para cá?
A gente mudou porque a gente estava com bastante dificuldade, principalmente eu de jogar, até porque hoje em dia o Chamber foi nerfado, então ficou muito mais difícil de jogar. E a gente também pensou muito mais na gente do que, sei lá, os adversários. A gente contratou MW, querendo ou não, é muito bom de race, de duelista. E eu também eu jogo bastante de duelista, de jet, então a gente falou, vamos só colocar 2 duelistas e vamos colocar o nosso ritmo de jogo. Foi isso que a gente fez.
Yeah, they thought about it. They know that it's new for them, but they hired MW, who is a good duelist, and he's also a good duelist, and they went with, why not 2 duelists, let's do it, and it worked out.
And now for another question that I have is, you as a Jet player have been playing a lot of Jet, and a lot of people are going to be playing Premier today. I want to ask you for your tips on to finding those aggressive plays that we see from you, but also just finding a balance with your team that has worked out and given you the results so far in VCT Americas.
Eles viram que você estava bem intenso hoje, com várias jogadas muito boas. E como é que foi isso, assim? O que você estava querendo com isso, assim, mostrar?
Eu acho que o jogo contra a Cloud9 foi muito da minha conta. Querendo ou não, a gente sempre pensa, a gente perdeu, mas é coletivo, a gente perde junto, mas eu senti muito isso. E eu senti na obrigação de voltar muito mais forte, de, querendo ou não, de mostrar quem realmente que eu sou, como eu jogo, meu estilo de jogo agressivo. Então, passei a semana toda trabalhando muito nisso, porque era algo que eu precisava mostrar, mais pra mim, para recuperar confiança, e deu no que deu. Eu tava muito solto, eu tava sentindo uma energia boa, tava tentando passar essa energia para a equipe, e querendo ou não, deu tudo certo hoje. Mais um mérito assim de um trabalho nessa semana que foi muito duro mesmo.
Yeah, he said that after losing to Cloud9, he felt that personally he felt it more than the rest of the team. So he said he knew he had to do better today. So that's why he brought this energy, that he was actually doing this through the whole week during the training, the practice time. He was being loud and energetic during this whole week, and it paid out today, and he did a great job.
All right, and my last question for you. The next match is going to be against Energy, and Energy that's looking stronger and stronger. What do you think is going to make the difference for your team to take that win next week?
E o próximo jogo é contra a NGR, e eles estão ficando cada vez mais fortes. O que vai fazer a diferença para vocês?
Eu acho que a diferença para jogar contra a NRG é a gente saber que do outro lado tem uma equipe muito forte, querendo ou não, o estilo de jogo dos caras é muito tático por causa da FNS, tem jogadores muito bons lá. Mas o nosso principal é manter o foco, é manter esse nível de energia, que é o que a gente é. A gente é bem intenso, até no treino mesmo, a gente tem essa intensidade. E chegar na hora não respeitar tanto, até porque, querendo ou não, fora do jogo eu respeito eles. Gosto muito do Crashes lá, então vai ser um jogo maneiro até pra mim. Então acredito que a gente vai manter essa intensidade e eles que se preparem.
Well, he said that they know the team, it's very strong, and but they're ready for it. He respects how they play, their style and everything, but he also said that he's been training a lot, so there's going to be a lot of energy, a lot of intensity, outside they're all friends, but when they're playing, they're really rivals, and there's no respect. Let's just go for it.
We absolutely love seeing that energy from Furia and from you, DJSin. Thank you so much for the interview. We're going to send it back to the desk to close out the day.
Thank you so much, Dryad, for that. And we decided to bring out some friends to close out the day with us here. But overall, though, all smiles on that stage for Furia as they walk away with a 2-0 win. And, Sean, you got to be happy if you're a Furia fan at this point, because this has been the day of redemptions for a lot of teams, and it's great to see Furia also in their redemption era alongside, NRG.
Yeah, this is a super good feeling win for Furia, right? Coming off of like a sketchy super week right there, but more importantly, they won on 2 comp changes with their coach coming back, right? They made those adjustments to Pearl. It looked sketchy in the first half, but the second half, their attack side looked fantastic. And then Split, they just had so much power on Split running double duelists as opposed to the Chamber, like you were saying.
Yeah, it was a great comp change for them. And I mean, the guy switching on over to the Jet was so confident that we were just listening to. DJSin, that guy looked incredible throughout the series. For the team, it was a return to form. It looked like they had a lot better kind of understanding of the game plan they wanted to commit to going in. And the individuals were just thriving, honestly. It was a great game for DG.
Yeah, and here DJSin really brought it to MIBR, and I think that one of the advantages that, a lot of these teams have, but Furia also has this advantage, is that they have that flexibility of being able to take that pressure off of DJSin, have MW0 also be another duelist for them that can also create space, create opportunities, and then you kind of just like unlock Pandora's box here for Furia, and that is really where I think, they shine. It's when everyone just feels activated in their positions and able to contribute effectively. Mimi, I think that this is going to be a very scary Furia team to watch if they can keep this form going.
That's the big question, really. If this was just a one-off versus in one game versus MIBR, if it's something they can consistently work with through the rest of their season. But I'm inclined to believe that this is going to be the catalyst for them to start to return to the form that we were seeing from them at the beginning of this season. You have your coach back in person. You have a game that is, well, the first map got pretty close, is dominant, and one that you can reinstill your confidence from and take that, learn from, and go into the next few weeks to close out this season. And I would reckon have a pretty good chance of winning out.
Yeah, I'm slightly concerned because having this much success on the double duelist this late in the season could have them biting on that as a little bit of bait, right? Because they have 2 great duelists in MW0 and DG, obviously, and they can do this, but it makes you a little bit one-dimensional in your play. So entering playoffs, is that the best move? I don't know, actually, because they have some insane duelists. They might be able to pull it off.
Still, the thing that was impressive to me was the fact that they had a really strong defensive side despite this double duelist comp. It seemed like they had good procedures and well put together rotations despite the comp that generally favors a lot more towards those one-dimensional attack sides.
Yeah, exactly. So even though they have a one-dimensional comp, the way they play is very strategic. Like the round we went over in a halftime, right? There's so much knowledge in how they rotate around these maps, even on Split where they are running that double duelist.
And that strategy is what was missing when this Furia squad was in their slump. So that's a huge thing to fix now heading into the rest of the season.
Yeah, and right now is the best time to do it, because let's take a look at the standings and where we are right now in VCT Americas. We had some movement today, not too much, but Furia's still going to be in top 3 there. But look at NRG as they have managed to climb up, and they're right behind, well, at least on the standings here on this graphic, they're right behind 100 Thieves. But if I'm correct, they should actually be over them.
Yeah, they
won the tiebreaker. So either way, it doesn't matter. You got 5th place there for NRG. You got to be feeling a little comfortable for that. But as Dryad had mentioned, you're going to be seeing Furia face off against NRG next week, if I'm correct. So, whew.
Yeah, that's an interesting.
It's going to be a banger match.
Yeah, both of these teams looked insane today, like kind of really turning things around, which is what we expected out of both of them.
Yeah, it is what we expected from them. And for the rest of the standings here, that middle of the pack is still going to be super important for those teams teetering on the edge. For NRG, 100 Thieves, Sentinels, really for those 3 NA squads.
Yeah.
It's kind of make or break now, these next few wins on whether or not you make playoffs. It's only 6 teams that'll progress.
That's right. Keep a look at the standings, because you're going to see what matches are coming up tomorrow in a moment here. So this way, you can keep a mental note, because you're going to be getting some really awesome matches. You have, first and foremost, a North America just giga banger. I'm calling it. I'm sorry, Mimi.
I think it's our last NA match, and honestly, it deserves that.
It deserves it. Thank you so much. It's Cloud9 versus Sentinels, and then we close out with Leviathan going up against Evil Geniuses, which I don't know which version of EG we're going to get here, Sean. Could be the bad one, could be the good one, could be the not so good one. Who knows?
Literally 2 different teams, right? Depending on which comp they run, which day it is, what map it is. I don't know. Are they going to get 13-0'd? Are they going to blow out the other team? Who knows? Let's tune in to EG to find out today. That's what it feels like.
Tune in next time.
Think an EG game is going to be a stomp, they go and win a map off Loud.
Yeah. So really,
You can't
in Americas,
underestimate
anything is possible.
Yeah. And that C9 game as well. Like, you favor C9 there, but Sen just announced that they're keeping Marved in the main roster for the rest of the season. They were playing with him with very little practice in Super Week. Now with an extra week behind them, who knows what's possible?
Do you think Cloud9 sweeps all the NA teams?
Dude.
I mean, it would be really cool if they
What
did.
a great arc.
Story.
What a great story it would be for C9. But that is a story for us to tell another day. Thankfully, that day is going to be tomorrow. So make sure you come in here, same time, same place. Hang out with myself, Mimi, and Sean, and the rest of the crew as we look to break everything down. We thank you so much for tuning in. And as always, we'll see you tomorrow for some more games. Catch you then.
Sean, you got a warm-up scrim for us for Premier?
That's me.
Who wants me on this team? Anyone?
No.
Let's go.
Okay.
You're out.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Week 5. Today, 4 teams try to find their footing and forge a path to Tokyo. 100 Thieves versus NRG. Let's get it on.
Positioning, it's not good. Cryo constantly having to adjust. He's finding his ones. What? One more down. Still finds the 4th. Unbelievable. Jumping straight up. You've got to be taking his fights clean, though, and it doesn't look just that likely. The frenzy's in the face. NRG, he's just... So many things to be dealt with on top of the wall. Trying to watch for it, drops down. It's NRG to get themselves onto that 12th round. What a masterclass.
NRG back to comfort territory. The Kings of Bind, they keep it going.
Behind the dice, though. That's what they'll strike, but it's that pincer. Safe hands from Derek. 3 in a round forward. Cryo potentially opened himself up there to many, many angles, but backs away to safety. Now a flash as well, pushing it back, comes out of this. Oh my word. Sticking it through, no, gets on with it, trying to double play it. Derek, you need to win this fight out, and it's not likely. You're trying! And too much to do, 13-3. One of the most one-sided maps we've seen, not the most one-sided yet. NRG win it in a 2-0 fashion.
Both teams need to win, and neither can afford a loss. It's MIBR versus Furia, 2 top-tier Brazilian teams. This is going to be a fun game.
Looking to make a play. He cannot. Oh, God. Oh, no. They were all flashed. Still has a lot of space here, too. He's still got a chance for another. Yeah, they've wiped the floor with this. First swing out. It's a 1-for-1. And they used the Reckoning. Oh. We were due a shorty kill, weren't we? We were due a shorty kill. Furia somehow close this map out and take a 1-0 series lead. You're right. They want to pressure QCK, and, well, they can't. They're not being quiet about it. That's a massive kill. Yeah, that's another in favor of Furia.
And again, it's just such really nice tactics.
And now it's cleaned up. A series win for Furia.
Must-win instance for Furia, simply trying to secure what is still going to be a tough schedule for them. And they do.